minutes? Yeah. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Just a quick announcement. We will be commencing this morning's program in 5 minutes. We will be commencing this morning's program in 5 minutes. So there are refreshments available. So please get your caffeine, get your sweets, and get ready for the conference.
سيأتي زمن حتى الطفل يتمكن من استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي بسهولة. فلا بد أن نسبق هذا الزمن، لا بد أن نسبق هذا العالم، لا بد أن نسبق إلى استخدام واستثمار الذكاء الاصطناعي بما يفيد تعليم أبنائنا.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Habib Mazahir and I'm a student at the School of Islamic and Occidental Studies in the holy city of Qum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. My name is Abbas Bandali.
And my name is Sabiha Bandali.
We live in Austin, Texas. We're looking forward to seeing you at the upcoming Icair conference, inshallah, in Toronto.
My name is Dr. Akbar Mitani, and I am a specialist in the care of the elderly.
My name is Dr. Sabra Kanani, and I'm a palliative care physician in Hamilton, Ontario.
And my name is Iqbal Jaffer, and I'm a cardiac surgeon in Hamilton, Ontario. At Icair 2025, we're going to be speaking about major decision-making at the end of life.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Amina Inlos, and I am a lecturer at the Islamic College in London, in the United Kingdom.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Muhammad Ali Ismail, Director of Research and Publications at the Islamic College in London.
My name is Mehdi Hazari. I'm a neurophysiologist and an environmental scientist. I'm the head of religious education and research at the Imam Mehdi Association of the Marja'iyya, which is the liaison office of His Eminence Sayyid Sistani in North America.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Azhar Shirazi. I am a scholar in residence at the Muslim Community Center in Atlanta. I am also an editor at the As-Sidra magazine, supported by the World Federation Icair, as well as the Ahlul Bayt Islamic Seminary.
I'm here at the JCC in Toronto, where in 24 hours we will be launching our 2025 International Conference, Faith and the Future, Challenges and Opportunities. We're going to be talking about artificial intelligence, climate change, education, biomedical ethics, and so much more.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين أبو القاسم محمد وعلى أهل بيت الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين. Brothers, sisters, respected scholars, elders, community leaders, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to Day 2 of the Icair SRI 2025 International Conference, Faith and the Future, Challenges and Opportunities. Yesterday we had an amazing selection of panels and speakers talking about some of the pressing issues we're facing today, from how we understand our traditions to in the modern world, to climate change, to artificial intelligence. And we're going to be continuing that today with panels on education, biomedical ethics, and also artificial intelligence. More details on that to follow. But to kick off today's proceedings, I would first like to invite Brother Hussein Ibrahim up to the podium to bless us with a recitation from the Holy Quran. So can I please ask everyone to welcome him with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ما كان على النبي من حرج فيما فرض الله له سنة الله في الذين خلوا من قبل وكان أمر الله قدرا مقدورا الذين يبلغون رسالات الله ويخشونه ولا يخشون أحدا إلا الله وكفى بالله حسيبا ما كان محمد أبا أحد من رجالكم ولكن رسول الله وخاتم النبيين وكان الله بكل شيء عليما يا أيها الذين آمنوا اذكروا الله ذكرا كثيرا يا أيها الذين آمنوا اذكروا الله ذكرا كثيرا وسبحوه بكرة وأصيلا هو الذي يصلي عليكم وملائكته ليخرجكم من الظلمات إلى النور وكان بالمؤمنين رحيما وكان بالمؤمنين رحيما تحيتهم يوم يلقونه سلام وأعد لهم أجرا كريما يا أيها النبي يا أيها النبي إنا أرسلناك شاهدا ومبشرا ونذيرا وداعيا إلى الله بإذنه وداعيا إلى الله بإذنه وسراجا منيرا وبشر المؤمنين وبشر المؤمنين وبشر المؤمنين بأن لهم من الله فضلا كبيرا ولا تطع الكافرين والمنافقين ودع أذاهم وتوكل على الله وكفى بالله وكيلا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنا أعطيناك الكوثر بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنا أعطيناك الكوثر إنا أعطيناك الكوثر فصل لربك وانحر إن شانئك هو الأبتر صدق الله العلي العظيم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم اللهم نور قلوبنا بالقرآن وزين أخلاقنا بالقرآن إلى أرواح المؤمنين والمؤمنات والشهداء والعلماء والصديقين رحم الله من قرأ سورة الفاتحة تسبقها الصلاة على محمد وآل محمد.
Assalamu alaikum everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Icair conference for 2025. Before we begin, I just wanted to go through today's agenda. Sheikh Alex is actually upstairs presenting about Icair at the Exco, and so I'm glad to be here to share with you what we have in store for today. First off, we'll start with our keynote from Sayyid Munir Al-Khabaz, who has sent a special video address all the way over just to grace us with his knowledge. After that, we have a split session. So you'll see the partition is up already. We have biomedical ethics, a panel here featuring Sheikh Dr. Vinay Ketia, Maulana Sayyid Muhammad Rizvi, Dr. Iqbal Jafar, Dr. Sabira Kanani, and Sabiha Bandali. That'll be in this space. On the other side is a workshop on mapping Islamic education for parents by Sayyid Ali Imran. And so after that, we have prayers and lunch, followed by a panel here on education, ilm and identity, Islamic education for a new era, featuring Hala Hazimi and Dr. Shanaz Aladina. And on the other side, we have a workshop called Future Built, showcasing Islamic AI tools and projects by emerging creators, with a keynote by OpenAI's Miqdad Jafar. After that, a short coffee break, and we'll finish it off with a panel, our last panel of the day in our closing session on biomedical ethics between worlds, a dialogue on end-of-life medical decisions in Islam with Sayyid Sulaiman Hassan and Dr. Akbar Mitani. So without further ado, I'll introduce our keynote speaker, Sayyid Munir Al-Khabaz. He began his Hawza studies in Najaf in 1978 at the tender age of only 14 years old. Later on, he attended Beit al-Kharaj lessons of the likes of Sayyid al-Khui and Sayyid al-Sistani. After that, he moved to Qom and continued his studies under Sheikh Mirza Tabrizi, Sheikh Wahid Khorasani, and other Maraji, attaining the status of Ijtihad. Currently, Sayyid Munir teaches advanced Islamic jurisprudence in Najaf. He has also authored several significant works, including a documentary on Dua al-Iftitah, Religion Between Scientific Data and Atheistic Criticisms, and the Mahdawi Reality. So if I can ask to please start with the video recording, and I thank you all for being here once again.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على نبينا محمد وآله الطيبين الطاهرين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وكذلك جعلناكم أمة وسطا لتكونوا شهداء على الناس ويكون الرسول عليكم شهيدا. صدق الله العلي العظيم. التحديات المعاصرة لحياة الإنسان المسلم في الغرب، وهي ثلاثة: تحديات فكرية، وتحديات اجتماعية، وتحديات سلوكية. التحدي الأول هو التحديات الفكرية، وهي عبارة عن اختلاف الحضارتين، الحضارة الإسلامية والحضارة الغربية، في الأسس التي تؤصل لبناء الحضارة. وأهم تلك الأسس ثلاثة: الأساس الأول الإيمان بتأثير الغيب، فإن القرآن الكريم يقول: عالم الغيب والشهادة، ويقول: الذين يؤمنون بالغيب ويقيمون الصلاة ويؤتون الزكاة. إن فقدان الإيمان بالغيب وحصر الحياة في الحياة المادية له آثار وخيمة على حياة الإنسان. من هذه الآثار عدم اللجوء لإزالة التوتر والقلق من مخاوف الحياة للعلاقة مع الغيب. إن الإنسان الطبيعي يمر بحالات مفزعة من القلق والتوتر نتيجة مخاوف الحياة ونتيجة الأحداث التي تمر بالمجتمعات البشرية. وهذا القلق والتوتر لا يمكن أن يزال من نفس الإنسان إلا باللجوء إلى الغيب. عندما وضع الإسلام أهمية الدعاء فقال: ادعوني أستجب لكم، وعندما وضع أهمية الصدقة، إنما الصدقات للفقراء، وأهمية الدعاء وأهمية النافلة وأهمية الاستشفاء بالقرآن الكريم وبآيات القرآن الكريم، كل ذلك هو طريق لاقتلاع التوتر والقلق من الإنسان كي لا يصل إلى حالة الاكتئاب التي هي حالة مرضية قد تؤدي إلى الانتحار كما هو شائع في الغرب. إن عدم اللجوء إلى الغيب بالدعاء، بالصدقة، بصلة الرحم، بسائر الأدوات التي تربط الإنسان بالمبدأ الأعلى وتربط الإنسان بعالم الملكوت، تجعل الإنسان فريسة أمام الأوهام وأمام أنواع وألوان من القلق والتوتر والخوف، بل تجعل الإنسان ينهار أمام المصائب إذا مرت عليه وأمام النوائب، فلا يمتلك مناعة نفسية ولا يمتلك صمودا قلبيا أمام حوادث الزمان، لأنه لا يؤمن أن وراء هذا العالم عالما آخر يمده بالقوة، يمده بالنشاط، يمده بالارتباط والطمأنينة. قال تبارك وتعالى: والذين آمنوا وتطمئن قلوبهم لذكر الله، وتطمئن قلوبهم بذكر الله، ألا بذكر الله تطمئن القلوب. وقال تعالى: فليتوكل وعلى الله فليتوكل المؤمنون. وقال تبارك وتعالى: إنما يوفى الصابرون أجرهم بغير حساب. كل هذا الرصيد الإيماني الذي يشكل مناعة أمام الأمراض النفسية مفقود عندما لا يؤمن الإنسان بتأثير الغيب في حياته. الأثر الثاني المترتب على عدم الإيمان بالغيب محاسبة كل الخوارق من الكرامات من المعاجز بأدوات مادية، فينكر الإنسان الإسراء المعراج، إذ كيف يمكن للإنسان العادي أن تتخطى سرعته سرعة الضوء فيصل إلى عوالم أخرى؟ كيف يمكن للإنسان العادي أن يطوي الأرض خلال لحظات؟ كيف يمكن للإنسان العادي أن يحيي الموتى بعد أن مات الدماغ وأصبح خاويا أن يعيده إلى الحياة؟ محاسبة هذه الكرامات بأدوات مادية هي نتيجة فقدان الإيمان بتأثير عالم الغيب في حياة الإنسان وسلوك الإنسان. الأثر الثالث فقدان المحفز الداخلي نحو الفضيلة، وفقدان الرادع الداخلي عن الرذيلة. فترى الإنسان لا يمكن أن يتورع عن الظلم والاعتداء إلا لأجل وجود قانون. لولا وجود قانون وعقوبات وغرامات لما تورع عن الجرائم، عن الظلم، عن الاعتداء، عن انتهاك الحرمات. ولذلك ترى هذه الظاهرة، ظاهرة القتل، ظاهرة الاعتداء، ظاهرة موجودة في الغرب مع وجود القانون الصارم، وكل ذلك نتيجة فقدان الوازع الداخلي وفقدان الرادع الداخلي عن الجريمة وفقدان المحفز نحو الفضيلة، إذ لا يرى الإنسان في حد ذاته محفزا نحو الإحسان والإيثار والتبرع للآخرين مجانا، لأنه لا يمتلك محفزا داخليا ما لم يكن هناك إعلام بنفسه وإعلام بمشاريعه وإعلام بجهوده، لأنه لا يؤمن بعالم الغيب. قال تبارك وتعالى: أرأيت من اتخذ إلهه هواه وأضله الله على علم؟ إلهه هواه، لأنه لا يمتلك محفزا آخر، لأنه لا يمتلك رادعا داخليا، فهو إنما يسير على ضوء شهواته وغرائزه، بحيث يمكن أن يتحول المجتمع الغربي في لحظة واحدة إلى مجتمع متوحش إذا سقط القانون. بمجرد أن يفقد المجتمع الغربي النظام والقانون يتحول إلى غابة من الوحوش يأكل بعضها بعضا، لأنه لا يمتلك الرادع والمحفز الداخلي نحو عالم الإيمان. هذا الأساس الأول من الأسس الفكرية التي تغيب عن الحضارة الغربية. الأساس الثاني ضبابية الأهداف. ما هو الهدف من وجود الإنسان؟ هذا السؤال سؤال يطرحه العقل على كل إنسان. ما هو الهدف من وجود الإنسان؟ الجواب عن هذا السؤال جواب ضبابي عندما يلجأ الإنسان إلى الحضارة الغربية ليسأل عن الهدف من وجوده في هذه الحياة. هناك عدة أهداف أرشدت إليها السماء، هي أهداف أصيلة في وجود الإنسان. الهدف الأول تحقيق الخلافة. هل أنت أصيل في هذا الوجود أم أنت مجرد وكيل؟ إني جاعل في الأرض خليفة وجعلناكم خلائف من بعدهم، هو أنشأكم من الأرض واستعمركم فيها. الإنسان بنظر السماء خليفة وليس أصيل، هو مجرد وكيل وأمين وليس أصيل. تحقيق الخلافة على الأرض الذي يشعر الإنسان بأنه مجرد أمين وليس أصيلا، هذا سيؤدي إلى اختلاف جوهري في بناء الحياة. إنا عرضنا الأمانة على السماوات والأرض والجبال فأبين أن يحملنها وأشفقن منها وحملها الإنسان لأنه ليس أصيلا، هو أمين، إنه كان ظلوما جهولا. مثلا عندما نضرب مثال على الثروة، الحياة الغربية قائمة على امتلاك الثروة. كيف تستطيع بأدوات مختلفة أن تدخل منصات عالم الأسهم، أن تدخل منصات عالم العملات الرقمية، كيف تستطيع أن تمتلك ثروة؟ هذا هدف من الأهداف. هنا يقول الإسلام بأنه هل هذه الثروة أنت مالك لها أم أنت أمين عليها أم أنت وكيل على هذه الثروة ولست أصيل؟ هل هذه الثروة ملك لك خاصة تستأثر بها وتستطيع أن تحوز الثروة بكل الأساليب، أساليب القمار، أساليب الربا، بأي أسلوب يمكن أن تحوز به الثروة؟ أم أن الثروة ليست لك وحدك، هي ملك مشترك، عندما يقول القرآن الكريم ولا تؤتوا السفهاء أموالكم التي جعل الله لكم قياما. لكم أنتم أيها المجموع، الثروة ليست خاصة، الثروة مشتركة، الثروة لكم جميعا لأنها قيام لحياتكم. فليس هناك استئثار بالثروة لأنك لست أصيلا في هذه الثروة. من هنا عندما تقتصر الدولة في الحياة الغربية على بناء مرافق الحياة من مرافق الصحة، مرافق التعليم، الجسور، وسائل التواصل، وسائل النقل، كلها بالضرائب، تقوم الدولة على جمع الضرائب. هذا ليس كافيا في أن ينصهر الإنسان ببناء مرافق الحياة في المجتمع، بل يعتبر الضريبة ثقلا عليه. ولكن عندما يرى الإنسان أن الملكية مشتركة وليست الثروة خاصة له وحده، إنما الصدقات للفقراء والمساكين والعاملين عليها، الثروة ليست ملكا لك وحدك، حينئذ يعتبر أن ما يقوم به من جهود. كثير ترى من الغربيين تبرع بثروته وهي 200 مليون دولار، للفقراء، لذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة، لمرضى التوحد، تبرع كأنه قام بتفضل بإحسان على المجتمع الإنساني، بينما هذا بنظر الإسلام أداء للأمانة وليس إحسان ولا تفضل، إنما هو أداء للملكية المشتركة. قال تبارك وتعالى: إن الله يأمركم أن تؤدوا الأمانات إلى أهلها وإذا حكمتم بين الناس أن تحكموا بالعدل. هذا من الأهداف التي وضعتها السماء محو الطبقية. لا طبقية في المجتمع، بينما الاقتصاد الرأسمالي هو المهيمن على الحياة الغربية، وهو الذي يكرس الطبقية بأبشع صورها. الذي يقرر الحياة أساسا هم من يمتلكون الشركات، من يمتلكون الشركات العملاقة العابرة للقارات، شركات وسائل التواصل، شركات صنع الأدوية، شركات صنع السلاح. الذين يمتلكون الشركات العالمية هم الذين يتحكمون في حياة الشعوب، هم الذين يتحكمون في حياة الإنسان. إذن المجتمع الغربي هو مبني على الطبقية، مبني على وجود فئتين: ملاك يمتلكون الشركات العملاقة، وعاملين كادحين يقطعون حياتهم بالكدح والعمل من أجل توفير لقمة العيش. وهنا يرى الإسلام هدفا ضروريا، وهو قوله تعالى: كي لا يكون دولة بين الأغنياء، محو الطبقية. لذلك لا يكفي في محو الطبقية هو مجرد أخذ الضرائب، بل لا بد من سن قوانين تشعر الإنسان باشتراكه مع غيره في ثروته التي تعب عليها. من هنا يأخذ الإسلام 20% من الثروة، 20% من الثروة في كل سنة يأخذه الإسلام من الإنسان من أجل محو الطبقية. فاعلموا أن ما غنمتم من شيء فأن لله خمسه وللرسول ولذي القربى واليتامى والمساكين وابن السبيل. الهدف الثالث الذي وضعته السماء أن يكون الإنسان قدوة لغيره، حتى لو كان يحمل الثقافة الدينية، حتى لو كان إنسانا يؤمن بالغيب ويؤمن بأهداف السماء، لكن هذا الهدف لا بد أن يؤمن به، أن تكون قدوة لغيرك. أنت لم تخلق في هذه الحياة لكي تمر عليها مرور الكرام، خلقت في هذه الحياة لتكون أنموذج للآخرين، لتكون رمزا للعمل الصالح. قال تبارك وتعالى: الذي خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن، أيكم يكون رمزا ومنارا وقدوة لغيره. وقال تبارك وتعالى: واجعلنا للمتقين إماما. نحن لا نريد فقط العمل، بل نريد أن نكون قدوة للآخرين. وورد عن الإمام الصادق عليه السلام: كونوا دعاة لنا بغير ألسنتكم. وقال تبارك وتعالى: فأما بنعمة ربك فحدث. كيف يحدث الإنسان بنعمة ربه إذا كان قدوة لغيره؟ قدوة لغيره في الإيمان، قدوة لغيره في الأخلاق، قدوة لغيره في العطاء. حينئذ عمله يحدث بالنعم التي أسبغها الله تبارك وتعالى عليه. هذه أهداف صرح بها ووضعها الإسلام، وتغافلت عنها الحضارة الغربية، ونتج عن ذلك من المآسي الإنسانية ما لا حصر له. الأساس الثالث من الأسس الفكرية للحضارة الإسلامية الرقابة الاجتماعية. ليس الإيمان حالة فردية يتمتع بها الإنسان من أجل أن يحصل على الثواب أو يتجنب العقاب الأخروي، بل الإيمان حياة اجتماعية عامة. قال تبارك وتعالى: وكذلك جعلناكم أمة وسطا لتكونوا شهداء على الناس ويكون الرسول عليكم شهيدا. أنتم مطلوب منكم كأمة، خصوصا أنتم أيها المسلمون الذين تعيشون في الغرب، مطلوب منكم كأمة أن تكون لكم موقع الشهادة، الرقابة الاجتماعية. الرقابة لا تعني الوصاية وفرض الرأي، إنما الرقابة تعني القيام بالنصيحة، بالكلمة الطيبة. مثل كلمة طيبة كشجرة طيبة أصلها ثابت وفرعها في السماء تؤتي أكلها كل حين بإذن ربها. النصيحة، الكلمة الطيبة، ادعو إلى سبيل ربك بالحكمة والموعظة الحسنة، ولتكن منكم أمة يدعون إلى الخير ويأمرون بالمعروف وينهون عن المنكر. وقال تبارك وتعالى: كنتم خير أمة أخرجت للناس تأمرون بالمعروف وتنهون عن المنكر. وظيفتكم في الغرب الرقابة الاجتماعية، نصيحة الصديق، نصيحة الزميل، نصيحة الجار، نصيحة كل إنسان يمكن أن تصل إليه النصيحة بطرق مختلفة، لأنكم الأمة الوسط، لأنكم الذين تحملون موقع الشهادة وتحملون مسؤولية الدعوة إلى الخير والأمر بالمعروف والنهي عن المنكر. لماذا البوذية، الديانة البوذية أكثر انتشارا في الغرب من الديانة الإسلامية؟ لأنها تعتمد أسلوب الكلمة الطيبة، تعتمد أسلوب الدعوة إلى القيم البشرية الإنسانية، القيم الروحية، الدعوة إليها بالأساليب المختلفة، بلغات مختلفة، بأساليب مختلفة، من أجل نشر هذه القيم الروحية التي يؤمنون بها، مع أن المسلمون يمتلكون من القيم ما لا يمتلكه دين آخر، ويستطيعون بمختلف الوسائل أن ينشروا هذا الدين وهذه القيم الروحية. هذه هي التحديات الفكرية في المجتمع الغربي. النوع الثاني التحديات الاجتماعية. كيف الإسلام يرى المجتمع وكيف يرى الغرب المجتمع؟ الإسلام يرى المجتمع أسرة واحدة لا تفكيك بينها. يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا لا لتتحاربوا، كما هو المرئي والملحوظ في العالم الآن. وتجد كثير من الدول الغربية هي التي تقود الحروب وتوجر نار الحروب. لتعارفوا وليس لتحاربوا. الإسلام يرى أن المجتمع أسرة واحدة، لذلك شرع الإسلام قوانين 3 لحماية الوجود الأسري للمجتمع الإنساني. القانون الأول بر الوالدين. لا يحتاج المجتمع إلى دور للعجزة ودور للمسنين لو قام بهذا الدور الاجتماعي. بر الوالدين: إما يبلغن عندك الكبر أحدهما أو كلاهما فلا تقل لهما أف ولا تنهرهما وقل رب ارحمهما كما ربياني صغيرا واخفض لهما جناح الذل من الرحمة. كيف يخفض جناح الذل من الرحمة وهو يغادر الأسرة بمجرد أن يبلغ 18 سنة ولا يرى أي علاقة بينه وبين أبويه اللذين ضحى في سبيل تربيته؟ كيف يقوم ببر الوالدين ووالداه يعيشان في دور المسنين والعجزة لا يرون أي علاقة بأبنائهم؟ واخفض لهما جناح الذل من الرحمة وقل رب ارحمهما كما ربياني صغيرا. القانون الثاني صلة الرحم. ليس في الغرب شيء اسمه صلة الأرحام، ليس هناك علاقة مع الأخوال والأعمام والأجداد والجدات أبدا. بينما قطيعة الرحم من الكبائر بالنظر الإسلامي. واتقوا الله الذي تساءلون به والأرحام فهل عسيتم إن توليتم أن تفسدوا في الأرض وتقطعوا أرحامكم؟ صلة الرحم من أهم الأسس لبناء المجتمع المترابط الذي يحث عليه الإسلام. والقانون الثالث حقوق الجيران والجار الجنب. يقول القرآن الكريم والجار الجنب يعني القريب والصاحب بالجنب. بل أمر الإسلام ببناء البيوت بهندسة تقتضي أن تكون المجتمعات أسرة واحدة. لاحظوا الهندسة التي كان معمولا بها في الشرق قبل 100 سنة، هي هندسة تربط الأسر بعضها ببعض. البيوت متداخلة، البيوت متقابلة. يقول القرآن الكريم واجعلوا بيوتكم قبلة وأقيموا الصلاة. ومن تفسيرات كلمة قبلة يعني اجعلوا بيوتكم متقابلة في بنائها، منفتح بعضها على البعض الآخر لكي تشعروا بالجوار، لكي يشعر الجيران بأنهم أسرة واحدة. ورد عن الرسول صلى الله عليه وآله ما زال ربي يوصيني بالجار حتى ظننت أنه سيورثه. وهذه رسالة الحقوق للإمام زين العابدين علي عليه السلام. حقوق الجار، حقوق الرحم، حقوق الوالدين، حقوق الأولاد. وضع لكل لبنة من لبنات المجتمع حقوقا كي يصور لنا رؤية الإسلام بالنسبة للمجتمع. أما في المجتمع الغربي فالأسر متفككة ولا علاقة، بل لا يوجد حتى تحية وسلام بين الجيران الذين يعيشون في عمارة واحدة وفي بناية واحدة. لا يوجد حالة من الشعور بالرفق وحالة من الشعور بالإنسانية تجاه هذا الإنسان الآخر، لأن المجتمع لا يعيش اللحمة الاجتماعية التي رآها الإسلام وعبر عنها بقوله إنما المؤمنون إخوة فأصلحوا بين أخويكم. التحدي الثالث التحديات الفردية السلوكية، وتتمثل في عدة ظواهر. الظاهرة الأولى فقدان الانتماء أو ضعف الانتماء للأجواء الروحية. المسلم في الغرب هو مسلم متدين يقوم بالواجبات، قد يجتنب المحرمات، لكنه ضعيف الانتماء للأجواء الروحية، ضعيف الانتماء للمساجد، ضعيف الانتماء للحسينيات، ضعيف الانتماء للمواكب الحسينية، ضعيف الانتماء لأجواء الدعاء وأجواء الاعتكاف، ضعيف الانتماء للأجواء الروحية. كم نسبة المسلمين في الغرب الذين يحيون المساجد أو المواكب أو الأجواء الروحية؟ لا يشكلون 10% من المسلمين في الغرب. لماذا يعيش المسلمون ضعف الانتماء للأجواء الروحية؟ لطغيان الثقافة المادية. لا يرى المسلم إلا أنه كتلة مادية تتحرك من الصباح إلى الغروب من أجل الكدح والتعب والجهد حتى يحصل على شهادة جامعية، ثم يحصل على وظيفة، ثم يكتسب ثروة، وماذا بعد؟ هو لا يبني مناعة روحية لحياته، لأنه لا يرى نفسه إلا كتلة مادية متحركة نتيجة طغيان الثقافة الغربية المؤثرة عليه. الظاهرة الثانية من السلوك الفردي الاستسلام لعوامل الإغراء المثيرة للشهوات والعلاقات غير المشروعة. قد يكون مثقف متدين لكن لا يستطيع أن يقف أمام أساليب الإغراء وأساليب الإثارة وأساليب تحريك الشهوات، لأنه لا يجد مجالا للمقاومة، ويجد الحياة مفتوحة على مصراعيها لأن يمارس أي علاقة غير مشروعة بدون رقيب ولا عتيد. لأجل ذلك عندما يفقد هذه المناعة نتيجة الاستسلام لعوامل الإغراء سينقاد وسينهار أمام شهواته. وما أبرئ نفسي إن النفس لأمارة بالسوء إلا ما رحم ربي. وقال تبارك وتعالى: فأما من خاف مقام ربه ونهى النفس عن الهوى فإن الجنة هي المأوى، وأما من طغى وآثر الحياة الدنيا فإن الجحيم هي المأوى. وورد عن الإمام أمير المؤمنين علي عليه السلام: إن الله خلق الملائكة عقلا بلا شهوة، وخلق البهائم شهوة بلا عقل، وركب في الإنسان عقلا وشهوة، فمن غلب عقله شهوته فهو خير من الملائكة، ومن غلبت شهوته عقله فهو أدنى من البهائم. الظاهرة الثالثة ضعف الإحساس بضرورة الروح الغيرية. الروح الغيرية هي أن تبادر إلى الإحسان إلى الآخرين مجانا وبلا إعلام وبلا أن يدري أحد بذلك. لا يشعر المسلم بقوة الروح الغيرية وهو يعيش في عالم الطغيان المادي في الغرب. لا يشعر بضرورة الإحسان لوجه الله فقط ما لم يكن هناك إعلام ودعاية وأن فلان تبرع بكذا وأنفق كذا وأعطى كذا. لا يجد هناك ضرورة لأن يشعر بهذه الروح الغيرية التي يعبر عنها قوله تعالى: ويطعمون الطعام على حبه مسكينا ويتيما وأسيرا إنما نطعمكم لوجه الله لا نريد منكم جزاء ولا شكورا. ويقول تبارك وتعالى: والكاظمين الغيظ والعافين عن الناس والله يحب المحسنين. ويقول تبارك وتعالى: ويؤثرون على أنفسهم ولو كان بهم خصاصة. كل هذا نتيجة لطغيان الحياة المادية وافتراسها للإنسان بحيث لا يرى أمامه ضرورة للإحساس بمآسي الناس وللإحساس بالفواجع الإنسانية التي تمر على شعوب مضطهدة مظلومة فقيرة، لأنه مشغول بجيبه، مشغول ببطنه، مشغول بشهواته ونوازعه. هكذا هي التحديات العصيبة للإنسان المسلم في الحياة الغربية. والعلاج أن يلجأ الإنسان إلى الإسلام، إلى فكر الإسلام، إلى الروح الاجتماعية في الإسلام، إلى الوسائل التي جعلها الإسلام لعلاج هذه الظواهر السلوكية الشاذة والنافرة عن خط الشريعة الإسلامية. والحمد لله رب العالمين، وصلى الله على نبينا محمد وآله الطيبين الطاهرين.
That concludes our keynote for today. We have two panels running simultaneous now. So again, we're going to ask that you make the hard choice between a panel and our workshop. I'll introduce the workshop on the other side, and then the panel that'll be in this section. On the other side of this wall, we'll have workshop 3, Mapping Islamic Education for Parents, with Sayyid Ali Imran. If anyone wants to move now, we can have them carry over to the other side. On this side, we have a workshop on biomedical ethics, the biomedical ethics of death and dying, an Islamic perspective. So I'll give maybe everyone maybe 30 seconds to make that little transition, and then inshallah we can begin. To begin, so maybe we're just going to get like a thumbs up on the other side. Just a note that the workshop on the other side will be recorded but not live streamed. So if anyone is watching from home, you'll be watching our panel here. Perfect. So we'll begin. In this era of rapid medical advancement, questions surrounding death, dying, and end-of-life care have become more and more complex. And end-of-life care raises these issues of clinical and ethical concerns, but also deeply spiritual ones. Over the last year, we've met both at a research symposium and then in breakout meetings about the issues surrounding death and dying within the medical community. And so we're excited to bring some of those conversations back to you here. The panel today brings together experts to explore the intersection of biomedical ethics and Islamic thought in the most delicate moments of our lives. We begin with an exploration of how Islam conceptualizes death, not as an end, but as a transition with divine purpose. And then we turn into the ethical dilemmas facing families and, in particular, healthcare providers. So before we begin, inshallah, I'll introduce our first panel, and then we'll leave all questions to the end. After each presentation, we'll bring the panelists back up for a larger Q&A. And so to begin, it's my esteemed honor to introduce Maulana Sayyid Muhammad Rizvi. He'll be speaking on the concept of death and dying in Islam. He was born in India, raised in East Africa, and now lives in Canada, studying at the Hawza Ilmiya in Qom. And he served as the Imam of the Shia Muslim community of BC from 83 to 91, and earned an MA in history from Simon Fraser University. He then directed the Islamic Education and Information Center in Toronto, and since 1996 has been the resident alim of the Shia Ithna Ashari Jamaat of Toronto, right here in this very building. An accomplished author, his works include Marriage and Morals in Islam, Shiism, Imamate, and Wilayat, and a forthcoming complete explanatory translation of the Quran. So if I can, it's already here, alhamdulillah. So if I can please ask him to come up with a loud salawat, please.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان اللعين الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا ونبينا بالقاسم محمد وعلى أهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين واللعنة الدائمة الباقية إلى أعدائهم من الآن إلى قيام يوم الدين. Sisters and brothers in Iman, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Initially, the idea was only for me to, participate yesterday in the main speech, the beginning of the program. This issue of death and dying, actually, I was in London just 2 weeks ago, and one of the presentation that I had on this issue, and the brothers said that it would be good to share that with this gathering also. Actually, I see some of the people who were there in London. So for them, this is a repeat anyway. Basically, I would like to not talk more about all issues covering the Islamic, bioethics from the medical point of view, but more talking about the issue of death and dying. How do we define that? Because that is the biggest, point of contention between the fiqhi point of view and the modern medical point of view. And so let me begin by saying that, Islam is a way of life for Muslims. It governs all aspects of, human life. There is nothing where Islam has not given us the guidance, maybe specific sometimes, but sometimes maybe just, general guidelines. And so medical ethics is also covered by the Islamic teachings. Everything to do with the family planning, contraceptives, abortion, new reproductive techniques, human cloning, organ donation and transplantation, and the end of life issues. Some of these things I actually have written about it in mid-80s in the book called Marriage and Morals in Islam. There is a whole chapter on that towards the end. And so, but for today, we will be only talking about the defining death. How do we do that from the Islamic perspective? I'll just make one comment that, in the time when so-called Islamic or Muslim civilization was at the peak, the centers of learning for so-called secular sciences and religious sciences were all one. There was no separation. Unfortunately, it's more with the colonial, impact on the Muslim countries that, this separation has been there. Otherwise, you will see in the past that there were people who would be expert in their own scientific field, but also very well educated on religious issues. And there will be religious scholars also who go and study, their area of interest as far as science is concerned. I think one of the obvious example for us would be Avicenna. He top, class of theologian and philosopher in his own right. As well as he was expert in medical science. He had a book called Al-Qanun fi al-Tib, which was translated into Latin, and just till about 200 years ago, that was the book used in the Western universities for medical science. And so, unfortunately, we went away from that path. But now, these issues are coming up, especially when we look at the individuals who are more into medical science, that, religious issues are also important for them. And so there is a conversion there that these issues are being discussed in both arenas. When we talk about, the sources of Islamic teachings, it's important just to, summarize here. Quran is the main source for us. including the Sunnah, the Prophet's tradition as preserved by the Ahlul Bayt. And relying on these two primary sources of our laws, the jurists have formulated certain al-usul al-amaliyya, procedural principles that govern the new issues and problems. And so even those procedural principles are derived from the main sources, so that when we come up with a new issue, we can use that to find the solution. And this is what is known as ijtihad, and we talked about it yesterday. When it comes to the life and death, of course, we can't separate one from the other. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He is the the one who gives life, and He is the one who gives death. The famous ayat from Surah Al-Mulk, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He says about Himself, تَبَارَكَ الَّذِي بِيَدِهِ الْمُلْكِ, blessed is God in whose hand is the kingdom, and He has power over everything. He created death and life so that He may try who among you is the best in good deeds. It's interesting to see that, the term death has come before life. I normally, for the people in Toronto, they must be familiar with that. Whenever I talk about this ayat, I say, if it was a human writing, and if I was the editor, I would say, there's a mistake there. It should have been He created life and death. But no, there's no mistake in the Quran. Death has been mentioned first, just to make us realize that our life in this dunya is not forever. And so both these issues is a reflection of the power of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the purpose also, has been very clearly mentioned there. And so for us, the worldly life is test and trial. We have been charged to maintain our spiritual and physical well-being. And hereafter is the place where we will see the results. Now, between birth and death, we have been charged with the duty of maintaining our spiritual as well as, physical well-being. And this can be summarized in 3 points: to provide whatever is necessary, and to protect from whatever is harmful, and to treat whenever the body is afflicted with a curable disease. Keeping in mind that, life for us is the life of test and trial. God tests us in different ways, including by sickness and disease. And so suffering in illness is part of the broader scheme of this life, and therefore this debate of, quality of life versus quantity of life does not arise in Islam. We don't have that discussion. And this is where we see that, so suicide in any shape or form is totally forbidden. Now, Canada, more than a year ago, I think we had this law passed, made medical assistant in dying, and UK just passed the law, I think just this week, where a similar process has been allowed. But from the Shari'i point of view, that is, any kind of involvement with that amounts to, committing murder, facilitating that. And so that's issue that, inshallah, maybe it will be discussed in the next bioethics, seminar. So let us come to the main point that I would like to, discuss here. What is death? And this is where we see that, when it comes to the modern definition, we talk about the term brain death. And this is something which is, came up in the late 50s and after that. And this is the way it is defined: when all upper cortical functions of the brain cease to function and a person is pronounced dead. But the traditional, definition is heart death. When the lower brain stem ceases to function and the heart stops, and a person is pronounced dead. Now, this is just a, image for us non-doctors, non-medical professionals to see what we're talking about when we talk about brain stem and the upper part of the brain. So now we come to the issue of how do we define. In Sharia, basically, there are three methods of defining things. One is known as urf shar'i, the religious basis of definition. And this applies to the concepts which were either invented or adapted by the Sharia and given a new meaning. For example, the word salat. This existed in Arabic before Islam. But there, the meaning was dua. But Islam took it and gave it a different meaning. When the word salat is used mostly now, the urf shar'i is that it refers to specific ritual prayer done in a specific manner. Then we have something known as urf am, the common perception. And this actually applies to the concepts and terms that existed in society and were commonly understood by the people. There are many things. You don't have to be even, educated or literate. You could be somebody living in the desert as a Bedouin who doesn't, even know ABC. There are certain concepts, many concepts are there which are, defined by the urf. And then we come to urf khas. Now, urf khas, the definition which are given by the experts, this applies to concepts and terms that neither the Sharia has defined, nor the common people have a way of defining them. So when there is no urf shar'i, no urf am, this is where urf khas comes in. Then you go and ask those who are experts on this issue. So when it comes to the death, when does the death occur? This is where we have to realize that before I come to the definition given by the majority of our ulama on this issue, I would like to go to the one ayat of Quran where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala uses the word tawaffa. Ayat, Surah 39, Ayat 42, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Allahu yatawaffa al-anfus hina mawtiha. Means Allah is the one who takes the soul at the time of death. Now, it's interesting, when you look at the word yatawaffa, this actually refers to taking something fully. And it comes from wafa. I think we, in our own common language, in Farsi or Urdu or even Gujarati, for example, if I had taken a loan from someone, $100, and I give him back only $75, you can turn around and say you're not done wafa. Means you were supposed to give me $100. You just gave me 75. So this concept of complete is very important here. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Allahu yatawaffa al-anfus. And this is where, then the question comes up when we talk about taking of the soul by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through malakul maut, of course. Would the act of taking the soul fully apply when the higher functions of the brain cease working? And maybe there is still activity in these stem cell there? Or is the soul fully taken when the lower brain stem also ceases to function? I'm not a medical doctor here, that I'm trying to apply the concept of yatawaffa on this two different definitions that we have. Interestingly, there is an ayat of Quran where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says when people go to sleep, Allah takes their soul. Those who are still have a life for them, it has been predetermined by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He sends the soul back. But those whose time has come, to the end, Allah retains the soul. And so it's interesting that from the Quranic point of view, sleep is kind of a semi-death phenomenon. Maybe the Muslim, experts have to study about this phenomenon of death from the Quranic point of view. So we see this sleep is the time when Allah, in a way, has taken the soul, but not fully. If He takes it away fully, that's where that person, he died in sleep. And so this concept of taking the soul fully is part of this definition of death that the fuqaha basically look at it. Now, going back to the issue of, defining, who defines that? Death is a common phenomenon. It existed from the day of Adam. It's not something we just started in the 50s or 60s. For centuries, millions and millions of people have this concept of, death. And so this is where the majority of the Shia mujtahideen go with the urf aam definition. And they say when the heartbeat stops, that is the death, even if the brain has stopped working before that. Now, when I say, okay, let me just give you the three views that we have. There is a minority view among the Shia mujtahideen who lean towards the brain death criteria. But although they lean towards it, they exercise caution when giving a fatwa. There might be, some mujtahideen of the second or third level who are not marja. They are experts. You go and ask the mas'ala at that time when they don't have following. Sometimes they will be very bold in giving their opinion. But that person later on becomes a marja. When he becomes marja taqleed, he is actually taking on the responsibility of the actions of his, hundreds of thousands or millions of followers. With that burden on him, you will see that same mujtahid who maybe 10 years ago, when he was not a marja, was giving one opinion. When he becomes a marja taqleed and you ask for the fatwa, he will exercise ihtiyat and precaution. This is an insider story I'm telling you, okay? This is how the things work. Because a marja has taken on the responsibility. Somebody who is just a mujtahid, doesn't have a following, he can, be as, broad in his assessment and, decisions. And this is something you have to realize, that even those who lean towards that, when it comes to the issue of giving fatwa, they said still exercise caution. Especially when it comes to the issue of, doubt. This is where the procedural principles come in. When we have a doubt whether this person is dead or not, on one hand we see the brain is dead, but the heart is still beating. It's a situation of doubt now. And so we basically then use the principle of istishab, which means presumption of continuity. Means whatever was the state before, you will continue with that until it is proven the otherwise. This water was there, I was sure this is pure and tahir. I come back after an hour and I have some doubt. Maybe this has become najis. My yaqeen and conviction about what it was before will prevail. And my doubt about najasat will be eliminated here. And so, a person is alive. We know he was alive. Now we have doubt, is he dead or not? Here the principle of istishab will say, you assume him to be alive until you become sure. Yaqeen can only be replaced with another yaqeen, that now he's dead. And this is where, so let me give you some of the names, which is not in the slides there. Those who don't recognize brain death as a criteria of death, and have the opinion that, it is the heart which is the criteria of death when it stops. You have, the current Maraji, you have Ayatollah Sistani, Ayatollah Bahjat, Marhum Ayatollah Jawad Tabrizi, Marhum Sayyid Muhammad Raza Gul Paigani, Marhum Ayatollah Safi Gul Paigani, Ayatollah Wahid Khurasani, and Ayatollah Musawi Ardebili. There are some who actually have partial view on this issue, which in theory is fine, but when it comes to the practical situation, it doesn't work. Ayatollah Nasir Makarim Shirazi, he says he accepts the brain death as a cause for procuring organs from that person and even dividing his estate. But he is not yet dead for ghusl, kafan, and burial. Now that is a very problematic issue, So you say, okay, this person, you can take his organs, you can divide his estate, but you can't give ghusl or kafan, or you can't bury him. This is where, sometimes things become very difficult. Ayatollah Khamenei also goes with the Urfi definition of the heart stopping, but he allows procuring of organs because he has an opinion that, procuring organs does not depend on death. The only minority among the ulama of our time who accepted the brain death opinion was Marhum Ayatollah Sayyid Sa'id al-Hakim, as well as late Sheikh Mehdi Asifi and Sheikh Muhammad Asif Mohsini. Among them, only the first one was the Marja. The other were very senior mujtahideen, but didn't really have a, marja'iyat or a following as such. And so this is where, the issue of shak and doubt, binds the hands of the mujtahideen on this issue, because you're talking about serious issue of life and death here. Now, this issue of exercising precaution in doubt, where did it come from? We have to realize that death is a very serious issue, of course. It initiates a series of religious rulings, the issue of ghusl, kafan, burial, paying of the debts from the estate, dividing that among the heirs, and then in case of men, the wife will have to observe iddah, the waiting period for 4 months and 10 days after the death of the husband, and many other things come in. And this is where the precaution that you see among the mujtahideen in defining death, this actually, especially when you are in a situation of doubt, whether it is brain death or heart death, this is based on the ahadith of the imams of Ahlul Bayt alayhi salatu wasalam. I'll give you one example here from the hadith of Imam Musa al-Kazim alayhi salam, where it seems those days, and it's in the context of the time of Hajj, it seems there was a situation where there was a lot of lightning, thunderbolt. During Hajj season, many people were dying because of that. And so somebody came to the Imam and asked about it. And then he also talked about the issue of somebody who dies because of drowning. And they look dead. And Imam at that time, and this is, Hisham bin Hakam actually, quoting the Imam, where he says that the Imam mentioned about lil mas'uq wal ghariq. He says that you leave him for 3 days to make sure that this person is dead. Unless something changes very obviously, for example, the smell of the body. That was an indication that the person is dead. But give him 3 days before you go for ghusl, kafan, and burial. And this is where we see the issue of, ihtiyat is coming in. Now, lightning strike often causes cardiac arrest, and the heart can spontaneously recover after that. There is something I would like to share with you. Keep this hadith of the Imam in your mind. The underlined words are 3 days. American Academy of Neurology has guidelines about these issues, and they suggest a 72-hour wait as a predictor of poor prognosis of recovery. When a person has gone through lightning, they say, give him 72 hours. 72 hours goes into what? 3 days. You have our Imam, 1400 years ago talking about it, and now we have the medical science says, in this case of lightning, give that 72 hours, the person might come back. And this is where the issue of ihtiyat comes in, when the mujtahideen talk about this issue. Imam al-Kazim alayhi salam also mentioned the example of a person who was drawn. And so, this was initially presented to the those who are expert in the medical field, and that's where it was addressing them, that we know that, in case of drowning in cold water, the person might meet all the criteria of traditional death. No pulse, no breathing, no flat EKG line, with pupils fixed and unresponsive, yet they are not dead because the cold protects the brain. And so this is where we had to realize, then, that when the mujtahideen do ihtiyat on this issue, there is a basis for it. And it's a serious issue for them. What I would say, as a conclusion of my remarks here, I think the other issues about medical ethics will come later on in the afternoon session. But we have this issue of, withholding treatment or withdrawing treatment. The general principle is that if there is a cure, then we have to provide the treatment. It is wajib. But if there is no cure, then, withholding treatment would be okay. And that's where you go into this serious issue about, removing the life support. And it is important for the family members and the patient themselves. If they are in that situation where there is no cure, they should be aware of the choices and not go for the life support. Because once the life support is there, it cannot be taken out from the Shari'i point of view. In the cases that I have been, I don't have the exact data about this, but people, call me from all different parts of the world, from, North America to Nairobi, Dar es Salaam, as well as South Africa and Karachi about these issues. About the situation of the patient, that the doctors are saying to remove the life support. And I asked them to, ask the doctors to give them 2 days or so. In majority of cases, even if the life support is there, the brain is totally dead according to the medical professionals. It doesn't take that long. Within 2-3 days, the person will stop breathing anyway, even with life support. And that, it becomes easier basically then to remove it. And this is where I think it's important, especially in cases where there is no cure, for the people to know about their choices and not put themselves and their family into difficulty. I'll conclude here. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you so much, Maulana Saab. Next, I have the honor of introducing Dr. Iqbal Jaffer and Dr. Sabra Kanani on a discussion of end-of-life decision-making and the crossroads between major intervention and palliative care. So a wonderful segue into the conversation. Dr. Iqbal Jaffer is a cardiac surgeon based at McMaster University in Hamilton. He completed all his training at McMaster University, including a PhD in blood contacting medical devices. He is currently assistant professor in surgery, residency program director for cardiac surgery, surgical lead for the TAVR program, and surgical lead for the ECLS program. He has developed the Future Leaders in Cardiac Surgery and Interventional Cardiology program with Edwards Life Sciences, and he is currently undertaking a Royal College certificate as a clinician educator. He has a wife who is a palliative care physician and 2 sons who keep him humble. And if there's any time left, he enjoys baking and playing golf. That wife is Dr. Sabra Kanani, our second panelist. She hails originally from Birmingham, UK. She completed her medical school at the University of Birmingham and gained licensure of the General Medical Council of the UK. Following this, she migrated to Australia, where she worked for 2 years as a senior house officer and registrar in the palliative care. In 2011, she immigrated to Canada and completed residency in family medicine at the University of Toronto Credit Valley Hospital. In 2014, she was employed as, she was employed as a palliative care physician at Hamilton Health Services, Juravinski Hospital. She was also medical director at Dr. Bob Kemp Hospice in Hamilton from 2016 to 2023. Currently, she is co-head of service for palliative care consultation services at Hamilton Health Sciences and an assistant clinical professor in the Division of Palliative Care, Department of Family Medicine at McMaster University. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. You would have thought that we sent Maulana our slides so that he could segue our conversation perfectly, but we didn't. He's just that good. We are going to talk about major treatment decisions during major illness. You will see the transition of how things go for many people. We have a story. We're going to tell you a story. The story is full of issues. It is not one single person's story, but the accumulation of several people that we have looked after. This might be a very overwhelming situation for you if you have any recognition of any of these issues that may have happened in somebody in your life or yourself. It is our intent to teach and advise and not frighten. Okay? If any of this is uncomfortable, please speak up during the panel. We are not going to be talking about brain death in this case, but there certainly are multiple thoughts that we both have. And so I just ask somebody to bring that question back up during the panel, and we can talk about it. So, Muhammad, the most common first name in the world, not your family member. 67 male, presentation, shortness of breath. New diagnosis of lung cancer. Additional issue, during staging, found to have a condition called severe aortic stenosis. Now, shortness of breath. Shortness of breath is incredibly common as a finding. Sometimes you can be short of breath because you have a major illness. Sometimes you can be short of breath because you have a cold. Shortness of breath is common. Staging. Staging is the process of figuring out what type and to the extent of the cancer that you have, as well as of planning treatment. Aortic stenosis is a hardening of the major valve separating the heart and body, of which there are numerous treatments available. Okay? So, aortic stenosis in this guy is found to be treatable. His lung cancer is identified as stage 3. He has some spread, but he has options including surgery, chemotherapy, and radiation. He is deemed to have years of life with appropriate treatment. So, by principle, he must undergo valve treatment, as Maulana has stated. When we have options and when we have capacity for life, then we must pursue that. So, he must undergo valve treatment prior to lung cancer treatment, because that's just how his body is going to be able to tolerate both these concurrent conditions. So, he has 2 major illnesses, but both are highly treatable, but serious. He's otherwise relatively healthy and could have many years of quality of life ahead. Again, in the Islamic principle, he must try and preserve his life in this situation. So, we go quickly now. He undergoes valve treatment. He undergoes the lung cancer surgery. He undergoes several rounds of chemotherapy. 2 years on from the initial diagnosis, he's thriving and well. Alhamdulillah, the case is over. Not so fast. Not so fast. So, 1 year from there, he's now 70 years old. Notices that his pants are looser than before. He's also starting to feel short of breath on his walks. People don't come to the doctor and say, I'm losing weight. They say, my pants feel funny. They say, my clothes don't fit the same. My wife noticed that my face is a little bit gaunt. I can't walk as far as I used to. So, he's been keeping up with his doctor's appointments until now. He's had no issues. But he has a new diagnosis. He has a recurrence of the lung cancer that is now spread to his heart, lungs, bones, and brain. So, he's now deemed incurable, but chemotherapy can be given to slow the spread and give him a few additional months of life. So, what does incurable mean? Incurable means it will never be gone, but it may be able to be controlled. Controlled means that the spread can be slowed or it can remain the same. This is a way to prevent symptoms of the cancer, including pain, more shortness of breath, more fatigue, but also as a way to prolong his life. So again, what principles apply? Preservation of life is certainly one of them, but, as again Maulana alluded to, accepting treatments and understanding their scope. Refusing treatments and understanding the consequences. If you accept a treatment and it shortens your life, you needn't accept that treatment. But if you refuse a treatment and it prolongs your life, you have to understand the scope of what that involves and what sort of burden that would place on you and what sort of burden that would place on your family and your body and everything else. So, again, all of these are very nuanced positions, and this is where the difficulty comes in for people. We find that when people are in these sorts of situations, it's often like staring at a buffet menu. You know that you can't eat everything, but that doesn't mean they offer you everything. Moreover, you don't actually know what's good for you or what's not good for you, what you're going to tolerate and what you're not going to tolerate. And sometimes you pick things up and you think, I don't want that. And sometimes you don't pick things and you think, I really did want that. But then it's too late. So the issues are that you have to understand, when you are this person, when you have this person who's your family member, what you need to understand is scope. You need to understand extent. You need to understand how far down this rabbit hole am I going to go. So, Muhammad chooses to go ahead with chemotherapy. He undergoes several weeks of chemotherapy, but after each round he feels worse. He gets readmitted to hospital with worsening shortness of breath and swelling. So because of his valve procedure in the past, he has an ultrasound of his heart, an echocardiogram. He's found to have a large collection of fluid around his heart. The presumption is that this fluid is from the cancer that's invaded his heart sac. They offer him a drainage for symptom relief as well as for preservation of life. This fluid compresses your heart, prevents your heart from beating properly, and is a life-threatening emergency. He feels desperate and he chooses to undergo the drain. The drain works for a few days, and then it gets clogged. They offer him another drain, but they tell him likely that it will get clogged again. They then advise him that the only way to properly drain the fluid around the heart is to have a small heart surgery to open a hole to allow the fluid to drain away. So now he has another major decision. He undergoes the heart surgery. He has some relief, but he's transferred back to the cancer hospital. He tries to get stronger in preparation to go home, but the pain and the shortness of breath are limiting. He is then referred to the palliative care team to help with symptoms. Is this your turn? Normally when I say palliative care team, I walk away now, and then she takes over. His pain and shortness of breath are better controlled. He is unable to walk more than a few steps and has trouble cleaning and feeding himself due to profound weakness. There is a plan for a family meeting with all of the teams providing care for him. Now, palliative care team takes over. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Yes. Correct. So the procedure in this case is a in the context of heart surgery, this is a minor procedure. Okay, and what it is to open up a space in the pericardium, which is the heart sac, to allow the fluid to drain out. It's a more permanent solution than putting a drain back in. Now, in this case, many people undergo these sorts of procedures for symptom relief. It is reasonable to undergo a symptom relief procedure like this, okay? Certainly. In my experience of doing these for people, they are very late stage. And when we do these pericardial windows, is what they're called, for malignant effusion, it was what it's called, people are often dead within weeks of these procedures. And so, as was stated, if there's no survival benefit to this, and there isn't, you do not need to do it. Any other questions before I step down? Yes? Yes? Yes, the chemo. The second round of chemo. Yes? Great question. So here, Maulana stated very nicely, and we can bring this up at the panel again, okay? But he's incurable. And so it is my opinion, Maulana can overrule, is my opinion that when you're incurable, you do not have to do things. His time is limited, okay? He can choose not to do this. the chemotherapy is purely symptom management in this case. It is not life preservation at this point. He will die from this cancer. It's just a matter of time. And so I do not believe that he has to do this. That's key. That's key. That's key. Yes. Any other? Yes. I think so. There's a nuance to that. But ask your question, then I'll tell you the nuance.
The question is, if you can consider doing molecular or genetic staging of the tumor to see if there's a potential clinical trial that might offer a precision oncology option, right? Whether it's a small molecule or immunotherapy or something of that sort, that could potentially, provide, an extra avenue. Do we not need to consider that before we pass them on to palliative?
So I will say, yes, it's usually done right at diagnosis. So they do, I know here in Canada, they do that right off the bat, and all the treatments offered are based on the genetics of the cancer. So usually by the time you're saying somebody is incurable, they've got to the point where the oncologist has explored everything, including clinical trials that may be available.
Hold on, I want to answer the nuance first. One of the nuances of an incurable cancer is also prognostication, which she's coming to in a second. In this particular case, this is a lung cancer with diffuse metastatic spread, whose prognostic term is limited, right? There are certain cancers whose prognostic term are years, okay? And so their chemotherapy, even though they're incurable, okay, their chemotherapy is very controlling, and their symptom burden in those cases is much less. And so again, this is where the nuance of this comes in. We've particularly picked a case that is got a finite end. There are certain prostate cancers, for example, that can last for years. There are hematological blood cancers that can last for years on appropriate chemotherapy, even though they are incurable. And so in those cases, you have to make decisions about what your life expectancy would be in that case, based on what you have available. And so, but we've specifically picked something that is got a finite end.
You have one question here again, sorry.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. This was a 70-year-old man with terminal cancer. What if it was a 40-year-old man with terminal cancer?
Age doesn't matter. Honestly, age doesn't matter. I see patients from their teens to their 20s. And honestly,
you would still recommend no treatment? And would Maulana endorse that, please?
It has nothing to do with age. It has all to do with the stage at which the illness is at. And so, unfortunately, bad things happen to young people, and their time can be limited too. And I'm seeing it more and more in this day and age. Younger and younger patients are getting diagnosed with incurable cancers earlier and earlier in their life. So it truly has nothing to do with age, but to do with that.
My second question is that if you are basing your conclusions as a physician on prognostic indicators, right? You have those curves, the Kaplan-Meier curves, etc., which will tell you basically, give you the authority to tell the patient that your chances of survival are very little, okay? But is that acceptable by the Sharia? I mean, we know that God can give that person a life for 10 years more, and we've seen, I'm sure you have seen, patients with terminal cancer yet living for another 10 years.
I think it depends on the medical situation, and I think we have to trust our medical professionals when they give their opinions on what they perceive that the prognosis is. In the end, we can't force or, make people do things that they want to do against their will. When we kind of here in the West, when we talk to patients and tell them their options, ultimately, the decision is up to the patient as to what they do. But what I will say is we will not offer treatment that we think will cause harm to the patient. That is something that we are morally and ethically obliged not to do. And actually, our medical license can be taken away if we give patients treatments that we think will do them harm. So we will categorically not do that. But otherwise, really, we can talk to them about the options, and then the autonomy goes to the patient.
Thank you.
I want to just add one quick point before we carry on. There's a reason that miracles are noteworthy. They are exceptionally rare events. This progression is our life, is every day in our life. If there is a noteworthy case of somebody recovering from some, they gave me 2 weeks of life and here I am 10 years later sort of situation, that's a noteworthy story. That makes the news. That makes everything, right? So, but for the one that does do all of that, there are hundreds of thousands who do not. And so our opinion is based on the hundreds and thousands, not the one. And our progression of this story is based on the hundreds and thousands, not the one. Okay, we're going to carry on the story. Yes. No, it's okay. We are enjoying the engagement. It's on now.
The patient has a choice as to refuse treatment, right? And then you take over and you control the pain and suffering and all that, right? And that's about it. Control the pain and the suffering and all that, and it goes for another year, 2 years, 5 years.
You're preambling the story. Sorry. Let's see how it goes. Yes.
Are we allowed to sign a DNR at this point?
We're getting there.
Yep.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Yes, I'm going to do.
There. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So now we've come to the point where he's had this pericardial effusion drained, and we're now wondering next steps because the patient really isn't making any progress in hospital and is really quite weak. So the hospital arranges a family meeting which has the patient there, the family there, the oncology team there, and the palliative care team. The oncologist says that the patient is too unwell to undergo chemotherapy. The fact that he's just so weak, unable to mobilize, means that the chemotherapy would be doing more harm than good at this stage and would actually cause him to get more unwell. And for that reason, the oncologist has said, I'm not going to give any more chemotherapy in this case because now the risks outweigh the benefit. And the oncologist gives a prognosis of less than 3 months, which I, as a palliative care physician, would agree to in this case. And this is when we talk about code status as well. And we talk about changing code status to allow natural death or do not resuscitate. Now, I just wanted to talk a little bit about do not resuscitate, because people really, I think, get confused about when do not resuscitate is actually recommended. Do not resuscitate is recommended in a situation where we know somebody has an incurable illness. And when we're talking about resuscitating people, it's actually the point when somebody's heart and lungs have stopped. So they have actually died, and we are trying to bring them back to life. And we know in situations where patients have an incurable illness, such as cancer, that the chances of bringing someone back to life is less than 1%, and those patients will end up on life support, and most of them will not be able to get off life support. So that's what Maulana Rizvi was talking about, is not putting yourself in situations where you know that there will then be difficulty. And being put on life support from an Islamic Shia perspective is very difficult because you cannot then withdraw life support. So this is why, in this situation, a DNR or an allow natural death would be the most appropriate thing to do. So They talk about this, and a decision is made to make the patient do not resuscitate. And then they talk about, where do we go from here? The patient is not progressing, it's very difficult. Is home going to be manageable with family supports, or do they need to think about somewhere like a hospice or a palliative care unit where they'll be able to manage the patient's symptoms and quality of life for the rest of their life? Typically, hospice and palliative care units admit patients who have a prognosis of 3 months or less, and this patient, Muhammad, would qualify in this case because he is in that time period. So they're thinking about this, but in the meantime, Muhammad is in a lot of distress about hearing about his prognosis, and he calls his palliative care doctor whilst his family isn't there and says, "Tell me what is medical assistance in dying." And you know what? This is a common case, and it does affect our community. So people think, assisted dying is not allowed in Islam. Why are we even talking about this? But I can tell you that from experience, Muslim patients, our own community, have asked about medical assistance in dying. So I just wanted to talk a little more about it. So it's been legal in Canada as of June 2016, and there's a whole bill that's passed through Parliament. I'm not going to go through all of the criteria, but essentially anyone who's an adult who has an irremediable medical condition, so a medical condition that can't be cured, can ask for medical assistance in dying. And the way the process works is they have to sign a consent form that was initially had to be witnessed by 2 people. Once that form was done, then 2 assessments have to be completed by 2 separate physicians who kind of go through the certain questions, asking the patient why they would like to undergo medical assistance in dying. If they can kind of explain themselves in a rational way, then they would be deemed eligible, and then they would have the procedure after a 10-day wait period minimum. Now, there's been an update to the legislation since 2016, and now they've included eligibility criteria for patients whose death is not reasonably foreseeable. And there are some kind of safeguards to that, including a 90 wait day period. But essentially, anyone who feels that they have any sort of illness that causes them suffering, even though death may not be in the foreseeable future, can actually ask for assistance in dying. And they've eliminated the 10-day kind of wait period. And they've also kind of made it so that you don't have to ask for explicit consent at the time of the procedure. You can sign pre-consent and then have the procedure even if you lose the ability to give consent right at the end. So as you can see, kind of from 2016 till now, there's kind of been a much loosening of the criteria, and it's become easier for patients to receive medical assistance in dying in Canada. So I wanted to talk a little bit about kind of what drives medical assistance in dying, especially kind of from a patient perspective, and why it's important for us and our community to think about this. I often find that people have physical suffering that might drive it. So they might have uncontrollable pain or shortness of breath, and that's driving their want to die. So kind of making sure that their patient's symptoms are well controlled is really, really important. And they have psychological suffering as well. Kind of terminal illnesses, whether that be cancer, heart disease, lung disease, it's been shown that they cause severe anxiety and depression in a number of patients. And, anxiety and depression is a medical condition. It needs to be treated, whether that's with medication, whether that's with talking therapies, it needs to be addressed. So making sure that the psychological needs are addressed is really important. And then there's spiritual distress as well. And I think we as a community often don't recognize that as kind of for what it is, and don't see it early enough. And, people who are suffering, they may question their faith. They may ask, why has God put me in this position? And, we really have to be able to help our patients who are expressing spiritual distress and really help them come to terms with what is happening to them. So it's really important as a community that we band together and have the resources to help people in spiritual distress. And then, as Maulana Rizwi kind of alluded to, medical assistance in dying is absolutely forbidden in Islam, but that does not mean that people will question and ask for it. And I do personally know Muslim patients that have undergone MAID as well, unfortunately. So we're going to carry on. So the palliative care team recognizes his distress and refers him to a psychologist in the hospital for talking therapy and gives him medication to manage his anxiety. The patient and the family decides they want to take him home, so he goes home with increased supports at home, including a daily nurse who visits to make sure that his symptoms are controlled, and frequent palliative care doctor visits as well for medication changes. So as time progresses at home, he's getting weaker, he's not eating and drinking, and he's sleeping most of the time. Now, family is worried about lack of nutrition and ask about nutrition and hydration at the end of life. And I really wanted to emphasize this because this is a question I get asked every single day. When people are dying, their body is slowing down and their organs do not work in the same way, and therefore they cannot process food and nutrition in the same way you and I can. They don't feel the same hunger and thirst as you and I do, and for that reason they do not need hydration and nutrition beyond what they themselves want. So I always say, if a patient is awake, alert, able to sit up, able to safely drink or eat something, great, give it to them if they're asking for it. However, if they're not asking for it, please do not force feed them. Please do not force them to take drinks in, because really this is a way of their body telling them that they do not need this. And then, people ask about, okay, it's all well and good, and we won't give it through their mouth. What about giving them fluids through their vein? And I say the same thing again, is that their body cannot process any of these fluids, and actually it causes more harm than good at this stage. So all the fluid you put into the vein comes out, leaches into the tissues and makes people swollen, leaches into the lungs and causes the lungs to get wet so the patient can't breathe. It leaches into the gut and causes the gut to become swollen. It really has negative effects. So really, at this stage, we shouldn't be doing anything that is harmful to the patient. And for that reason, at the end of life, whether that's the last few days, the last few weeks of life, we really shouldn't be doing artificial hydration or nutrition. And I really wanted to emphasize this because it comes up every single day. So now we're approaching the last days of Muhammad's life. Unfortunately, his agitation and restlessness are increasing, and his family is having a really hard time watching how distressed he is, despite the palliative care doctor and nurse coming in and increasing his medications. The palliative care team has suggested transferring him to a hospice to help manage that distress and lessen the burden on the family. Here in Canada, a nurse might be able to only come once or twice a day, and the burden really falls on the family to administer medications and know kind of when to give those medications and provide most of the care. So it really is quite burdensome and distressing for families to be able to manage this. And we do have places like hospices and palliative care units available where there's nursing 24/7, there's personal support care workers 24/7, and specialized doctors there available to kind of make those medication changes and do all the cares for the patient. So the family decided that this would be a good idea, and a week later he passes away in hospice, where his restlessness and agitation were much, much better managed. So, concluding thoughts. That was a lot of information, and we went through a lot of concepts. As we kind of said, this wasn't one case. It was a fictional case, but it's a case that we deal with on a day-by-day basis. And we encompass lots of the issues and principles that we come to from both a medical and Islamic perspective. And we kind of wanted to open up the dialogue just so that, because we know that we as physicians deal with this on a day-to-day basis, and you as patients and family members will also come across this as well. So we wanted to kind of make sure there was clarity between all of us. Thank you.
We can take more questions.
Oh, wow, okay. At the end.
At the end?
Thank you. Yeah. No. Maybe we'll let Sabiha go first, and then we'll...
Yeah, we can do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do questions right at the end.
Now that we've made everybody upset.
I know. It's just once today, once yesterday.
What did I do yesterday?
It wasn't you. It wasn't you yesterday. I don't know if Sheikh Hazari is here, but he talked about sucking the air out of the room. But that means we're having great conversations. And when we had both Dr. Iqbal and Dr. Sabra present earlier on this year in April for the Icair Research Symposium, it was similar, that everyone else was like, that was the conversation that everyone wanted to extend over the day and a half. So I'm really thankful that we got this opportunity to do it in front of you all as well. So we're going to finish off this panel with a presentation by Sabiha Bandali. She cut her bio in half. So I'm just telling you all there's a lot more that goes into this, but she made me read a smaller version. She's going to be speaking on the psychosocial considerations during serious illness and end of life. She is a hospice social worker who works with patients who have serious illness and are at the end of their life stage. She also works with families to provide psychosocial support throughout the dying process. Sabiha has an academic background in psychology, social work, and palliative care. She's also part of a faculty for palliative care studies. With a loud salawat, if we can please invite her up.
Assalamu alaikum. So first I wanted to thank Dr. Iqbal for upsetting everyone and setting the stage for me. But in all honesty, I think what Maulana Rizvi shared and what Dr. Iqbal and Dr. Sabira shared really set the framework for what I hope to share. So thank you for that. Respected scholars, my elders, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum. I begin by seeking help from God for help in finding the words and the thoughts to seek clarity and guidance, because these are not easy conversations to have. These are definitely sensitive subjects. There's a lot of anxiety around it, a lot of tenderness that needs to be held as we speak about these. So thank you for being here and thank you for being part of these conversations. So I am a hospice social worker, and I have the privilege of working with people who have a serious illness and who are at the end stage of their lives. I'm also fortunate to work with families and loved ones, and as many of you may have experienced, a serious illness is not an isolated experience. Everyone within the care circle is impacted by the illness, and much care is needed to provide support during this challenging time. So as Muslims, we always turn to our faith for guidance in every matter. And I think this has been the underlying theme of all these conversations we've had. What we say, how we say it, what we do, when we do it, in life-altering events like birth and marriage, business transactions, the rights after death, Islam is a way of life. And all our thoughts and actions rely on our faith for guidance and support. And so the end of life stage is no different. So we may wonder why we have a need to have these conversations. Obviously, we saw that they can be upsetting, they can be anxiety-provoking. Some 50, 60, 70 years ago, we may not have had a reason to have these conferences because life and death matters were simpler. This is not the case today. Our advancing technology has offered many blessings, but it has also complicated matters. We are living longer, but are we living well? We have many options, but are we choosing well? Is more always better? And is prolonging life at all cost the Islamic way of living? Our scriptures and books of traditions remind us constantly about the inevitability of death. We are cautioned about the dunya and its temporary state. We are reminded eloquently by Imam Ali to gather provision from the dunya, not for the dunya, right? So in other words, we are reminded to prepare here for a permanent life in the hereafter. And yet, the struggle is real. Death is very difficult to accept. And that too, this difficulty of accepting death is a God-given human experience. As human beings, we are innately wired to fight for life, to protect ourselves for survival. This beautiful instinct is what keeps us alive, and this is a blessing from God. However, we are reminded in the Holy Quran that this temporary life will end, and each of us will taste death. We're also told that our beginnings started from a place of weakness, and towards the end, we will revert back to weakness. Death can come to us after old age. At this time, one of my hospice patients is 104 years old, mashallah. Other times it's a sudden event, such as an accident, natural disasters, or war. And other times after a serious illness that does not have a cure and eventually results in death. So when we think about illness, there are three helpful categories to consider, and this idea was presented by a hospice chaplain. The first is simple, illness that we face every day. So this is our common cold, flus, infections, broken bones. We get sick, we seek treatment, and we are cured. The second category, and this is kind of what Dr. Iqbal referred to, is that controlled stage of an illness, where the illness is managed well. So we have interventions that help us be function well. We're able to do the things that we enjoy doing. An example of this would be like diabetes, for instance. There's no cure, but with diet, with lifestyle changes, with medication, we're able to manage this well. The last category is the category where an advanced illness gets to that stage where the treatment is no longer helpful, where the benefits of treatment are not realized, where the burden is great. This is again where Dr. Iqbal and Dr. Sabira refer to that stage where that second round of chemotherapy, that after each round, Muhammad felt worse, right? So at this point, the benefits of treatment are not being realized. And in fact, there is more suffering and difficulty. This is now a serious illness, which means that it could lead to a limited life expectancy, meaning that one could die from this illness. This is where things get complicated and challenging. With advanced technology, we now have choices and options. And even though we think we love choices and options, this can really complicate life in difficult ways, making it necessary to have these conversations. There are many questions that are being raised by patients and families that care for their loved ones in this stage. What is our faith teaching us? How can we make God-centric choices and decisions? What is acceptable? What is permissible? What is recommended? And what can be avoided? As healthcare professionals, we are grappling with these questions. We talked about moral injury in our first Icair symposium. We need to have better guidance so that we can serve better. We have to find the courage to have these conversations, and this is why these spaces are so important. We need to feel confident about the choices we are making. We need to understand that these are aligned with what God would want from us. So at the last symposium, I shared a few challenges that Muslims with a serious illness and their families face. And I would like to share these today as a way to get us all to start thinking about some of these matters. We do not have clear answers, but we have started the conversation. Great minds and hearts are engaging in this dialogue, and the effort is underway to get more clarification. So this is just a place for us to continue these conversations. So the first psychosocial consideration is the idea of saving a life at all cost. Our earlier keynote speaker, Sayyid Munir, talked about how we were trustees of our bodies, of life that's been given to us. We are not the owners, right? So it's an amana. We talk about the trust. But should we preserve life at all cost? Technology is offering us these advanced ways, and the doctors alluded to some of these things, like ventilators and feeding tubes. Should these be utilized at every time, regardless of risks and burdens? And we also, when we speak about risks and burdens, we have to pause for a minute, because Maulana Rizvi explained this really beautifully when he was talking about how an expert, the burden that an expert carries is different from a burden that a mujtahid carries. So even in that situation, you really have to reframe what burden means. So what does that mean? What does burden and risk mean when we look at it through the Islamic lens? Our first task may be to find our own language and find the definitions to these terms so that we are better empowered to weigh these matters carefully and faithfully. The second consideration is the idea of the suffering absolving sins. And this is, God's compassion and mercy is deeply conveyed to us in this hadith, in this beliefs, that when we suffer, our sins are absolved. There's a lot of comfort that we can derive from that. But does that mean that we welcome suffering by pushing away relief? Because relief is also a blessing from God. Does this mean that we welcome pain, even if there are means to alleviate pain, in the hopes that our pain will wash away our sins? I have worked with patients who have refused pain medication because they believe that that pain is the process through which they will purify their soul. Is this what Islam is teaching us? Or is it our duty to use halal means to find relief and ease when we can? Advanced care planning. We live in a system where there are documents in place that help us protect our autonomy and choice. In healthcare, we have forms, and Dr. Sabira alluded to allowing natural death and the DNR, for instance, that allow us to make certain wishes known. These act as guidance to the medical community and families in the event of life and death matters. But some raise the question of whether engaging in these conversations or signing such documents imply that we may be playing God, and that this act comes close to overstepping and trying to interfere with God's will and decree. To what extent is engaging in these processes a way to assert our choice based on our faith versus trying to control matters best left in God's hands? And this, again, it's really important to have these conversations because, as Maulana alluded to and the doctors talked about, the whole idea of withholding and withdrawing care. Withholding is where you're able to make some of these choices and look at all these matters and say, based on these considerations, what are the chances of a good outcome? And at that point, you make some choices. So that leads to withholding care. But if we don't have these conversations and things happen, and when things happen in a crisis mode, there is no time to stop. Things just happen very quickly. At that point, we may end up in a situation where now life support is part of the conversation. And at that point, we're talking about withdrawing, which, as Maulana told us, is a subject where we may not have as much wiggle room. And then finally, this concept of attachment. And I think when I think about all these matters, I feel like this may be the underlying matter in all of these psychosocial considerations. We have a hard time letting go. As human beings, we form attachments to this life, to each other, and letting go is deeply painful, as anyone who has lost someone will testify. The ability to attach is an important concept. This is actually a blessing we have from God as well. As infants, we form secure attachments that build a sense of safety and contribute to our development and our growth. Through attachments, we learn to care for each other. And we have relationships, and we build communities through these attachments. As we grow older, we learn to slowly detach. Whether it's weaning from dependency from our mothers for nutrition, or learning to gain self-sufficiency, we slowly learn to detach. This is where we have to find that balance between attachment and detachment. But death demands that we detach from it all, whether we are ready or not. We are asked to let go. And this may be the most challenging ask. There are no easy answers. Each of us has to reflect for ourselves. And we must ask, in our own difficulty letting go, are we increasing the suffering for our loved ones at the end of their lives? In conclusion, these psychosocial factors can cause deep and painful suffering for all involved. Further, it can complicate the grief process after death during the bereavement period. Grief is a natural human experience to loss, but compounded and complicated grief is marked by guilt and regret due to uncertainty whether we made the right decision or not. And it can cause a lot of emotional and spiritual complications. And this delays the overall healing process. Maulana Rizvi, in his talk yesterday, shared a really important idea, which I feel I've heard again and again in so many of our conversations this past 2 days, that we need to find ways to navigate these matters while holding on really tightly to this steering wheel of our faith. And so I ask God to continue to guide us through our thoughts and words and give clarity to our intentions and our efforts. Thank you.
Now I'd like to invite our panelists back up for the Q&A portion of our event. While they come up, Maulana Sayyid Muhammad Rizvi, Dr. Iqbal Jafar, Dr. Sabra Kanani, and Sister Sabiha, I will say it is a testament to the wisdom and definitely the lived and professional experience of the four of them that the conversation has really come full circle. And I am looking forward to the question and answer part. I want to ask the AV team, there's a Slido that is available for all those that are attending virtually. They're going to post the link in just a few minutes, and then anyone watching online can feel free to put their questions there, and we can address them. If they start coming in, we'll do one question from the floor, one question from Slido. So I had a couple of hands up, so I'll reserve my questions first. I'll take one from yourself, please, and then we'll come to the sister side, and then we'll come back to you. So I'm going to ask the brothers to run a mic over. Oh, there is one. Oh, so Dr. Fazil, please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
First of all, I want to thank you all for your presentations. I would like to create like a new scenario because I want to bring up statements that have been made that will hopefully become clearer for the audience. Maulana mentioned about the definition between brain death and heart death, and most ulama still like the definition about the cardiac death as opposed to the brain death. I think the real medical situation is once brain death has been established and you don't have life support facilities, the heart will die within usually 2 to 3 minutes, maybe up to 10 minutes. So to make a clear difference between brain death and heart death is really more academic. Let me set up like an example. You have a young male, very, very healthy, involved in a major car accident, resuscitated, transported to ICU, put on life support. So I bring the life support part of it. I think that's essential. It should be done. Most of them will survive and will do well. However, the rare cases where the patient doesn't do well with all the life support, cardiac, and ventilatory support, then the ICU doctors will order an EEG. 2 EEGs performed 24 hours apart. If they're both flat, medically that person is brain dead. If at that point in time, this is what the medical recommendation is, you have to stop life support because that person is brain dead. And we know once you turn off like the oxygen and the ventilator, the heart stops usually within 2 to 3 minutes, maybe maximum 10 minutes. So that's my contribution, and I would like to get some feedback about what Maulana thinks and maybe what the doctors think about it.
Excellent. I'm glad you brought it back up because I wanted to talk exactly about that. The only change in the diagnostic criteria now is that they do a CT angiogram to prove that there's no uptake of blood actually. And so the proof of brain death is that the brain is actually not extracting oxygen at all. That is one of the major criteria now. So there's an EEG, there's 2 physician certification, and there's a CTA that's blank. So if your brain is not uptaking oxygen, your brain is gone. Now, the complicating part. The complicating part is that the cardiac impulses will continue if there is no supracortical function, but there is still brainstem function. And this is where the difficulty arises. I think in global brain, so Maulana showed a very nice picture. Can we put that picture back up for a second? Is that possible?
Yeah, please.
Because this is going to get jargony, and I don't want to do that. The heart can continue to beat as long as it has a stable oxygen supply. If there's a stable oxygen supply, the heart will beat. You can pull the heart out of the chest, put it in a box, give it a stable oxygen supply, it will beat. The heart is the first organ that starts to work, and it's often the last one that will stop working. So when we talk about brain death, there's the brain stem, and then there's the squishy part at the top. Are you putting the picture up for us?
Yeah.
When the upper portion stops, this one, there we go. So when the pink portion, nice catch. The purple portion, okay, is the brain stem. All right, this is where your impulses come from. Your drive to breathe, your heart beats on its own, but there are some controls from the brain stem on your heart as well. In the purple portion, that's sort of down. The pink and yellow portion and the light pink portion, that's all where consciousness lies. That's where all higher order thinking happens. So you can be brain dead from an upper portion, but not from a lower portion. And the difficulty is not in when everything is dead. Those are fairly straightforward. As Dr. Fazal says, when all of that stuff stops, you stop the oxygen flow, everything will die very quickly. But it's when it won't. And when the upper portion is dead, that is still a legal definition of brain death from which you can remove life support, but it's not an accepted Islamic definition of death, and that's the difficulty.
Before I go to the next...
answer.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I said you got the answer, didn't I?
Well, I thought the real question is when you mention about life support, and when you have the definition of death and you stop like the ventilator, the oxygen supply is gone, and that brainstem death will take place within a couple of minutes.
Unless the body continues to spontaneously breathe.
Well, exactly. But if that person is on life support already and is not breathing for 2 or 3 days, wasn't breathing anyway, and then we confirm the brain is dead, so we stop the oxygen, that follows within 2 minutes, maximum 10 minutes.
To me, it's very clear, but I have to somehow explain it to people that make the decisions.
Yes, Maulana.
I think this goes back to the issue which, I mentioned that it's important to discuss these issues and have a decision ahead of time. The first scenario of a young person involved in an accident, that's clear. You had to do everything. It is only when you talk about a normal situation, a person who has lived his or her life, and this is where, the issue is that you are allowed to refuse life support. But once it is put on, you cannot withdraw that. That is the Shari'i issue. You have to let it go until the heart stops by itself.
Maulana, this will never happen. If you keep on providing oxygen, the heart will keep on beating. So essentially, the medical approach is we've determined this person is dead, we do 2 brain EEGs, it's flat, we do the oxygen uptake, there's no uptake, then the heart is still beating because the oxygen is coming from the ventilator. Then the talk has to be there. Yes, we can stop like the ventilator, and then like the person will, like the heart will stop beating within 2 minutes, 10 minutes maybe, max.
So one of the things that we do in this situation is, because we are in this position right now, as Maulana has iterated, that we cannot remove these things. And I agree with you. Let's start there. I agree with you. And I really wish that this situation would change. What our advice has been for people is no escalation. And so no escalation is a position where you are at an established state. Okay? And be that with a ventilator, or be that with nutrition or hydration or whatever else, medications, whatever. You now then pivot to pray for some catastrophic thing to happen. And whether that be a pneumonia that you choose not to treat, or some requirement where the increasing oxygen, and what you do is you do not escalate the care. And as becomes medically appropriate, you withdraw certain things. So you cannot withdraw care that is actively keeping you alive. However, if that care becomes harmful, as in artificial hydration becomes harmful, you stop artificial hydration. If you then need it later, you do not reinstitute it. You see? So this is the sort of clarity in decision making that you need in order to get you past some of these Shari'i positions. Does everybody understand that? There's a lot of technicality in there, both from a legal and medical perspective. There's a question over there.
So I think that's really, this is the part that everybody, I think, would like to have more clarity around, and these are the discussions. So well, appreciate you guys coming and talking about some of these real life scenarios. It really does help to have some of the conversations with our parents and also with our own families. I think these are really important. You guys have all indicated from a Sharia perspective, there's limited choice once you are on life support. I've heard you guys say that a few times. So that's really helpful to hear and understand. Thank you for providing us with some of the options that we have around no escalation. I think some of this language and these terms, we don't really know what they are because we only would experience them maybe 2 or 3 times in our lifetimes and not something that we would experience every day. So these are really helpful terms for us to understand. I do want to understand from a Canadian perspective, And when it comes to the DNR, your wife very clearly identified when you're in an incurable position, signing a DNR at that point is easier, like is something you can do. What do you do when you're not in a diagnosed position and you have, like what, can you put a DNR in place in those situations? What is the Islamic appropriate like approach to something like that? I think that's something that is very hot topic at our dinner table. So I'd love to know what the Sharia.
I think I have a Slido question, so maybe we'll put them both together and then we can have the panel ask.
But before we get, can
Yeah.
you just clarify what sort of situation you would want a DNR in where you are treatable?
So, so I think so. One thing that we have experienced, like this is a very personal experience, and there was not an incurable situation that required there to be a like intubation. Through intubation, something happened where the brainstem activity declined, and then, like, I think it was completely eliminated, and so then we had to make hard decisions thereafter. Now, after that situation, in our dinner table, we've had conversations about, I don't want to go through intubation, or I don't want to go through any of that stuff. I don't want that at all. So that's what we've kind of talked about and kind of landed on. And now with a lot of more of the conversations happening, it's resurfacing. All these conversations are resurfacing. So it's not a condition, right? Like it's just because of that situation. So I know it's very situational, and I apologize. Probably it's not very
Well,
helpful.
I also have 3 situations here from Slido, and they're all like, would it be reasonable to have a DNR for an elderly person in their 90s? They feel due to old age they don't want to be resuscitated if their heart stops. So it's like all of these scenarios, if we could just get like a commentary across, like a general consensus.
Sorry, can I just add to that? So patients going to the hospital, elderly, when the ambulance people come maybe, or when you take them for anything, they ask you right away, do you want DNR? And what are you supposed to answer at that time? I've always been putting DNR for my parents, but I didn't know that we're not supposed to. So can we get to
So maybe Malana Sab, if you can
I think Malana should speak first.
go first, please.
I realize it's a difficult situation. When this situation, when there is a cure, of course, we are not allowed to have a DNR. But we are talking about a situation like, somebody is very old now. And according to Ayatul Sistani, he still refuses that you cannot have the DNR. I have sent questions to him just recently. I'm still waiting for the response about these issues, 2 or 3 questions about it, especially about talking about a situation where there is no cure at all. So I'll leave it to that, see what is his response on that issue. It's important to talk about these issues with the family. Many times I get situations where members of the family, the children, are on opposite sides. Just to emphasize this point, that the conversation has to take place much, before the time. Otherwise, you get a situation where, and this is also the issue of appointing somebody as a wali to make the final decision is also important, especially when you have dispute within the family members themselves. And so, going back to the first question of Dr. Fazal about, removing the life support, the cases that I handle, especially when it becomes very complicated, I have Dr. Shabir Ali Bhai, whom I call up, and he will talk to the doctor with the permission of the family of the patient, find out more details, because sometimes the family members are not able to really describe the whole situation. And then he gets back to me before I give my advice to the family what to do. And we know in Ontario now, the law says that the medical professionals at the hospital now have a right to pull the plug, even if the family doesn't want. And so, but we have a situation where if the life support is there, you cannot ask them to remove it. And if that is the situation, if the doctor is taking their own responsibility or using their authority, they don't do it that easily. They'll give some, they are somewhat merciful to the family, but as I said, my observation is not a scientific observation, but I'm saying that the cases that I have seen, majority of them, even if the brain is dead, within 2 days, the heart stops by itself, even with the life support. I don't know how it works. But that's what happens.
So
that's why we say, just ask the doctors to give a couple of days.
I just wanted to answer your question as well with regards to the advanced care planning kind of piece and documents. From a medical legal perspective, I mean, you can have advanced care planning documents in place, such as saying things like, I wouldn't want to be resuscitated in these sorts of situations, or I wouldn't want to have like a feeding tube or whatever, but they're just guidance here. And so what will happen is when you're faced with a particular situation, if you can answer yourself, the doctors will ask you, now we're facing X, Y, and Z situation, what do you want to do? Or if you're not able to talk yourself, then the family members, the substitute decision maker or power of attorney, if you've kind of appointed a power of attorney, will be the one who's asked in that situation, kind of what do you want to do now? And so I agree, it's important to have those conversations so that you yourself as a family have an idea of what you are willing or not willing to go through when you're faced with a serious life-limiting illness, but knowing that really things change when you're faced with that situation. For example, I recently looked after a woman with motor neuron disease, ALS, and she had advanced care planning documents which she said she would never want a feeding tube, but when it came to facing her illness, she actually decided at that time she wanted to have a feeding tube, so we went ahead and put in a feeding tube. So yes, those documents help guide the situation, but they're no means set in stone, and really in that immediate situation, then decisions will be made. I also wanted to add, from a medical legal perspective in Ontario now, doctors do not have to provide life support, CPR and life support, if they think that it's not in the beneficence of the patient. So if they think that this is actually not going to work, they actually don't have to provide life support here in Ontario as well. So we have kind of patients, and I have patients every day who'll say, you know what, I want absolutely everything done, even though they might be like Muhammad and have an advanced cancer. But the doctors will say, actually, we're not going to provide life support in this situation. And that gets documented, and the patient is allowed to pass away naturally as well.
Perfect. Again, it seems like we segue all of these things. So one of the things about incurability that makes resuscitation very clear, or do not resuscitate very clear, is that there are well-established numbers for resuscitation, okay? And so if you are a healthy 18 to 45 male, as an example, whose heart stops and is resuscitated immediately, okay, with appropriate defibrillation and appropriate CPR, okay, then that is a situation where you have a high likelihood of being re-alived, as it were, because resuscitation is only provided to dead people. That's a concept you need to understand. Now, for every minute that your heart has stopped, the likelihood of coming back diminishes by 9% per minute. So if you have a cardiac arrest for whatever reason, and you do every minute from the moment of that arrest where your heart is not beating, you lose survivability by 9%. If you tack on a major and again, that's in a young, healthy person. If you tack on a major illness or frailty or advanced age, okay, those numbers diminish dramatically. And so if the Shari position requires incurability, old age is incurable. I don't care what moisturizers you put on. Okay, there are certain conditions, there are certain age ranges where survivability from resuscitation is extremely low. It would be appropriate medically to not resuscitate somebody in that case. Okay?
Can you specify the age range? What was the question?
I will offend everybody if I pick a number. I'm not picking a number. So age is, age is a state of mind, that people say. There are people that are 50 that look 90, and there are people that are 90 that look 50. Okay? I'm just going to leave it at that before I offend anybody. The other thing is resuscitation is an ugly business. Okay? Is an ugly, ugly business. There are certain times where you are admitted to hospital with a chronic illness which is now on its downslide. Okay? And it may not be incurable in the way that this cancer, for example, that we gave the example of, is incurable. But it may be the end of this, where your medical therapy, your options are maximized, and you are now failing your maximized options. A typical example in my life is heart failure. Okay? You are beyond a certain age where you will not be offered a heart transplant or a medical device, but the medications that you're on are still not enough, and you keep bouncing back to hospital. In that case, if your heart were to stop, your chances of a successful resuscitation are virtually zero. And so in those cases, a advance directive or a do not resuscitate is very reasonable, very appropriate, both medically and from a religious perspective. There's a question at the back. Yes, yours. With the little girl.
Jazakallah khair for the wonderful presentation. Maulana Sahib, I just want to clarify one thing. When you talk about curability, you said the general principle, if it's curable, and you can provide the medication. But there are some conditions, obviously, that are not curable, but you can manage those conditions for a prolonged period of time, whether it's certain types of cancers or, even talk about AIDS as an example, which you can manage. So just want to clarify, first of all, if that is within the definition of curable, or would there be a different criteria in terms of what sort of treatments can be offered to that? That's the first question. Then the second question is more in terms of, statistically you can be told by your doctor, you have a 98% chance that if we resuscitate you, that you might not survive, but you have a 2% chance that you might survive. So based on that 2% chance, can you still decline the DNR and say, I would prefer not having the DNR, or are you allowed from a Sharia perspective say, okay, I want to have the DNR? And then maybe one question from a healthcare perspective, if I can just quickly squeeze that in. The problem is sometimes you can have someone who goes on resuscitation or like life support whose cognitive perspective or the brain function is good, but then it deteriorates over time. And maybe the doctor can decide to pull the plug. What I've learned about the healthcare system is sometimes you have to try and sort of really find a way to try and sort of push or make the case. What sort of advice or suggestions would you have in terms of, convincing some of those people to try and sort of continue that care rather than pull the plug, especially for a lot of community members who might be in that situation?
I think you put in 3 questions there in one time. Okay, so let me deal with the first one. I'll leave other for Iqbal. When it comes to the issue of incurable situations, although the general principle is that, or curable situations, then you have to do everything that you can, to cure that illness. However, that's a general statement. But when you go more into details, suppose it's an issue of, chemotherapy. That also has different scenarios. And that's where you will have to see, is it tolerable or not to the patient. There they can make his choices there. That yes, this kind of cure is there. It's not really a cure. It will just, manageable or prolong the life. But if it's going to have, serious, pain and hardship, then it is up to the patient to decide that I don't want to go for this. So even when we talk about curable situations where it is necessary to intervene, depending on the options, the patient can decide yes or no.
And I would say it's really important to listen to the medical professionals when they're kind of giving you that prognosis piece. So I've been doing palliative care now for over a decade, and cancers that were completely incurable with a prognosis of weeks at the beginning of my career now have a prognosis of maybe years. So, medical advances are happening at such a massive rate that I think it's really important to listen to those medical professionals and the advice they're giving you with regards to what treatments they would recommend versus what they wouldn't, because they'll be able to guide you as patients and family members about kind of what is appropriate to do at what time. So I think that's why we also can't have an all or nothing or very kind of finite answer to some of these questions, is because things are changing day by day, and what we talk about today might not be relevant tomorrow. So I think it's really important that we kind of get that kind of understanding and understand the broader Islamic principles and use that as a guidance for us.
So I'm going to shift. Did you have something?
I want to finish his last question.
Yes, please go ahead. And then I'm gonna shift over to the ladies. I apologize. I know there's two other here, so I just want to be fair. Go ahead, please, Doctor.
What was the last portion of that question now? Oh yes, Maulana. Oh wait, can I just say a thing about the 2% first of all? The 2% is a statistical number. It's not real, right? When we typically say that your chips are stacked in the wrong direction, to us that's an absolute. But we don't, because there are no absolutes in medicine. Nobody wants to be the doctor who's the story. They told me I had 10 minutes. And here I am 5 years later just kicking along. Nobody wants to be the doctor in that story. So we tell you there's a 2% chance that you're going to survive. That's practically zero, okay? But again, we're all sitting here going, Allah can do whatever He wants, but 999 times out of 1,000, it happens the way it's going to happen.
Thank you. I'm going to go to you, and then there's another hand up. So we're going to take two questions, and I promise I'll come back to the gentleman. Okay,
So,
go ahead.
First of all, thank you very much for bringing up so much clarity into all these very sensitive issues. My question is with regards to the comment you made, Dr. Iqbal, on nutrition and treatment of pneumonia. A common scenario we face, and I've faced in my family, is an elderly mother in her 75s or 80s who has dementia and who is now, advised by the doctors, since she cannot swallow, that just leave her alone. Put her into palliative care, and we don't treat anything. Does the Sharia really allow this? Because when I tried to get, advice, I was told, number one, you cannot let her die of that pneumonia. She should be treated. And number two, you have to put in a stomach tube. And obviously she can't swallow, so we had to go through surgeries and it's not easy to get a surgeon to even agree to put in a stomach tube in that situation. So I would like Maulana Rizvi's opinion on this matter.
I really like deferring to him right
Yeah,
now.
me too.
I feel very comfortable.
Well, the situation is, especially when you talk about a case of a person who has dementia, basically you are now responsible for the person. And as far as nutrition is concerned, it is a duty to provide that, whether you do it normally or by the tube you know, you cannot let a person die with starvation or thirst unless the body actually is no more accepting it. And, you know, so it cannot digest anything. Then that would be the case where, okay, you know, as we say, you know, uski rozi khatam ho gayi.
So
You know,
Maulana
there is
Rizvi,
no risk anymore for that person in this dunya.
So Maulana Rizvi, I'm just going to stop you there because
Okay.
that's what I will actually say, that dementia is a process where the body is actually breaking down, slowing down, and that the body cannot process that nutrition. And that's why medically we do not recommend artificial nutrition, because actually putting in something like a feeding tube, we know in patients that with dementia, the studies have been done that actually it doesn't stop things like them having complications, more pneumonias, more medical complications, providing artificial nutrition. It actually causes that concept of harm. So all the studies have shown that artificial nutrition in patients with dementia causes harm. So this is where we kind of get into this slippery slope. I think that's, and this is where people get confused.
I think to make that statement in an absolute manner would be a little bit difficult from the Sharia point of view. I think you'll have to look at it case by case. If the body is able to digest, if not normally through the tube, then that has to be done. But if it's not going to accept at all, then of course that's, you know, as I said, you know, the sustenance is ended.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So even when we talk about the issue of, let's say, pneumonia, in that case that the sister mentioned, if that is curable at that time, it has to be, you know, treated. Yeah.
And if I can add to that, the question of
No, I apologize. I will. We're gonna take the turns that people have. So I'm gonna get Sister Sabiha. We're gonna have a gentleman that does have to leave, and then I will come to you. I promise.
I just wanted to quickly add to what Dr. Sabira was saying. I think with dementia especially, one of the signs that tell us that the dementia has advanced to the final stages is the refusal of food. And I have patients who will turn away from food, or they'll close their lips really tight. They're letting us know that their bodies cannot manage what we're offering. And that's one of the hardest things for families to turn away, because food is life-sustaining. When we feed, we're nurturing, we're promoting life. But that illness, the refusal of food, and then after that, the inability to swallow, it's a classic sign of advancing dementia. And that's when the body is reaching that point where it's not able to manage the sustenance which keeps all of us alive and going. So being able to see some of those signs and understand where that illness is at can help us have more conversations about what those goals of care should be.
Can I just ask for a clarification on that? Does it happen kind of all of a sudden, or it's a gradual process? So you might be able to give less food
In fact, they'll change the
rather
diet.
than normal, and
Yeah.
then, you know, maybe even further less. So it wouldn't be that, okay, from today
No.
you
Mhm.
stop there.
In
You should be giving, you know, maybe in a lesser portion until it reaches to a point that even, you know, a little bit of nutrition will not be digested or accepted
In
by
fact,
the body.
we encourage families to offer foods that are easier to eat, things that they love eating. So we'll get creative, puree things, and so definitely keep offering, but also be open to listening to what they're telling us.
But you're right, it does get to the point where even fluids can't be tolerated, and it's the doctors and the speech language pathologists will tell you it's not safe for that person to swallow, because any food and fluid is going to go straight into the lungs, and that's going to cause pneumonias and infections, and you just get into this perpetual cycle where they're eating, getting infections, eating, getting infections, and one of those kind of times there's going to be an infection that's basically going to be a life-ending infection. And you know, sometimes people do make that choice that even though it's not safe, the doctors say that it's not safe to swallow, some people still choose to keep giving people food and fluids for comfort because that's what they want to do, knowing that that's likely to give them an infection that will make them pass away. So those are kind of some of those conversations that are had, nuanced at the end of life.
And it's all connected. Just to kind of clarify what Dr. Sabira is saying, that the difficulty swallowing makes the food go down to the lungs, and that's what causes infection. So that's that repeat process. And you'll see with those people that there is recurring infections that happen. And those recurring infections, you treat them, but you get to a point where no matter what medication you give to a body, if the body is shutting down, and if the body is so ill, it's not going to be able to join forces with that medication and come up with the resolution. So at some point, and they do say that pneumonia is an old man's friend, because that's usually a gentle way that a person does die.
Pneumonia is a mercy
Mm.
in some of these cases.
I
don't
I do.
I don't agree. No, I don't agree with that.
Sure. So what I'm hearing is that there is a lot of appetite. I know Maulana Sahib is here. Sheikh Khalili is in the audience. I think there is a lot of appetite for more of these conversations. I know when we finished off in April, it was not the end, and the doctors and healthcare professionals sitting here have all been coerced into doing a lot more work, inshallah, for the families to make informed decisions, to make faith-based decisions. Inshallah, I'm not promising, but I'm promising that this conversation will not end. So I apologize. We're going to move to the next question, and then I'm going to go to the sister in the back. We're just coming up on Azan time too, so I'm cognizant. We're going to do 2 questions. You have a comment? Oh, if we have time, I promise I'm going to have you go ahead, and then the sister in the back, and then we'll reevaluate. I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
My question regarding the ayah 42 of Surah Al-Zumar that you mentioned this morning. It talks about that the ruh actually leaves the body, in whether people are asleep or the person that dies. Now, my question is, okay, we thought that death comes when the ruh leaves the body, way back. Now, this brought this question to me that although ruh leaves the body, whether you're asleep or you're dead, what is it that keep this person breathing but sleep, but the ruh is not in the body?
We need more time for that. But I'll just tell you,
Yes.
if you are dreaming, it means the ruh has partially gone somewhere.
Wow. Maulana, we'd like that lecture next time. Inshallah. Okay, the sister in the back, and then I promise we'll reevaluate. I just want to be cognizant of salah time.
Okay, so I'm going to read it because I don't want to miss anything. But this is for my mom. And she has advanced Alzheimer's, and she's mostly bedridden. The nurse says that we shouldn't be feeding her. But I feel like, all brother and sister kind of feel like that we can give her boost and we can give her Gatorade. So now we have kind of started just giving her boost and Gatorade 2 to 3 times a day. And she does seem like she's suffering sometimes, but not all the time, because I'm with her a lot of time and she seems okay sometimes. And there are times when she does refuse food, but then there are times when she kind of wakes up and she says like this, means her tongue is dry, and we give her Gatorade or something like that. So, and just day before yesterday, I gave her yogurt, and she was able to have it. So in that case, I feel like we are doing the right thing. I don't know if it is the right thing or wrong thing, but that's what we are doing.
I'm going to get Dr. Sauber, go ahead.
So I want to say from a medical perspective, I think, is your mom here in Ontario?
Yeah, she's here.
If she hasn't had a speech and language pathology assessment, so a swallowing assessment, that's what I would recommend first, because they'll be able to give advice on kind of what textures and what foods and what fluids she's able to tolerate safely. So, and that can be done in the home. They can come into the home. So that's where I would recommend first. And you're doing the right thing right now. If she looks like she's tolerating certain things at certain times, then it's fine to give it. And when she's not wanting or not able and she's saying no, that's absolutely fine too. I think, just think about it like when you and I have the flu and we're sick, we don't feel like eating or drinking anything at that time. And so we listen to our bodies and we say, nope, we're not going to have anything. It's a very similar situation. It's just in this situation, the illness is incurable. So if they're saying at certain times, no, I don't want to, it's fine. You don't have to force them to have anything. And if they're not able to swallow, the most important thing to do is keep the mouth moist. So there's moisture sprays and gels that you can buy in the pharmacy that will help keep the mouth moist even when they're not able to swallow water. And that kind of helps take away that sensation of thirst as well. So that from a medical perspective, I think those are the most important things to do.
So I think in interest of time, I'm going to have Maulana Sab.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your time. Can we have a loud salawat, please?
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala. I just want to make one comment, Shifa, just to wrap it up. Yeah, we have to wrap up in the interest of time. This was one of the, Sheikhna, with your permission, I just want to wrap it up. This was one of the problems we had envisaged, is we're opening up Pandora's box, right? And so this is good, it's not bad. We at Nasimco as well are deciding to come up with some informational packets in consultation with the medical professionals, the health experts, and the shuyukh. So bear with us. We have opened up the subject, and now we owe answers. So we are aware of that. One more comment from the doctor, because I promised him, and then we'll wrap up, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum. We have like mentioned over here about the power of lack of attorney. I think it is very important to stress this aspect of power of attorney. Number one, all of us should have a power of attorney. Number two, I think it's very important that we have three people, not just one, to make that decision. It's a difficult decision, and I think you should have three, because then there will always be a split if you have two. So if you have three, it will make life a lot easier. So all of you, power of attorney, three people. Hopefully two relatives and one outsider or whatever, find out the best way to do it, but three people, power of attorney. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, I thank our panelists. I'm going to have Dr. Jaffer give his final remarks, and then we'll see you all here again at 2:30, inshallah. Go ahead, please.
If you still have burning questions, okay, and you still have thoughts that you haven't shared, that guy sitting on the end there is the head of Icair. Tell him you want us to come back and talk about this some more.
Inshallah, yes. Yes, please. So, the next two events are already planned, inshallah. Thank you so much. Allow salawat, please.
When I have it, I send it. Here's the secret. Here's the secret. I don't have anything. I am so poor, I don't actually have anything. No, it's not. No, not for me. No, not for me. I don't have. I only give from the 100% because I don't have all that.
Not right now.
Please, Abilillah, that's right.
No, no.
Our children are going to see us die poor. There will be no inheritance. You guys are really great.
No problem.
What is your background?
I'm in charge of Okay.
Oh, because you're asking very
pointed questions. Yeah.
Because I think we've dealt with many of these different
in family situations.
Your story, I was saying to her, like, oh, there's all four of our like examples that we've been through.
Yeah. I know, and this is stuff we deal with day by day.
Yeah,
And the questions,
that's really hard.
The questions that come up day by day.
Abundant amount of questions, or
firm do you work in?
No, I don't think it's
Oh, okay. What industry?
real estate.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I work at a pension fund.
oh, good for you.
Yeah.
Much better. It's much better than being a bean counter.
Well, yeah, and now I don't even do
Yeah.
and then strategy and pivoted completely out.
Well, yeah, that, you know, when we were writing this, we were like, I mean, we certainly have seen this story play out exactly the same way, but it really is a combination of multiple stories that have coalesced.
Common things that continue. Like one of the reasons why I'm here is because my mom told me about this, like, I don't know, 3 months ago. She's like, "Oh, my mom never likes it." We had signed one many years ago, okay? And so she doesn't know what I was like, excuse me? And then I started to get a little bit, I'm like, oh, I have to come and hear what it is that we're talking about to better understand.
And here's the other thing about feeding. I respectfully disagree with Moana, and I whispered that in his ear. I respectfully disagree.
And that's why I
When a
had to
bo-
say it.
when
I had to say it.
When a body stops wanting food, I do not think that you have to put food in. I do not think that you have to poke a hole in someone's stomach. I do not.
I don't understand how you would push the boundary.
Exactly.
It would be a natural, eventual.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Then why are we prolonging that
That's
experience?
no, it doesn't.
And that's where we're trying to do the increased dialogue between medical professionals and the marja, because of the because I think that's where the nuances get lost, is they don't understand the nuances.
This is where Icair
And
is really building the bridge.
And this is where we as medical professionals have been asking for this for years and years and
So
years.
good. I think this is very important.
So that's why we're like, this is what we need to do now, is build those connections with the marja and be like, you know, these are the situations we're facing in the West that you don't face in other places. Let's be honest about it.
They don't have the availability.
The resources.
Resources, right?
Exactly.
They're dealing with basic, they don't even have things to do.
Exactly.
No,
So this truly is a West
I go and
problem.
operate in Kenya.
Right.
Right? And you're absolutely, these questions do not come up because they just go home and die. They just go home and die.
And I'm like, that's what we should be like.
And
my mom was telling me, there's no way Islam that aligns.
It doesn't.
It doesn't even align. So how does that make sense? So that's where I'm like, is right and death is
I don't thank you.
No, did you hear her question? No. She said life and death is written. See, the problem is that we assume that we can know when your death is. Okay? No, we assume that we can know. Okay? Because, as I like to say, so my surgeons have these sayings. Oh, but they were so well, okay, before we did all of this. And now they're dying. But they were so well. And I like to say, yes, and I was alive 5 minutes before I was dead. The problem is that life and death is written, except I do not know in your story where that end is. You understand? So I do not know that if I do all of these things right now, whether your end was here or here. No. Until I do not know what your story looks like. Because from here, I only get to live, I get to live minute to minute. I do not get, if I knew for a certainty that you had up to here, I would do everything. But if I only knew that you had to here, and that most of that was going to be taken up with all of this nonsense, I would tell you don't do it.
But that's why the decisions are just step by step. Because you have to face each decision as it's brought up. You can't.
We do not have access to wahi. We do not. We did. I wish we did. It would make my life so much easier. Means phone call came from upstairs. And it was time to answer. That's right. It's only Allah.
That's one of the, so my father passed away in Egypt when I was very young. So because of that has been addressed. Because you're just like if someone was there, you won't have this.
That's right.
You died.
And that's a mercy almost.
Absolutely.
Especially if you live.
Inshallah, that's what I want.
Especially if you live through the rest. Right? If you live through the prolongation, then instant death is a birth.
It absolutely. Thank you very much.
Of course we know. Of course we know. All of us we know.
But you have your
We have our role to play.
role to play. You have your duty to do.
We inform our perspective based on what medical knowledge we have at this given time.
But it's us being like Muslims.
They know. Oh, they know.
They believe
Oh,
in
yeah, yeah, yeah.
like the time is written.
Oh, yeah.
The time they come and the time they go is all written.
Oh, yeah. Most people believe it. Yeah. Whether they have faith or not, they think that there's a kind of.
So let's move on to our next session, inshallah, which is on education, ilm, and identity, Islamic education for a new era. For those who don't know me, my name is Vinay Ketia. And this subject is very dear to my heart because I worked at a Sadiq Islamic school for nearly 10 years, and I was the academic religious director, or director of religious affairs for, I don't know, like four of those 10 years. So I've been involved in Islamic education at both the elementary, high school, and graduate level, where I'm teach, in the graduate school at the University of Toronto. So yeah, this subject is near and dear to my heart. I'm both personally and intellectually and spiritually invested in the subject. So I just want to begin by introducing our speakers today. We have two speakers, Dr. Shahnaz Al-Adina and Hala Hazimi. We'll begin with Dr. Al-Adina. I'll just introduce her bio, and then we'll call her up to the stage to give her talk. We have plenty of time in this, for this panel, so there's a lot of time for discussion and dialogue, and I'm sure that both the talks will provoke ideas and thoughts for discussion, which I really think is one of the super important panels, right? Islamic education. Shahnaz Al-Adina holds a PhD in language, culture, and teaching from York University, with research interests in language, culture, and neuroscience. An experienced early years educator, she lectures locally and internationally. She studies jurisprudence and theology under Sayyid Muhammad Rizvi and Sheikh Shamali, and has developed and delivered courses for young mothers through the Academy of Learning Islam, ALI. She has offered parenting courses. Her focus on the early years integrates insights from neuroscience and developmental psychology to support holistic learning and informed parenting practices. As coordinator of Darul Quran Al-Ja'fari, she leads a Quran memorization program for women. Passionate about lifelong learning, Dr. Al-Adina advocates for Quranic literacy and empowering women through education and spiritual reflections. And I would add that during my tenure at Sadiq, we did benefit from her immensely, especially when it came to teacher training, teacher spiritual training. So there's a lot that can definitely be learned and gained from Dr. Al-Adina. So without further ado, Dr. Al-Adina, can you come up and give your talk, please? Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم جميعا ورحمة الله وبركاته. My topic today is mindful parenting, nurturing children's spiritual and emotional being in the digital age. I begin with a verse from the Holy Quran, in which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Al-mal wal-banuna zinatul hayati dunya wal-baqiyatu salihatu khayrun inda rabbika thawaban wa jaza wa khayrun amala. Wealth and children, Allah says, are the adornment of the life of this world. And the everlasting, the good works are better with your Lord in reward and in expectation. Imam Zainul Abidin, in his Risalatul Huquq, talks about the rights of the child. And he says the right of the child is that you should know he's from you, and will be ascribed to you through both his good and his evil. In the immediate affairs of this world, you are responsible for what has been entrusted to you, such as educating him in developing good ethics, pointing him to the direction of his Lord, and helping him to obey him. So act towards him. This is the last line where Imam is now guiding the parents. So act towards him with the action of one who knows that he will be rewarded for good doing towards him and punished for his evil doing. So when you look at parenting, and I specifically chose mindful parenting, because engaging in parenting can be of different aspects, but being mindful of how you parent is crucial in Islam. The concept of mindfulness, which is muraqabah, has been given high preference in Islamic practices. So when we understand this message, it tells us that children are our trust that has been given to us, and we need to take responsibility for that. So looking at what we call the future of Islamic education, so whether we say is parenting with a manual or without a manual, is there a right way to parent? One of the primary concerns of Muslim parents in the West is the religious identity of their children. Many parents wonder, what is the secret in raising a child with iman, or faith, in a society in which being Muslim is challenging? In an article by Dr. Umaji on the development of religious identity of young Muslims, he states, although Muslim families transmit their religious affiliation to their children at higher rates than Christians in America, approximately 20% of those raised as Muslims do not identify as Muslim in adulthood. This is a huge number. This is 1/5 of the Muslim population who will be raised in the West, will grow up and not identify as Muslims. This is scary. So with tons of literature on parenting, where does one begin? In the last 3 decades, we've seen tons of the tone of parenting issues change. They've shifted. From the beginning, we had seen from adult-centric to child-centric, and now we see some trends reverse. When Dr. Michaeline Dockleff became a mother, she examined the studies behind modern parenting, and she found evidence frustratingly limited, and the conclusions were often ineffective. So she was curious to learn about more effective parenting approaches. She visited several villages, several countries. She actually went to 4. When she went to a village in Maya, in the Yucatan Peninsula, she encountered moms and dads who parent in a totally different way than we do, and raise extraordinarily kind, generous, and helpful children, without yelling, nagging, or issuing timeouts. Dockleff wondered, are Western parents missing out on something? She has written a book, Hunt, Gather, Parent, What Ancient Cultures Can Teach Us About the Lost Art of Raising Happy, Helpful Little Humans. It's a very interesting book. It sort of takes us back to some of the values we had and we've actually discarded in adopting values that have not really, it has actually taken away some rights of parenthood from us. The title of her book is an indicative that modern parenting ways are missing certain aspects. Has modern parenting become more stressful? That we need to regain the art of happiness again? Is parenting a joyful experience, or is it very stressful? In an article in CBC published in August 2024, it states, modern parenting is so stressful that the US issued a health advisory, something that parents said was long overdue. We are seeing the stress levels and anxiety facing parents in raising kids in modern times and ask, where are we going wrong? In today's fast-changing digital world, how do we raise children in a way that remains rooted and relevant? Let us now consider the guidance from Allah and how we perceive the role of parenting in Islam. Parenting is a trust, as we read from Imam Zainul Abidin. In Islam, children are not possessions. They're a trust, they're amana from Allah. And as parents, we are the caretakers not only of their physical self, not only of their bodies, but of their minds and souls. Our role is to nurture their fitrah towards belief in Allah. It is not about teaching a religion, rather, it's living in ways that children can feel and follow. This places us in a role where parenting has to be present, intentional, and aware of how every word, action, and decision that influences this trust takes place. In Nahjul Balagha, Imam Ali alayhi salam in letter 31, Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ali Muhammad. When he's advising his son, he talks of the heart being an empty, uncultivated land, and whatever is planted will be accepted. And thus he takes the opportunity himself before any other outer forces can influence his child. This is a clear indication that we cannot outsource our parenting role to anyone, be it madrasa, be it nannies, or schools per se. These are agents that support our task, but this sacred responsibility is entrusted to us as parents. So what is our vision for the future? How do we envisage Islamic education in the future? As parents, everyone is concerned for their children's future. As Muslim parents, we must pause and ask ourselves, what kind of human beings do we want to raise? Is our vision only academic or material success? Or do we also prioritize faith, character, resilience, and service to others? These are self-reflection points where we need to ask ourselves. Are we raising children with a vision that withstands all times? The times are changing. What are we modeling in our own beliefs? Are our homes spiritually nourishing? And are we shaping our children's hearts or just their habits? If we want children who are conscious of Allah, confident in their identity and compassionate to others, we must first align ourselves with that vision. Change begins with us as parents, in our routines, in our language, in our digital habits, and in our intentionality. When we become focused in our intent, then the question of outsourcing parenting to madrasa or schools or daycares becomes contentious. It is like taking care of $1 million diamond ring. Can we entrust that to anyone? Our kids are worth more than $1 million. So here's a reflection. If our children imitated us exactly in prayer, patience, and purpose, where would they end up? This is something for us to take home. Let us now consider some of the challenges we encounter in parenting. If we reflect carefully, we observe that the digital world presents a new kind of challenge, one that disrupts the foundations of mindful parenting and child development. It exposes children to competing values and unfiltered content. It weakens family connection and the emotional presence, and often outsources moral guidance. If parents are not present in this position, then children's identities are risked, and we risk shaping their identities through social media, which children will constantly go back to. It offers a lot, but it is something we need to be very careful. It was in a poll conducted by the Institute of Social Policy and Understanding, American Muslims poll in 2021, 56% of Muslim parents say preserving Islamic identity is a top challenge. We know it. We're facing it. And this gives parents a huge role. We need to become more proactive. Preserving identity in the world of hyper-individualism means helping children stay rooted in faith and values, even in a society where everyone tells them, be whatever you want. It requires guidance. It requires support. It requires presence. Another area where parents are constantly struggling is with continuous engagement or entertainment of their children. Any spare time is being considered as boring time. We had the professor yesterday when he talked about his childhood and looking at the ceiling, and those were moments. It is said digital devices, they provide rapid. Neuroscience is telling us now that these devices provide rapid, high-intensity sensor input towards the children. And this trains the brain towards a reward system to crave for instant novelty and quick gratification. When that stimulation is removed, ordinary moments like stillness, reflection, unstructured play, it feels empty. It feels frustrating. So it looks like that the child's nervous system has become so wired to expect continuous entertainment. So this, when we look at this modern society who value productivity and busyness as value, children internalize that. And yet, from an Islamic perspective, quiet time is spiritually valuable. For reflection, for tafakkur, for creativity. Those of us who remember when we grew up without any modern toys, what were our toys? We played with in the kitchen with saucepans. We created images out of what was available. When everything is handed to a child, we are robbing them of that power of creating. We are robbing them of that time where being bored is fine, but it will eventually find a path where they can connect and create something. It allows room for development. So passing on faith in today's world is harder because children are growing up in an environment of constant distraction and increasing doubt. The digital world is not just outside our homes, it's inside our pockets, in front of our children's eyes and shaping their souls. What will happen if our children, if the digital world becomes their primary teacher? This is something we will come back maybe after a decade or even sooner to realize we wish we had done something differently. Adding to these complexities or competing influences that also shape character is this constant screen exposure. What does it do? It tends to dull emotional. Children, no longer are able to express emotions because they're losing that feeling. I don't know, as lecturers, when I already experienced that. When you lecture online and you only see screens. Before you would see faces, but now everybody's behind a screen. Nobody wants to show you their faces. It's like there is no human touch taking place. For children, this is very dangerous, right? And I can go on, but what I'm trying to say that these challenges call for parents to be present and aware. When adult guidance is lacking, children will turn to their peers on the internet, undermining the trust and grounding essential for strong character. And this erosion of character doesn't happen at once. It happens gradually, as daily habits and influences reshape the child's fitrah. And unless parents are present, intentional, and spiritually anchored, our children will be influenced by what we call the digital era. So what is the solution? How do we get out of this? How do we get out of this? Or are we comfortable with this? These are questions we need to ask ourselves. It is often said, raise your children for the times they live in. I've heard this many times. Don't raise them the way you were raised, right? This reflects the truth. The context change, digital life, mental health challenges, identity struggles. Our children face things which we didn't. But in adapting to modern times, we must not lose the timeless foundations of human development, such as truth, justice, self-discipline, God consciousness, and compassion. Shahid Mutahari starts by framing education as a response to fitrah, the God-given nature of every human. He says education must preserve and elevate this innate spiritual and moral compass. Education divorced from spirituality produces knowledgeable beings without wisdom. Shahid Mutahari draws a clear and profound distinction between ta'aleem, that is education, and tarbiyah, emphasizing that while both are necessary, they serve fundamentally different purposes in the development of the human being. Mutahari warned that ta'aleem alone cannot create individuals who are clever. No, he says it can create individuals who are clever but potentially harmful if not guided by proper values and spiritual training. As we see today, we have very educated people but lacking values and ethical principles. They can go on, destroy anything and anybody because they feel they know. Such kind of knowledge is dangerous. He advocated for education through practice. True learning comes from doing, not just hearing, especially in a moral and spiritual domain. It's just like a person who merely hears about trust cannot be trusted. A person who practices it becomes trustworthy. So Mutahari maintained that training must be grounded in timeless principles. The method of nurturing can and should adapt to the era and the environment. When these approaches are informed by neuroscience on brain development, they yield the greatest benefit. The Prophet's emphasis on play in the early years reflects a profound understanding of child development as a joyful, loving interaction. During the first 5 years, when the brain is rapidly growing, a human being's brain develops in the first 5 years up to 70%. That's a crucial information. If that brain capacity is very vibrant in those early years, then laying the foundation for an emotional well-being and happy parenting will produce resilient child in later years. We must not allow that period to pass. It's a crucial time. From ages 7 to 14, the brain enters a stage of heightened neuroplasticity. particularly in the prefrontal cortex, where planning, self-control, and decision-making mature. These are also almost physically stable. The ages between 7 and 14, the child is very stable. All the teeth have come out, physically stable. There is no hormonal imbalance at that time. This is the time to instill structure, to train, to reinforce rules and boundaries. They're ready for that. But one period of development feeds into the other. If you are not careful in being happy, the child in that early stage will be resilient. And the second stage feeds most importantly to the teenage years. As a child enters teen years, the surge of hormonal changes and emotional intensity is best met with empathy, not resilience or resistance. This calls for a shift in parenting style, one that emphasizes friendship, open communication, and trust. Such an approach aligns with the child's evolving psyche and the need for autonomy. This methodology reflects the wisdom of responding to each developmental phase appropriately. Playing, nurturing in early childhood, structure and guidance in middle years, and connection in adolescence. When each stage is addressed with care, it strengthens the next, leading to an effective tarbiyah. While parenting must respond to the times we live in, it must also respect the developmental journey that unfolds across these formative years. So we've looked at all the challenges in the digital world, the challenges, it's not there's more to it. But I'd also like to look at the other side of the coin, the opportunities that the digital world presents. We cannot ignore that the opportunities of the digital world has presented. There is no doubt that the digital world opened a whole new horizon of connectivity. We went through a pandemic where we were all locked up in our homes, but yet we felt so connected. It made us a global village, where knowledge is now no more restrictive to a place or a school, but can be accessed wherever you are. With the pandemic, more so, it has allowed women flexibility in working from their own homes and kitchens. One is able to access Islamic education, like the tafasir, in other languages and get ChatGPT to translate it verbatim into English. The digital world has given entry to a whole literature that was otherwise not accessible. It has also exposed the mainstream, what the mainstream wants to hide. For decades, the mainstream media outlets around the world have heavily censored and distorted coverage of the Palestinian struggle, often portraying it through biased frames. But with the rise of social media, Palestinian youth and civilians have shared raw, unfiltered stories, videos, testimonies, and images that broke through the silence. The hashtags like Gaza under attack or All Eyes on Rafah trended globally, powered by ordinary people, not governments. These digital voices have mobilized protests and boycotts. They have shifted public opinion, especially among the youth, and they have put pressure on institutions and organizations in raising humanitarian awareness across cultures. If our children are guided by spiritual and ethical principles, they can become digital witnesses to the truth. It is for parents to equip their children in navigating the digital world with wisdom by grounding them in strong values, teaching them critical thinking, and modeling mindful use of technology. When guided by this insight, anchored in faith, children will learn to engage with the digital space purposefully without losing themselves in it. So, in conclusion, let's all bring it together. What are some elements of mindful parenting? right? The thing is, we need to be there, fully present, without distractions, without multitasking. And sometimes for mothers, that's difficult. In this fast-paced world where there's so much need to meet the needs of what the children are asking, we find mothers are constantly multitasking. Listening attentively to the child becomes very crucial. The Prophet ﷺ used to sit down and listen to the child at the child's level. He used to sit down on the ground and play with the children. So being able to listen, to be present, is very important. And then responding, listening attentively without assumptions. It's very easy to be sure that I know what's coming because I know my child. But parenting rule says listen without assumptions and respond with kindness and calmness, showing appreciation. In summary, parenting is all about what you do to create the child you want. Your actions, your reactions shape the nature of the child. So, and this alludes to the slide before, is remember, mindful parenting is not about the child. It's about you as a parent. What you do and how you do, keeping a trust that Allah has made you a trustee. This ni'mah will be accountable. And as followers of Ahlul Bayt, we learn from the best teachers, Rasulullah, that an amana must be returned in its original state. Allah will ask you, I gave you an amana. It was pure. It was vulnerable. How did you take care of it? And how are you returning it back to me? So so the question I would like to end, when does parenting begin and when does it end? It begins, I would say at conception, but there's research saying way before conception, right? When does it end? Officially, at 21, your job is done. But as parents, we like to, it's difficult to let go, right? So we hang on. But it's always good to take the back step now, to be outside the box, to be there as observers and supporters. Because a child will always be your child, right? It is key in maintaining respect and allowing for these birds now to take flight as you watch and guide and observe them. Our training should focus on the Quran and the guidance of Ahlul Bayt. If we place Quran in our lives and in our children's lives, then we will never go astray. This is Rasulullah saying that I leave behind two things, the Quran and my Ahlul Bayt. If you hang on to them, you will meet me in the House of Kawthar. Wa akhiru da'wana alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you for listening. This topic on parenting is still in the early stage of being researched. It is my current paper, and if anyone has anything they would like to discuss or add on to, I would really love to hear, because it's a paper in progress. Sam, thank you.
Thank you for that insightful, thoughtful, and very academic but relevant and applicable presentation. I now would like to introduce our next speaker, and there's only two speakers on this panel, so then we'll have some time for discussion, inshallah, which is Hala Hazimi. Hala Hazimi is a professional learning consultant at NWEA, supporting educators in using data to drive instruction and student growth. With over 20 years in education, she has served as a teacher and principal in Islamic schools, leading her school to national accreditation. She holds a master's in school leadership from the University of Michigan and a Michigan K-12 administrator's license. Since 2017, Hala has contributed to the Mainstay Foundation as a project manager, championing youth empowerment and spiritual development. Her work is rooted in a deep commitment to servitude and continuous improvement and educational equity. So without further ado, come on up, Hala. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. You know, subhanAllah, listening to Dr. Shahnaz's speech just now about the importance that parents play, the role they play in their child's life, and then earlier this morning in Sayyid Ali's workshop, where he also talked about the role of, I guess, the true essence of Islamic schools, right? And the role that the teachers and staff also play in building our students. And so with that being said, and being two very key components, it kind of led to the buildup of what I'm here to talk about today, which is really just talking to you guys about faith-based education, right? Strengthening our schools in this changing world. And so with all of that being said, here is the, oh, there we go. I'm going to have to churn, and I apologize because I can't see that, so forgive me for that. But I just wanted to start off by saying that, subhanAllah, when I was listening to, mashallah, the bios of everybody before me in the last couple of days, you know, I started to reflect and think and say, I'm just literally, I'm here as an educator who continues to teach and to learn, and I'm a mother, and most importantly, I'm a servant of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But giving you a little bit more of a background of why my passion is what it is in terms of education and schools and building and our students, I do have, as was said, I am an educational consultant, right? And I do work with a company where I focus mostly on professional learning. So building our teachers, building our leaders in terms of national within the US, since I'm US based, but also internationally. And so I do travel and work with all American system schools around the world globally. I also sat on several school review teams for schools that were going through their school improvement process of getting accreditation during the 20 years that I spent in Islamic schools as a teacher and then finally leading as the building principal. I have been a member of the Mainstay Foundation for a long time, currently leading our education initiative, a new project that we're putting together that really talks to the future in the hearts of our students and our children. But I am a product of the public school system, right? I went to public schools K-12. I went to the University of Michigan for my undergrad and my grad. And then I also carry that certificate, but I'm also a mother of children who went to Islamic schools and public schools in their high school years. And so I wanted to give you a little bit of a background of where my passion comes from, right? And so let's think about the question of why. Why faith-based schools? And my answer to that would be, why not? Right? We are going through a time where we have evolving cultural landscapes, and we have this secularism that's taking place, right, within our education, our public school systems. And because of that, these ongoing changes in values and in beliefs and in practices and in social norms all do, and we can thank, you know, things like our technological advancements and those shifting of social ideologies, our generational differences, all of these things play a key component, right? And because of all of this, we do need to recognize, and I know the sister said this and others have said this before, we truly need to recognize that our children are growing up in a society that looks very different than ours, right? Schools need to be one of those places that we can trust to prepare our children to engage with this world, but while staying rooted in our faith and our values. And so what are these faith-based schools going to provide to us? Well, one, it's going to preserve those core values, right? It's specifically here in the Western world. It's also going to provide that moral and ethical grounding, building that strong foundation so that our children will always find their way back, because they will stumble, but they have somewhere to fall back to. Cultivating that community. When they say it takes a village, it does, right? It takes a village, and it's not going to be perfect, but it can be much better. Addressing our whole child, we learned a lot about that and heard a lot about that today, but spiritually and academically. We want them to be successful, but we need to make sure that we're doing it in the best of ways. And then creating those leaders. Honestly, it's creating those servant leaders so that they can take pride in spreading our narrative, right? And so it really is all about the impact and the opportunity that we can provide to our children. So I just wanted to give you that background as I introduce the initiative that we are working on, right? And so before I do that, I wanted to ask really quickly, in this room, and because I'm sure I've talked to a few people here and there, how many of you have had the advantage or the privilege of your children attending Islamic schools? Anybody? Okay, wonderful. So you guys are going to know exactly what I'm talking about while I paint this picture right now. And those of you who have not had that privilege and are hoping or wanting, think about this. My first exposure to Islamic schools was when I did my student teaching several years ago. And then I went on to teach and lead in an Islamic school for 20 years after that. Right, so think about being able to start your day and end your day with Assalamu alaikum, hearing that from your children. Being able to practice your religion on a daily basis through morning du'ats, through reading Quran, through being able to pray on time, most of that time in a masjid, if you're lucky enough to have that as part of your schools. Being able to celebrate our holidays, right? Being able to celebrate our Eids, Eid al-Ghadir for one. Being able to implement programs for the Prophet's birthday, like Gifts of the Messenger, which was an initiative that the Mainstay Foundation started several years ago, where the children get to purchase these gifts for, children all over the world who are, in poverty, and they're able to gift them in the name of the Prophet. Being able to hold, which we created also, a Majina, which is that celebration for Imam Hassan's birthday. And then having Anashid playing over the intercom. Also being able to hold commemorations, like the month of Muharram, following all the way through the Arba'in, where students are able to live a little bit of what is lived overseas. Being able to commemorate the death of the Prophet and other Ahl al-Bayt, right, or Ahl al-Bayt. One of them that sticks with you the most, though, is being able to hold a reenactment of Hajj. And so on a yearly basis, we used to create the scene of Hajj until it fell into the summer months, and then we did Umrah. But this is where our students were able to, from A to Z, be able to take part in the Hajj rituals, learning the words, learning the, everything that takes part at Hajj. I remember a student of mine, actually this just happened, I believe it was last year, touched base with me, got in touch with me over social media, and she texts me and she says, "Assalamu alaikum, sister," because that's what we used to go by. And she said, "I'm on my way to Umrah. And I just wanted to tell you, thank you." And these words stick with me. Okay, all these messages I get from my students, but this one really stuck with me. She says, "I wanted to thank you because the feeling that I have as I'm going to the house of our Prophet, I'm going to the Bet Allah, in a sense, knowing what I'm going to and knowing that I get to do it for real this time, stuck with this student over the years." And it kind of fell came back full circle for her, right? She's actually going there. Quran competitions, all of these wonderful things, this is what we get within our Islamic schools, right? But we also made sure to incorporate what we would consider normal activities in our public school systems. We had sports teams, obviously boys and girls separate. We had our spelling bees. We had our science fair. We had our cultural, diversity weeks. We included all of these fun things. But most importantly, I think the biggest takeaway of the 20 years that I spent in the Islamic schools are the relationships that I was able to build and sustain over the years. And I think this is very, very key. As a parent, that touches me the most. And I can't tell you the numerous amount of text messages that I get over the years from students 20 years ago onward that have invited me to a lot of their milestones, right? They've graduated, they've gotten married, they've had children. I had another student of mine, an old student of mine, my first couple of years, reach out to me the other day, and she says, "Sister, you're not there anymore." I said, "No, I'm not. I left a few years ago, the school that I was at for so long." She said, "But my children are age appropriate for school, and I went to register them, and I wanted you there." And I said, "Well, it was about time that somebody else kind of takes the lead there." So these relationships truly do mean a lot in the end. Okay? But I want to emphasize one key point, and it was something that we talked about earlier today in the other session, is that when we think about Islamic schools and we think about what would be a true Islamic school versus what we have today. And today we have schools that teach Islamic principles. But we're working towards the idea of building an Islamic school, right, which is all-encompassing. So with all of that being said, at the Mainstay Foundation, we are in that first phase of creating a white paper called The Future of Minds and Hearts. It's a white paper for shaping Islamic schools for our next generation. And because of the need that we have, the growing need, I should say, and I can't tell you how many people I've spoken to from different communities who reach out and say that we need Islamic schools in our communities. There's a huge need for it. We all know the things that our children are being exposed to in the public schools, and we can't do anything about it for the most part, okay? And so within this white paper, or this roadmap, what we're doing is we are hoping to bring together a comprehensive document that walks you through the stages of ground zero, basically, and even before, to the first year, okay, through that first year. So this is something that I've been working on in terms of research, my personal experiences with the help of Sayyid Haidar, of course, but it was there to fill a void of shared experiences and expertise in education. Being able to bring together and collaborate with different teachers and different administrators and scholars so that we can explore these foundational elements of creating a school. Somebody had asked me, I reached out to somebody the other day, an expert in the field, well over 20 years of experience, providing her the opportunity to provide some feedback. And she said, well, it goes beyond the operations of a school. And I said, well, this document also goes beyond the operations. It's not just the day-to-day. This document is really there from the beginning stages. And it takes you through the pre-planning stage, first and foremost, knowing the why behind it. Okay? And this can be very different for the different communities. But the founders of any institution must begin with sincerely asking a few key questions. Why must the school exist? Is it just to respond to the secularization of public education? Or is it to preserve our Islamic values and foster identity in the next generations? Or is it to provide an academically excellent, yet spiritually school environment? Okay. This why is going to be the seed from which every future structure, curriculum, staffing, and policy will grow. You need to have a purpose to begin. Okay. Some of the core elements that are covered within the document, and obviously there is so much more, but it does touch on things like school governance and financial planning and infrastructure and the hiring of teachers and staff and curriculum aligned to our Islamic values, student supports and tools and resources for the sense of inclusivity and equity purposes, state compliance, community involvement, And then that sustainability piece, looking at year one of the school, right, for longevity purposes. But there are a few challenges that you're going to foresee or that we foresee, and I think this is known all over. And those are the three that you see up above, right? Financial. Financial is always going to be one of the key challenges that we have, because you need to think of things in terms of startup and sustainability, so short-term, long-term. Is it going to come through, tuitions, donations, fundraising, whatever it is that you guys plan to do, but it needs to be the responsibility of each and every community, because again, it may be very different wherever you go. We even talk about the importance of transparency and frugality, but in the sense of spending wisely, because there has to be financial responsibility. In the end, it's an amana from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But even if the money is available, which we hear a lot of, the money's there, let's just do this. It really falls into the next two, which is your staffing and your curriculum that can make or break your school. And we talked a lot about this earlier this morning. The qualified staff, hiring of your staff and your teachers doesn't just fall within what you see up on there. Yes, they have to have subject matter competency. They have to know how to deliver the message the right way. But there's also that second component, that religious aspect of it, right? You have to have those clear job descriptions, whether it be academic or spiritual. It has to be something that is lived through your wilaya, lived through exhibiting the proper akhlaq on a daily basis. It can't be something that is just taught through posters and preaching. And this is where your leadership needs to take a key role in providing ongoing Islamic training and continued guidance and coaching. And right now, very few people, it's few and far in between, that hold both of these qualities. You either have the academic competency, right? You can teach the core subjects, or you have that Islamic base. It's very, very rare that you have somebody that carries both of those traits. And that's something that we need to work towards and build on. And then the other one is the curriculum, right? We try to be aligned to our state or whatever curriculum standards that are being used, whether it's the IB, the Montessori, or within the states we have our state aligned curriculum and standards. It doesn't always align with our beliefs. That's a known fact. So we need to make sure that the teachers are equipped with the right tools and the right knowledge to be able to offset or I should say, redirect our students to our narratives. You can use examples, and I have several, but I'm not going to get into all of the stories and conversations I had with parents over the years, whether it be the history books that are being used and the history that these students are being taught from kindergarten up. It's not just high school. Whether it be the novels and the books that we use, the literature that we use within our schools and our classrooms. They're not appropriate. They include things that don't align with our beliefs and our values. So the teachers need to be able to sort of combat that. And so we need to make sure that there's ongoing training within those areas. So what's going to make your school successful? Obviously, academic excellence, right? And this can be measured through different assessment tools that we use throughout the year, where we can measure students' achievement and students' meaningful growth over time. But this is our moral responsibility for shaping the minds and hearts of our future leaders. Also thinking about developing institutions that cultivate well-rounded learners and educators through that holistic approach of teaching, okay? And finally, we just want to make sure that the entire community is working together to help our learners become their best selves. Because as it says, the heart of it all, we want to make sure that every student is known, is valued, is challenged, but is also supported. So what does all of this mean, and what's coming next? Well, the Mainstay Foundation has already invested a lot of time and resources into this initiative. Excuse me, sorry. And we're just aiming to provide the roadmap for seeking to build schools from the ground up, right? Or to revitalize and to elevate what you already might have in place, existing institutions. So what we're going to do here is, or what's going to happen next is phase 2, where we reach out to experts in the field. We get some feedback, we get good recommendations of the sorts, thoughts, ideas. A website will be launched soon. I'm just going to move this for a moment. And this is where we'll be able to communicate on a daily basis. So I'm inviting everybody here today. I want you guys to review, to share, to contribute to this development. And by doing so, up on the screen, there is a link, or a website link, I should say. It's www.mainstay.us/educate. And this is where you will be able to sign up, and we will communicate with you, and you can take part of this process. So like I said, there's a lot of information out there. We were able to hear from a lot of different people with the different roles that everybody plays. But now we need to know how we can make this happen. You have a community that you live in. We have people here from all over. You have, the need, the urgency of wanting to create these Islamic schools. Ideally, in a perfect world, we'd be able to just train staff to go into all aspects of schools, whether it's public sector, charter schools, private schools, and kind of push our way through. But realistically, we're also bound by some limits and some policies depending on where we live in the areas that we live in. And so with that, we want to make sure that we provide opportunities and options to our families, but good options. When I was, going in school way back, Islamic schools weren't an option. We were forced into public schools, but like we said, times are very, very different now. And so we need to make sure that we are providing these outlets for our parents, for our students, to help them become the best selves that they can be, basically, and to equip them with what needs to be there to be successful in the classrooms and beyond. Okay. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Now we will, inshallah, transition to Q&A. Both of the presentations were so complimentary, right, on the tarbiyah and the ta'aleem, and this is absolutely superb. So I'd like to ask both of our presenters to come up, and then the stage is open for questions. So can you come on up? And we have about 15, 20 minutes, so. Are there questions online? How do I access that? There aren't, right? Okay. Okay, so we'll just stick to the floor. Perfect. So okay, so any food for thought? Questions? Observations? I mean, I'd like to just definitely chime in here, which is that while I was at Asadiq, during my tenure, we actively had a program of teacher spiritual development. So what we would do is, because our school runs from kindergarten to grade 12, so we have 850 students, about 1,000 plus parents. Dr. Fazil is here, he's aware. It's challenging. One size does not fit all. It's extremely complicated, and the problems that I would deal with on a day-to-day basis, I mean, I would deal with everything from children drawing weird things, as they do, all the way up to a grade 11 student dealing with depression. So that's a lot to deal with, because it's a whole spectrum of issues that you're handling. So what I did while I was there, and I would love your comments on it, is we set up small committees throughout the schools. So I had teachers leading certain, the kind of overview on Islamic values and God-centric integration at different parts. So we had committees in kindergarten, primary, junior, and in high school. And each one was very different in what they had to deal with, because sometimes one size does not fit all, and it's extremely complicated from a even just from a management perspective, right? In managing all of this. So I don't know if that's so much a comment as a question, but Asadig is a huge school. What would you two advise in I mean, it's probably one of the largest Shia Islamic schools, definitely in Canada, right? 850 students, so we're dealing with, I don't know, definitely more than 1,000 parents. And children from all different backgrounds. We have religious, non-religious, secular, hijab, non-hijab, everything under the sun, because it's a community school. How do you implement an Islamic framework in such a complicated environment? It's not Ali Wali al-Asr, it's not Al-Hadi. I think often we compare. Those are very different communities, different demographics, and much smaller. So our two presenters both work in the field of education and ta'aleem and tarbiyah. So I would love to hear your observations.
So I will definitely say that was one of the biggest challenges, the idea that one size does fit all, because we know that it doesn't, right? And no offense to anybody in the sitting out there, but the parents were probably the most difficult people to deal with. It wasn't the students, it wasn't the staff, it was more so the parents, because they expected to drop off their children and have us raise them in a sense. But with such a large, you guys had a much larger, I guess your school was much larger than ours. Ours was about 250 to 300 students, K-8. At the Maya School in Dearborn. And I think one of the things that we found to be useful was providing parent professional development, so parent PDs. And we were able to bring parents in at the time and sort of not teach them, but lead them in a way that they can best support their children also at home. That sort of complements what we're doing within the school. So there has to be that threefold as well. It's the student, it's the home, and it's the school working all together. And so we found that when parents attended, that played a better role. Obviously, it helped out. Alhamdulillah, I could say that when I hear from my fellow educators who work in the public sector, especially our charter schools, the things that they have to deal with are very, very different than what we had to deal with at our school. And this is when I say it is an honor and a privilege to have the opportunity of Islamic schools. Yes, they're normal children. They're exposed to everything and anything outside once they leave the school building. They go to all the different same places all the other kids go to, but there's something to be said about building that foundation within them. And that's why I said earlier they come back to it. They can find their way back to it. Again, I have so many stories of students who've reached out and said, I'm sorry. Not just thank you, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you having to deal with me for all those years, but thank you for not giving up on me, for caring. And so just, I guess, providing them outlets to talk, being very, very honest and transparent with the parents. We can't work to please them. We have to do what's best for the student. And providing those learning opportunities for them so that we can all work together. But definitely is hard.
What I'm hearing here, if you mentioned a few times, is the parents.
Yes, and that's why I think what you talked about was key.
Yeah, I mean, both presentations dovetail into each other because you can't have one without the other, right?
Definitely.
So, yeah.
So I will. She has actually touched the point which I'm very passionate about, that you always begin with the parents. However, when I conducted my research on Islamic schools, what came out consistently is this is what we call the hidden curriculum. And it's that safe spaces. Although children, as you say, come with different influences, the Islamic school provides safe spaces. That is key. As you say, like they will go out, but they'll bounce back. Those safe spaces was very, very important. It came students' interactions, that I was free to talk about God, and I didn't have to, think about anything else. If I went on a trip and I came back, I could describe I went to Mecca. So God was something constantly in their conversation, which is so important at this stage. We don't realize, because the moment you are in an environment where God is not mentioned, it has an impact on the soul as well.
And I think an important element to the God-centric aspect, at least during my tenure from 2012 to 2022, in this building was not only the ta'aleem aspect of, okay, the curriculum, but the aesthetics. The aesthetic aspect is important, right? Simple things like having God's name up, you know, the name of Allah, having every teacher write Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim on the board, beginning the class with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, right? Like, these may seem like small things, but they're not, right? Because the children absorb all of this every day, right? And like instituting these small things along, they may seem like small things, but they compound. They have a compound effect because you're doing it across an entire school. So I think the aesthetic aspect is important. And now we'll get to our audience. There's a brother that has a question, and then we can shift over to the sisters, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum. Excellent presentation. Just had a couple of questions. Kind of dovetailing off of Sheikh Vinay's question and also your response regarding the parent professional development. Excellent concept. If you can give us, with your experience, Sister Hana, with over 20 years dealing with Islamic schools, how would you encourage parents who come from a mixed bag? So you have religious parents who might welcome that invite from the school as a professional development for the tarbiyah of their kids, or the ta'aleem, even Islamic ta'aleem of their children. But then you have parents who might just treat it like daycare, right? Or not even just daycare, but just not be totally disconnected. They might be from secularized, cheaper private school option, or secularized backgrounds and so forth. So how do you compel them, if lack of a better term, to come to something like that, like a parent professional development? And there's another question after that, but you answer that first, please.
You kind of hit the nail on the head. We had to be creative at some points. So like you said, you have a handful of parents who are wanting it, and so they were very willing to come and to take part. There was those parents who we wanted to be there, that we had to be a little bit more creative with. And sometimes it was as simple as offering incentives for the students, for the parents who did show up. And once they did, though, it was the impact that you made on them and they left with. And so we had to make sure that whatever we were delivering to them, whether it was the topics or how we delivered it to them and getting kind of that conversation going back and forth, that played the key role. And once they bought into it, they were willing to come more often. So that was one thing. But definitely had to be creative at some points to sort of bribe, for lack of better terms, them to get in, to come in.
What kind of bribes? If you can elaborate, please. Like, I'm trying to understand that. Like, let's say one of the parents who's being reached out to, and let's say, for the sake of argument, that I'm not interested in listening to, the administration from Islamic school talk to me.
Mm-hmm.
How would you, compel me or encourage me to come send my kids there?
I mean, you might laugh because I'm laughing thinking about it. One of the biggest ways that we were able to do it is because the students are in school uniforms, and majority of students hate school uniforms. And so we gave them like a free, what we called a color day pass, which means a free dress day within the Islamic limits and limitations, but they did not have to wear their uniform for that day. That was huge for the students. Like, they begged their parents to go just so they can get that one free day of dress, or extra credit points, or being able to take part in some fun activity, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, so like, for example, like, at least, I mean, I don't know how the school runs now. I haven't been there for a few years, but I don't think there's anyone here who's on the administration of Asadiq here right now that I'm seeing. And that's another thing. I mean, anyways, I don't want to get into that. That's going to be as to why that they're not here. But I mean, our main people who are running the school, this is Islamic school in our own center, but I don't want to get in that hornet's nest. But the point is that we tried different things like that. Like, I remember, and we would have admin meetings, and to talk about, well, why did only like 50 parents out of 1,200 show up, right, to the event? I think we got to a point where it was kind of like, your kid can't enroll. So you want to send your kid? Your enrollment won't go through, sorry. Because these are the red lines of the school. Because it got to a point where literally people were not like parents just couldn't find the time, at least one of the two parents to come. So I think it was like, or you couldn't go to grad trip. So, and that was huge. So every kid wants to go to grad trip, right? I mean, no kid wants to be the one that's left out. And they would come home and tell mom and dad, hey, I need to go to grade 8 grad trip. We're going to Niagara Falls for the weekend or camp. I need to go. So there was just different things. And then we managed to fill the hall because they had no choice. And then I think we would give a video after that. So if they couldn't make it, they had to log on to video. But then we had this whole discussion, well, how do we know who logged on and didn't? So we had to set up a whole system with IT to figure it out. So kind of really felt like policemen at times. It was, it's not always fun, but I mean, how do you do it? You have to impart this information, this vital information to the parents, especially with regards to gender mixing, media consumption, red lines, right? Like stuff, because then later on the parents are like, well, the school never told us. You never actually articulated to us the exact expectations. And then we'd say, oh, it's written in a book. Oh, who's going to read the book, right? Then the question is, well, we didn't read the book, right? So, the manual. So it's always this back and forth. Sisters, any questions? Yeah? Alex put me on this panel because he knew it would be very personal to me. So.
I just wanted to add
Versus
from
like
what you
being
just
on
said
something
before
else.
the sister asks, we also used to hold their first report card hostage.
Oh, there you go,
and so the
right?
way to bring parents in is to make sure that we had at least one good conversation with them was they had to come to parents-teacher conferences in the beginning of the year to get that first report card. And then the rest of them we sent home. But we made sure that we at least had one conversation with them.
Assalamu alaikum. Sorry, I just wanted to make a comment, I think, from a educator perspective as well. I feel like a lot of parents, like you said, they bring their children to the school to basically do the raising for them, especially Islamic education. But when they go home, there's this contradicting, the parents are not practicing what they want their children to learn. And there's this big gap, and it's very confusing for the children. Like, okay, I have to do this is wajib, but then my parents are not doing it. So it's confusing, right? So I feel like the ulama also have a role in the community, in speaking directly to the parents and telling them about this, this dilemma that's happening, and it's going to be generating a new Muslim community that is very confused or not practicing or have some identity crisis or something, So it's just a comment from my end. Thank you.
I mean, if I could, since you mentioned about the ulama speaking to the parents, I and then Sayyid Asad was there for a year. It's these are difficult conversations to have. Like, people don't want to be told. Generally speaking, it's like, who are you? That's my private life. I pay you your salary. This is often what is said.
Right.
I pay my tuition fees, $10,000 a year, and my private life is my private life. It's got nothing to do with you. Whether what we watch at home or the music that we play. I mean, look, my kid's not going to do it at school. Then obviously, so then the question that comes up that you brought up, and this is a debate that goes on within administrations, is should families be interviewed before you accept kids, right? So this is an ongoing debate even among ulama themselves.
Right. A lot of schools do that, and then it limits.
You got it.
You have
exactly.
students
So,
forced to go to
or is it a complete open door policy? And so we have we have 4 Shia full-time schools in this city. 3 or 4, I think. I think we have 4. Yeah, we have 4 full-time Shia schools. I can't speak of I don't know the exact policy of the other schools. As far as I know, Sadiq does not interview parents with regards to their morality. Right. There is a test for education, and the student has to be up to a certain level, but there isn't like, do you, like a questionnaire, do you listen to music at home, do you take your kid to like a concert during Muharram? I've dealt with that. I've literally dealt with kids, and now I'm ranting, but I guess I'm on this panel. I've literally dealt with parents who take their kids to rock concerts or pop concerts in the 10 days of Muharram. The kid came crying to me with tears in her eyes, confused, because they had Taylor Swift tickets or something to that effect. I don't know, Swift or some other shaitan that they were going to watch, right? During the 10 nights of Muharram. And the other kids were basically turning to her. She was in grade 8, the child. This is in this community. right in this building, right? So, and having that conversation with the parent gets angry. So then,
well, we can do like, it doesn't have to be directly to
Yeah.
with parents. It could be something like in a lecture,
In a lecture,
special
yeah.
occasion, for example, talking to
But
the parents about this issue.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I mean, I would love to hear what your thoughts are. I mean, how do you deal with that, right? Because a parent, on the other hand, is paying the tuition fees, and they're saying, look, that's our private life. We live in Canada. It's none of your business. Who are you, to tell me? How do you deal with those parents, with that? Because no parent wants to be told this. I mean, it can be a very
They don't.
combative conversation, right?
Yeah, yes, it can be. We've gotten a lot of, I don't need you to tell me how to parent my kids type of a response, yes. So, I mean, the best that we can do is to continue to do what we're doing in the schools. While they are under our time, while they are with us and they are, under our responsibility, we continue to teach them, and we hope that when they go home, like this student, and I don't know if she came back to you crying because she didn't want to be in that type of environment, or because the kids were making fun of her and
Kids were
teasing
making
her.
fun of her.
Okay,
Yeah.
so she didn't really
Yeah.
care less about the other part of it. Okay. I mean, and you hope that they grow out of that. You
Yeah.
hope that they can. But I think one of the bigger parts of, or the advantages of working in the Islamic schools, and at least from my experience, and not all Islamic schools, I can't talk for everybody, is you tend to build these relationships with students and with families, not just the students, because their siblings go through you. I was there for several years. I truly was able to build. And so a lot of those conversations that I had with parents, they would come in and they would be ready to fight and argue and yell, even fathers, you would think. One father one time came in and ready to really fight, and he came in and he's going on, and he sat for a second and he goes, Hajja, I said, yes. He goes, thank God you're a woman, because I came in here ready to fight. And he goes, but you calmed me down. And another parent went on and on and on and used words that shouldn't be used in front of a lady. But at the end, I just looked at him and I said, are you done? Like, did you get what you needed to get out? Now let's talk about the problem. Let's talk about a solution together. And so a lot of the times they were willing to say, you know what, let's just agree to disagree. We trust that you have the student's best of intentions, and you're going to do what you think is best anyways. And in the end, you kind of have to hold that and let them know that we can have a conversation,
That's
but
a
in
good
the
way.
end, I'm
That's
going to
a good
make the
strategy.
decision, because this is our school and this is what our
And
standards are.
And I would add, the vast majority, mashallah, I mean, this is not like, it's people obviously send their kids to an Islamic school. They want the Islamic environment. I mean, at least that's a hope, right? I think the majority of people do, right? So it's not like this is everywhere, but when these things happen, how do you deal with it? I don't want it to make it seem like this is something that's just, to exaggerate the problem, obviously, but these are things that educators deal with, right? Yes, doctor.
Before I think I just wanted to,
Yes.
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think at this point we also need to look at, we have a whole body of students with us, right? These are an investment. If we tap into, depending on the age, I mean, if we were to just probe that thinking skill or the criteria skill and don't do anything about it, we just leave questions and let the child think about it. One day those questions will come back to that child. So we, as educators, we have a role to actually nourish those thinking grounds. And whether they are, it's the parents who plant the seeds, but we can support the children because their stages they're in a very inquisitive stage and in different ages, So if you probe the right questions and leave it, not expecting any answers, leave them to find out and think for themselves, you're actually creating a skill that will benefit them in them making good choices in their lives.
As opposed to commanding.
Yeah.
Do this, you're going to go to hell. You're going to be a bad Shia Muslim. Get out. So how do you do that? There are two brothers. I saw a couple of hands at one, mashallah,
Okay,
quite a few.
so
Yes, doctor, go ahead.
So, I have a question. I have a question about the interview thing, and then sort of a follow-on from that. So, about the interview thing, and I don't think that it's unreasonable for schools to interview, especially when they're quote-unquote private schools. Certainly, there's lots of precedent for that. But what would the intention be of the interview? To include the delinquent families, or to exclude the delinquent families? That's the first question. And then the second, and you can put delinquent whatever you mean, right? Like it's just whatever your criteria are. But then the second follow-on from that is, if you have families that are quote-unquote, in this way, where they're going to Taylor Swift during Muharram, that sort of thing. How'd you deal with the dissonance that occurs in the children? Because you are providing for 35 hours a week an Islamic environment, which is then not being fueled or sustained at home. And there's dissonance that comes from this. And so the child is crying because they're being made fun of, or they have got some moral quandary that's going on because you are giving them one message and the parents are giving them another message. So I think that the dissonance is more important to deal with rather than the first part.
Yeah, I mean, I'll let the two sisters answer in a moment, but I faced 1,000 parents for a long time. I mean, not all 1,000 at a time, but I mean, I used to call my office the complaints office, but the children would sometimes cry because of the contradiction. Yes, they were so torn. They don't understand, but they're like, but mom, doesn't do it this way. And for example, when I would teach, I taught health and sexuality for 10 years. And we would give the rulings of mahramiyah, just something very simple, that your cousins are not mahram to you, right? So there is a limitation of how you can interact with them. The pushback, oh my Lord, at times. Not from all people, but from some people saying, no, wait a second, in our culture, X, Y, and Z, we're not going to say which country, that's not how we do it. They're like my sisters. And my mom and dad told me, they're like your sister. So we play soccer together, and I'm 14 years old. That's a problem. That's a shar'i problem and an akhlaqi problem now, right? So it's, and then you meet the parents and say like, hey, we teach Islam, like this is how we teach, right? And sometimes the parents take it well. I mean, and sometimes it just, at least in my personal experience, from my experience, you just have to be very straightforward. And that's where, alhamdulillah, at least when I was at the administration, was fully supportive of this. And said, look, no, this is how we are. If this is a problem, then, but at least in dealing with the dissonance, I personally would meet with the parents, sit with them. I would have a private meeting with them and say, look, your child is struggling. How do we get them on a better track, right? And usually the parents were very apologetic and kind of understanding. Sometimes they weren't. But I don't know, how would you deal with the dissonance? Or both of you, rather, yeah.
So yeah, again, bringing them in, having those open conversations with them. And I used to try to put in the light of, you're coming to me about your child, your one child. Yeah. I'm looking at this from the broader scope. I have 250 students that I have to think about. And so you have to take a step back and you have to listen, and then you have to decide what would be the best path to take in doing this. But I think that open communication and basically just living your true self. And so what I mean by that is they saw on a daily basis who I was, my intentions, the care that I had, and every way that I dealt with their children, in school, out of school, and till now. And so I think just kind of building that. But the parents can be convinced at times when you lay out the different options or the different scenarios, and then you say, we can do it this way, we can do this, we can do this. What do you think is best? They may say A, and you may say, no, let's look at B and C. But, in the end, you just have to have those open conversations with them. You can't be afraid of it. And some people are. They're afraid to have those conversations because they look at it and they say, we're providing them with a service, but they're paying for it. And so...
Especially when those parents are donors.
Yeah.
That's even more. I've dealt with those ones.
But you can tell the ones that feel that way, because we've had students tell their teachers, I pay your salary. And the teacher was like, no, you don't. Yeah. And so we have to have those conversations as well. So.
Yeah. Doctor, how would you? The issue of dissonance, I think that's a really good one that Dr. Iqbal brought up. About how
if I was admitting students, I would actually include the delinquent ones. Mm-hmm. Because that's Islam. Yeah. That's Islam. Rasulullah didn't take, if you are my follower, you can come on board. No. That's the challenge on then the educators. Okay, I have this piece. This is what I'm dealing with. How do I equip myself? How do I equip myself to deal with this? And like she said, you come up with strategies. And you may not get everyone who will come on board. But that's the challenge as educators you've got to face. Right? Yep. And at the end of the day, the children are with you from 8 to 5. Whether you are able to do what you can and you are to achieve, we don't know. but we make a big impact on a child's life. We cannot give up on these families. Okay? That's just my take on that.
We'll go one to the sisters, because sisters, just to be fair. Yes. Well, there's two sisters. Okay. Sure. Okay, we'll go two sisters and then back to the brothers. I don't know how much time we have, but. Okay, we have 5 more minutes. So, but I'm sure you can come up and ask questions after. Yes.
So my question is, as a parent or a grandparent or an aunt or an uncle, people with children in our lives, how, and alhamdulillah, we have choices in our communities for Islamic schools, whether it's Dearborn or Toronto. How do we choose or the best Islamic school, Shia Islamic school for our children, or help our family members choose the best Islamic schools for their children with the options that we have available? What should we be looking for?
Great question.
I think so.
I think there's a couple of parts to that. I would say do your research and do your homework. The data's there if you really look for it, in terms of success of whether it's academia that you're looking for or other areas, right? And so just kind of looking at what your specific priorities are and what fits your, basically your mold. In terms of looking at things, what was the second part of that? I'm sorry.
So from the Islamic perspective.
From the Islamic perspective, yeah.
If we can say that all of the schools had the best curriculum and best educational outcomes, if we're looking at it from the Islamic perspective as our priority, what should we be looking for at the school? What questions can we ask? How do we determine what's the best place to put our children?
Okay, I don't know if this is going to be a bit controversial, but again, do your homework and figure out, because different schools also push different narratives within our Shia Islam, right? And so you want to make sure, again, it aligns with what you're hoping to get out of it with your children, but also just knowing who the scholars are, who the teachers are, what they incorporate, what they include, what type of curriculum they're following, how much support do they actually offer the teachers throughout, because I think that's a big one. A lot of the times teachers are just thrown into it and there is no coaching and guidance that ongoing that takes place, and that's a huge, huge component to make sure that we're up to date with everything, and that falls even within the realms of the Islamic part of it. And I think just, what's the word I'm looking for? Certain schools have certain, I can't even think of the word.
Let me just share it.
That as well, but yeah, they just.
Yeah. This is the last.
If I was a parent, I actually would like how the schools have a right to interview, I would actually interview the admin and in what their goals are and how would they deal. I mean, I would present a scenario. So if it's a situation where we find out that the school did something wrong, how would you deal with it? You want to actually find out that are they really invested in Islamic principles? And that's the school I would go to. It may be controversial, because the places of schools are so few, and sometimes you really don't have a choice. If you had access to so many schools, you would take the strategy I would, but nevertheless, I would still answer, because you're putting a child there. Your child is going to be trained in that school. If that school promotes Islamic values, then if they're wrong, they should be able to accept their mistakes, right? So it's very tricky when you ask such questions, because as admin, they must have values. A school has to have what are their key values they're promoting. And I think based on that, you can make your decision.
I just wanted to add one thing. And request a visit, because what you see is very different than what you hear. And so just asking isn't always, what you see definitely is a lot more. You'll be able to tell what type of environment it is, the environment in terms of how the teachers interact with the students, how the admin interacts with everything, how the students interact amongst each other. You see it. As a principal, when I used to do teacher evaluations, I didn't even listen or look at what the teacher was doing. I was watching the students, because that's what told me what is the norm that's happening in the classroom on a regular basis. Because anybody can go up and have their best day, you know, they plan for that. But it's really the norm that's happening around you. And so same thing with choosing the school. Ask for, you know, a walkthrough in the middle of a day. If they tell you beginning, end of the day, during lunch or prayer, tell them, I'd rather it be during, you know, try to work it out where it's during the day so you can kind of see what's happening.
Okay, thank you. You can approach I'm sure the speakers will be around if you want to ask any more questions, because we are all out of time. So that concludes this panel. Thank you. Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad.
Sister Shifa, we're live.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. If I can please have your attention, we're going to move into the next session fairly quickly. So if I can ask everyone to come back to their seats. Inshallah, we'll begin the next sessions soon. Can I have a loud salawat, please? So another call just to please return to your seats so that we can begin our next session. Next, we're very excited to move the conversation forward on biomedical ethics, and it will be our last session of the day here in Hall A. So again, sorry, just a request to the ladies in the back to come back to your seats, and all those on the gent side as well. Our next panel is called Between Worlds, a dialogue on end-of-life medical decisions in Islam, and features Sayyid Suleiman Hassan and Dr. Akbar Mitani. Dr. Akbar Mitani is the Regional Medical Director at Fraser Health Authority in Vancouver, Canada. He has lectured extensively across the world, published many peer-reviewed articles and books, and specializes in the care of the elderly. He has a specific interest in bioethics and end-of-life care, Islamic ethics, and spirituality. He is joined by Dr. Sayyid Suleiman Hassan, President and Religious Director of Imam-e Asr Islamic Seminary in Virginia. A graduate of the Islamic Seminary of Qom, Iran, Sayyid Suleiman served as a researcher with the Ahlul Bayt Institute, affiliated with the Office of Ayatollah Sistani, and was a fellow at the Zikr Institute for Advanced Legal Studies for over 4 years. After returning to the United States, Sayyid Suleiman has served as religious director at the Bet El Ilm Academy and as president of the Al Hubayt Islamic Seminary in Streamwood, Illinois. He also sits on the board of Icair. Sayyid Suleiman holds a PhD in Near Eastern Studies from the University of Chicago. With a loud salawat, I'd ask you to invite our speakers up to the stage.
Please. Well, he is supposed to moderate, but we'll begin the discussion. Okay. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. شفيع المذنبين وخاتم النبيين. نبينا وشفينا وحبيب قلوبنا وطبيب نفوسنا أبي القاسم المصطفى محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى أهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين المنتجبين. أما بعد, dear brothers and sisters, Salamun alaykum jami'an wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The first and foremost, apologies from Sheikh Murtaza Ali Dina. Unfortunately, he has not been able to travel because of the situation right now, and so he sends his apologies, and we are very grateful to Sayyid Suleiman, who has graciously agreed to step in and have this conversation. What is really good about this is the fact that this is a small crowd. And the reason it's good is because it allows for some meaningful dialogue. And Alhamdulillah, I know that there are many people online who are also following this particular conference, and they are looking at following the conference and engaging in this conversation. And we do have the moderator here now, Alhamdulillah. So Sheikh Alex Khalili is with us as well. So Sheikh, I was just giving some introductory remarks, and then I'll hand it over to you. So apologies from Sheikh Khalidina. Thank you to Sheikh Sayyid Suleiman. And we are going to try and see if we can finish this by 5:30, because Sayyid has to take a flight, and he has to get to the airport in time, inshallah wa ta'ala. So what I wanted to do is this is going to be a conversation. If you have come here to get answers on fiqh issues, then you will have been probably well educated earlier on when you had the palliative care sessions that there are still many questions that remain. And certainly there are many questions that remain for the future. What is important to understand is that Icair has now given us this platform where medical experts, Assalamu alaikum, Sayyid, how are you? Alhamdulillah. Medical experts in various areas of their medical fields and specialties, with academics, and with the insightful scholars that we have, alhamdulillah, can now come together, and we have a space now. There is a safe space where we can actually come together. And I call it a safe space because many times it wasn't so safe. But we are now have a safe space where we can actually come together. And it's important for the scholars to understand what the ground realities are when it comes to end-of-life decision-making, and for us to understand what the scholarly directions are. And having Icair and its infrastructure of academics allow us to really go through a journey where we can look at this from a research perspective, because things in medicine and in bioethics are not static. They change all the time. And because of the change, we cannot just rely on, guidance that may have been given to us, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, because that guidance may not be relevant anymore. So we are going to have a conversation. And because we have, alhamdulillah, a very good size crowd, we're going to give you an opportunity also to engage in that conversation. What I want to do in this conversation is to start off really when you're looking at end-of-life issues. One of the things that you will find very commonly when you, when you or a loved one go to the hospital and you are faced with healthcare professionals and a medical team of physicians, nurses, social workers, allied health professionals, and so on and so forth, there is certain terminologies that they use that sometimes can be quite confusing for people. And you have to sort of say, well, what does this mean? So one of the areas that you will see that is commonly talked about is people will say to you, well, this intervention is futile. So what does that mean when you say it's futile, right? And so I just want to define that a little bit in the context of terminal illness and end-of-life care. So if you look at the research around end-of-life care, when you look at survival rates, for elderly patients, right? So if you have a loved one who's an elderly person who's frail, and especially if they have advanced dementia, when the medical team tells you that, CPR, right, giving a person CPR or resuscitation is futile, and I see that Dr. Sabra is here, so I'm talking very carefully because she's a palliative care physician. I'm just a geriatric specialist, and she probably knows more than I do. Well, she does know more than I do. But she'll correct me, I'm sure. She's never shy of correcting me. So when somebody says it's futile, in a person who's elderly, the research shows if a person who's elderly, frail, with advanced dementia, let's say, for example, CPR is, you will hear the healthcare team tell you this all, it's futile. It really, what it means is that there is probably a 0 to 2% chance of that person surviving. That's what futile means, right? So it's not 10% or 15% or 20%, it's actually 0 to 2%, right? If you have this person, that's in hospital. Out of hospital CPR, from survival to discharge, even from the hospital, is actually probably 0%. Maybe the odd person will survive, right? Now you will always hear, but I know of this person, right, who survived. That's interesting, but I gotta tell you that's really rare. It doesn't happen very often as well, right? Even if survival, these are the questions we'll have a discussion on. I'm just giving a little bit of a preamble, say it. So even if survival occurs, the issue then comes about quality of life, right? And there is no question amongst the medical professionals that, that the quality of life of that person is extremely poor, right? And suffering is very, very high. The third thing you will see healthcare professionals say to you that, well, CPR can be physically traumatic. So now you have a person whose CPR is futile, 0%, maybe 0 to 2%. They're not going to survive. And when you jump on that person's chest and you start pumping the chest and compressing the chest, the suffering is incredibly high because you're going to fracture all their ribs, right? And they go through some extreme pain and suffering with probably some internal injuries which will lead to even prolonged suffering, right? Right? So, that's really the context that I want to give you, okay? Now, having said that, I want to just, start the discussion with Syed, and we're going to just talk a little bit about, a couple of areas. And so in that context, what about do not resuscitate orders, right? Because this is, without question, I will tell you, whether you're in Canada or whether you're in the United States. I mean, my daughter, alhamdulillah, she practices in the U.S., right? She's an expert in bioethics, right? This is the first question you'll be asked. I mean, after, why have you come type of a thing, why are you here? If your loved one decides to be admitted into hospital, one of the first questions that the healthcare professionals will ask you is, what is your level of intervention going to be? Is your loved one going to be a DNR, do not resuscitate, or is it going to be a resuscitation? That's the first question you'll be asked. And the healthcare team, if you have a loved one who is frail, elderly, even if they have dementia, and if it's a really smart physician and healthcare professional team, they will probably direct you towards a do not resuscitate order, because they'll say it's futile, right? So the question really is, is in the context of something that's futile, in the context that it could have a lot of suffering and pain for the patient, in the context of having a lot of pain, whether that's emotional, psychological, or spiritual pain, for the family, who are now in a situation where their loved one is unable to make a decision, and they are being told to make a decision. In that context, how are we going to provide the folks with some guidance so that they are not internalizing a decision in a way that they feel that they have to live with this decision for the rest of their lives? And I know you want to say something. I'm just going to finish my train of thought, Sheikh Khalili. But they're going to live with this decision. And I have had folks, children, grandchildren, who have for years ended up with a tremendous amount of guilt. I think I made the wrong decision. I think that I actually killed my parent or my grandparent, and I'm living with this horrible decision that I've made. And part of this, I am so sorry to say this, I'm sorry and I apologize for this. Part of this is because members of the community will feed into this. What do you mean you said do not resuscitate? Did you not know that in Islam, we have to save everybody's life at any cost, regardless of what the healthcare professional, even if they're going to live 1 hour extra, we should be saving their lives. And so sometimes respectfully, the ulamas say this respectfully. I'm sorry. We're going to be open, right, Sheikh Khalid?
I was gonna say, I brought myself up here to get out of your line of fire because I saw all the turbans were in that direction.
Yeah.
So a futile
I'm
attempt.
I'm glad you're not wearing one right now. So, but
camouflage.
Camouflage, yeah. So this is the kind of thing that so this guilt is what they live with. And now they come to people like myself, and others, who work in the community, Dr. Sabra, works in the community, and so on and so forth, and they're torn. They really are. And they live with this pain, I call it spiritual pain. They live with this spiritual pain all their life because they think they've made the wrong decision. So I'm just going to open that up as a point of conversation, Syed, with you, and maybe Sheikh Alex, you want to say something before we go to Syed?
Sure. So first of all, assalamu alaikum everyone, and apologies for being late. We were overrunning in the other hall, but thank you, just Dr. Matani, for that really good summary of where we are at the moment. We might use the term life and death to signify that something's important, but in the case of this panel, we really are dealing with life and death issues. And as Dr. Matani pointed out, I think there's also a lot of what we would call secondary trauma caused by the death of a loved one in this way. And in the past, if we went back 1,000 years and someone was dying, there were very limited options for medical intervention that we could do. And like now we've been blessed with all of this technology and all of this science that allows us to cure diseases that were incurable even 100 years ago, that allows us to keep people alive for much longer, allows us to bring people, without wanting to sound blasphemous, raise the dead, which would have been considered miraculous at one point. But with that capacity, now that raises a whole new set of questions for us. Like, well, at what point do we stop using that power because we deem it to be no longer conducive to the aims of the Sharia, no longer conducive? And by that, of course, because when we look at the Sharia, the whole reason for the Sharia's existence is to benefit the recipients of that Sharia, to guide them to the best of this world and the hereafter. But then that creates a certain amount of tension, right? And we heard from Sayyid Mohammed Rizvi earlier today, and he gave a similar presentation in London talking about the Islamic view of death. The problem is, of course, that if there's life after death, and what we do in this life affects that, there's a whole spiritual dimension to this. And the idea that, someone will suffer spiritually, if they make the wrong decision in the next life. And actually physically, if we want to sort of look at the, the ultimate about. So there's a huge dilemma here. How do we square that circle? Sayyid Sulaiman, would you like to perhaps deliver some opening thoughts as well?
Sure. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the interest of time, thank you.
Is your microphone on?
It's probably for the best. As you will soon discover.
A nice attempt, Sayyid, to avoid the issue.
Well, I was going to say that, Dr. Matani, it's like when you hire a law firm and you chose them because of the name of the head attorney, and then they send some junior associate over. So this panel was supposed to have Sheikh Khalidina, and unfortunately, panel and the audience is going to be stuck with me. So, inshallah, as the junior attorney, I'll try to not completely lose the case. But there's always an appeal process, and so, keep your hope in that. But just in the interest of time, I think you raised a very good point, Dr. Matani, about the role of worry about did I make the right decision, and sometimes the role of community. And so I'll start from that point and not belabor that point. But as a community member or a family member, sometimes as a stakeholder because I was also a friend or a relative or a well-wisher of the deceased, and sometimes just as a community member, we sometimes have that idea that I need to do Amr bil Ma'ruf, I need to do Nahi anil Munkar, I need to get to the bottom of what happened. There is a reason why in Islam we have a principle called Asalatu Siha, which is that you assume that things are done right. So I don't come up to somebody who's married and say, let me see, when exactly did you do the nikah? And if you were engaged ahead of time, did you remember to end the mut'ah before you did the nikah? Otherwise, it's invalid. Or if somebody is divorced, don't go and say, who were the witnesses and are they really adil? Or if somebody is serving you meat, did you really use an iron knife or not? There's a reason why in Islam you assume that a Muslim did things right. That's not just a fiqhi principle, which we can talk about, where it is to be applied, but it is a very important ethical principle when you hear about someone's death. Generally, it's best not to pry into the details beyond what maybe the grieving family member might want to disclose. And if they disclose, or if you ask, then on a moral and an emotional level, give them a reassurance that life and death are granted by God, and nobody dies before their time, and nobody dies after their time. And so give them that emotional reassurance, that moral reassurance, and don't make them second guess themselves. That's one part. The other part is that when the Quran says, Inna awliya Allahi la khawfun alayhim wa la hum yahzanun, those who are close to God, they don't have fear of the future and they don't have regret about the past. That's not just referring to the hereafter. Even in this world, you don't second guess your decisions. So how many of you yesterday in our last panel, when you heard that, that the world potentially has changed and hopefully not entered into World War III, but God knows, how many of us were like, what, I should have filled my gas tank. I was running late and I knew I should. Or I should have invested in, cryptocurrency, or I should have, changed my portfolio. A believer doesn't do that about their decisions. And the reason is that their decisions are not made on a basis of cleverness. So when I decide where to invest or what career to choose or who to marry or any decision in my life, it's not based on an efficient kind of clever basis for me to say, if I'd accepted that proposal, that person is now a physician, I would have been. Canadian physicians don't earn as much as Americans. Is it still a good example to use, though, for a successful marriage, or no? I don't know.
Forget about money. Physicians have no time.
So, well, even in America, young physicians are complaining about that. But my point is, how people, they sometimes have that worry that, I should have kept my house for one more year, prices went up 20%, or a believer's decisions are not made on that basis for us to then say, I regret the past, yahzanun, or I'm worried about the future, is this the right time to make this decision, khawf. Instead of cleverness, the decision is made on the basis of wisdom, meaning I want to do the best thing that is the most pleasing to Allah, not what I want. Because sometimes people, whether it's about Islamic school or about marriage or about other decisions, they say, well, what is it that you want for your kids? Who am I to want something? What does God want from me, and what does God expect from me in this trust I have, whether it's my kids or myself or a loved one who is on their deathbed? And if my decision is based on the basis of the best information I have to please God, then even if it's the wrong decision, even if I sold my house just a week before it would have jumped 20% in price, I have no regret. Because I made it based on what I thought was the best decision, maybe to move closer to the masjid or to move closer to family or whatever my basis was. It was a moral basis. That moral basis doesn't change if it wasn't financially the best choice. Or even if I find out that religiously that's not what God wanted, because I put the best effort in at the time. So when you're dealing with other people, don't have that tendency to be a busybody and to make them second guess their decisions. There's limited cases where Amr bil Ma'ruf or Nahi Anil Munkar or Ta'limul Jahil, which is to educate somebody who is ignorant of Islamic laws, those apply. That's not a general principle. And if those circumstances apply, first of all, you have to know what is the law and what is the situation in which you are to convey it to somebody, and what is the way to convey it to increase their commitment and their ability to practice and not to backfire. Those are limited circumstances. Beyond that, give reassurance. For your own decisions, don't live in perpetual second guessing and doubt or regret or fear of the future. Have some stability. Now to come to the actual scenario that you presented, and as Dr. Butani said, we're not going to be talking about fatwa and, this fatwa says this is permitted or not. But what I want to talk about is a phenomena that some of you are probably familiar with. In the Sunni community now, there is an increasing trend of people saying that you can choose from any of the madhahib, and it doesn't really matter which fatwa you use as long as you use one of the established fatwa. If some say that kosher is just as good as halal, go with it. Even if you're a Hanafi in other areas, but this, Hanafi law might not be the most convenient, and so go ahead and become a Maliki or a Hanbali, even if you still pray like a Hanafi. In the Shi'i world, we have sometimes another extreme, which is if you don't follow Sayyid Sistani, then your Eid is wrong and your medical decisions are wrong, and so on. So what is the balance that I advocate? And there are other opinions, and I respect those other opinions, but what I would recommend is that you don't say they're all equal, and then I will fatwa shop to find the fatwa that is the most convenient, or that resonates with me, or that my artificial intelligence says is what they think is right, that prompt spits out as the right ruling. But at the same time, don't be so limited that we think that the fatwa that is perhaps the most prevalent is necessarily the most accurate. We have a structure, and the majority of opinions among our fuqaha is that when there are several fuqaha who are at the same level, then you can choose whichever one to do taqleed to, even if you are choosing to follow one person in one area of law and another person in another area of law. That's called takhir, if several fuqaha are at the same level. So in other words, look at that tier whom consensus says that, usually based on age and teaching experience and other factors, they are the top tier of jurists. Don't just pick somebody that has a book in English and it's accessible to you, or that has fatwa that you like and that resonate with you. Make sure that you are going to that top tier, so you are honoring the sanctity and the scholarship inherent within our legal tradition. But then when you are looking among that top tier, then you can apply that principle of takhir. Sayyid Sistani also allows it with a small caveat that's not going to be relevant for most of the issues that we are talking about today. So there is a slight caveat in terms of this ability to pick and choose fatwa that Sayyid Sistani has, but that caveat, because it's not relevant to this issue, unless it becomes relevant, and I'll mention it if it does, but I'm not expecting it to, we can say that applies to all fuqaha. So what does that mean? It means that when it comes to a DNR, you can look among that top tier of scholars. Remember, we're not going shopping for a fatwa that's easier or convenient, because that would dishonor the immense effort that goes into our juristic tradition. And even if I get a good answer that works for me, and maybe even gives a good image of Islam, I am damaging the very foundation, the edifice that has kept our tradition and our faith vital and not just alive for centuries under the guidance of the imams. But among that top tier, there are some fuqaha who have differences of opinion about to what extent actually you have to maintain the preservation of life. The sanctity of life is something that all jurists within our tradition affirm. The necessity to save a life is something that all jurists affirm. But to what extent? So let's take the question as it may have come to somebody, let's say even 500 years ago, when medical treatment was based on al-Qanun of Ibn Sina, that somebody may have studied, or a Hakim who was apprenticed somewhere, and they had a sickness. And maybe at that time there was a cutting edge treatment based on whatever plants or surgery or other interventions and treatments existed at that time. At some point, that would be reasonable for a person to say that, you know what, I'm not going to aggressively treat. I'm not going to travel 500 miles, even though I can afford it, to go to that Hakim, because it's not reasonable, or it's not easily feasible for me. There was some level of discretion that every mu'min had, which wasn't that, no, if there is a chance that that Hakim 500 miles away has actually studied Al-Qanun, and you don't have that level of expertise in your city, and if you can afford it, then you must go. You see what I'm saying? The principle is the same today, even if the type of intervention has changed. So sometimes we think that because of technology and because of these advancements, the entire situation has changed, when in reality, it's just the way in which certain things are applied that has changed. The underlying question is something that people faced even in the past. The types of interventions may have been different, and the efficacy of certain treatments may have been different, but the underlying question is there. Among our fuqaha, preserving that idea that sanctity of life must be preserved. There are some, and this will be the last sentence I say so that I don't give a speech beyond what I've already done. You can cut my mic at any time.
Just don't add any punctuation, and the sentence keeps going.
Exactly.
So
I've mastered.
pause.
I've
Don't
mastered
pause.
that. My kids tell me after every speech that that last sentence you said, and it's your last sentence, was a good 20 minutes. I'll avoid that. That's one of God's means of making a person humble, is to give you children. So Sayyid Sa'id al-Hakim marhum, for example, his ruling was that preserving the life and treating an illness is obligatory until such time as the body itself maintains the ability to preserve life, and whatever treatment or whatever apparatus you're going to attach to the body is helping or facilitating. But if it reaches such a point that the body itself is no longer capable of preserving life, what he says, that the badan or a'dha'ul badan فقدت قابلية الحياة or قابلية استمرار الحياة والأجهزة هي المبقية للحياة. It is the apparatus that is preserving the life. And that's a determination, of course, that a jurist will not make, a physician will make. He says at that point you are not obligated to preserve the life. Yes, it is preserving the life, but at that point the body is dying, and death also comes from Allah, and it comes to everyone. It is not necessary to artificially, and I say artificially in that sense, that it is, the body itself has no ability to recover or maintain life. So that is one standard. That is not the standard of Sayyid Sistani, but when we are looking at ulama among that top tier, as I mentioned earlier, it is legitimate for you. It's not fatwa shopping to say that I will choose one of those equals. If you go and you find somebody just because you like this fatwa, that's not applicable. So there are ways for us to be able to determine our religious practice in a way that honors the sanctity of the tradition and we're not imposing our own will, but within the flexibility that Sharia itself has given us and that allows us to get some clarity. So we make a decision that is wise, that we are comfortable with, and so that the last moments, and this is the real last sentence, the last moments of that person's life are not just where the family is running around stressed, calling 10 different ulama. I'm often, sometimes the first, sometimes the fifth person that people call. And, we're trying to figure out what do we do. And there's that's not how those last moments should be. Talk about it earlier, think about it earlier, but then make that decision in a wise way, not just in an efficient way.
Ahsan. Thank you very much, Sayyidina, for that. Could I please get a salawat from the audience for both of our panelists? So I really do want to introduce a salawat meter because that was a good one. That was high on the salawat meter, so I'm getting a lot of energy from the audience. This is good. So I want to I actually want to pose a question because based on the reflections of both speakers, if you'll permit me, I'd like to throw a question. So quite often the way we talk about the dilemmas around end-of-life care, our focus is very much on the fatwa. So the locus of the problem is seen as the legal ruling. But I think one interesting thing that's come up from both speakers is there seems to be a whole constellation of other things going on around there, such as planning ahead, sometimes calling 10 different scholars, or secondary trauma. And so a question I would just like to pose to you both at this stage is there a structural problem around how we're dealing with death in our communities that exacerbates this initial problem that, the initial problem, I'm using in quotes here, problem of the fatwa, so to speak? Like, what would you say to that?
I think it's a very interesting question, and I think it's a very good question, because I think that there are two issues at play here. One is, I think there is a cultural problem, right? I mean, I wouldn't call it structural, but I think I would call it cultural issue. And I think there are some myths that are out there. And I think we need to demystify the myths, okay? So let me give you an example of what that is. So I hear this all the time, right? The myth is that in Islam, if you have a person at the end of their life, the more they suffer, the better it is for them, because it is a retribution of their sins. So it's a very common thing, right? And I've seen that destroy families. I've actually seen it destroy families, where families are fighting amongst themselves, where one person who is so close to their loved one because they live in their house, saying, I can't handle this. I can't see this suffering. And another family member who lives in Australia will say, no, let him suffer because it's washing away his sins. So I think that there is, there are some real, I think, I don't know if I would call it structural, but I think there are some real kind of messages that are out there that make it really hard for people to then, make the right decision, right? And I think part of it is also based on and ingrained in culture. You see, one of the cultures that we have, and I'm going to apologize right from the beginning, especially to you, because one of the cultures we have, for example, in the Khoja community.
It's okay. I'm an honorary Khoja.
Oh, you're an honorary Khoja. Okay.
Yeah, I've drunk so much Karak chai that I'm getting a. It's like, you get 10 stamps. So
one of the problems that I have, and this is prevalent in the Khoja community, the first question I get is, what does Islamic law tell me about this? And there has been no thinking of any end-of-life decision-making process or advanced directives. And I don't know whether you talked about advanced directives, sisters, yeah? And all of that stuff, because it's all just ingrained in jurisprudence. What does the law tell me? Because I don't want to make the wrong decision for my loved one. And it takes away that whole area of Islamic ethics and morality and a decision-making process, having a seriously ill conversation, and then it gets into that type of thing. So there are myths, and I think that there are some cultural issues that really hamper us in making the appropriate decision. I'm just going to end by saying one thing, because Syed has actually solved a big problem for me right now in what he gave as an answer, because the whole area of withholding and withdrawing care, this is very easy for us. I'll tell you, as a physician, I can tell you exactly when the body is saying, that's it, I'm done. It's not hard for me. That's easy. I can tell you exactly when a person is in the ICU, on the ventilator, maybe brain dead, and I'm not going into Urfi definition of death or brain death, I'm not doing this today. I can tell you that I'm only keeping that person alive with a drug that is making their hearts beat, and it's not going to be forever, right? And if you're telling me to make a judgment that is the body done, that's easy for me. Honestly, that's not tough. I can tell a patient's family, right, Sayyid Haider? I can tell a patient's family that that's it, man, this is the end. You don't have to do this, right? I face issues because I have 3 people in the emergency room who's looking for the same ICU bed that this person is on, who I know is done, right? That's my bioethical issue, right? And then don't tell me, well, are they Muslims or are they not Muslims? Because if I go down that rabbit hole, I'll probably lose my license, right? Because I can't distinguish between a Muslim and a non-Muslim, not in Canada. I'll be plastered with racism, like right off the bat, right? And my license will be taken away. So don't tell me that, well, if it's a Muslim, you can give the bed, but if it's a non-Muslim, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that in where I practice, right? So those are the things that really, your question about structure, I think that really is where
But I think that speaks to it, because you've identified actually, because we tend to focus so much on, like you said, what does the law say? And then there's all of these other things around it. And I'd like to bring in Sayyid Suleiman here, because because the way you said it, what does the law tell? It's like the law is this monolithic thing that just, it's similar to the phrase where someone turns around to you and says, it says it in the Risala. It's like, I read these words in the Risala, and then that settles the discussion, when actually there's other considerations there as well. So I suppose what I'd want to ask Sayyid Suleiman is my question has 2 parts for you. It's one, are we misunderstanding? Do we, as part of this cultural problem perhaps that Dr. Mitani is talking about, this isn't, and speaking as an honorary Khoja, this isn't just for the Khoja community, this is across Islamic communities everywhere in the world, because of the way we as as followers engage with Islam has changed, right? Do we have a faulty understanding of the law, the fatwa, the fiqh, those structures? And secondly, something you mentioned actually in a conversation, so I hope you don't mind me bringing this up, but the sunan of ihtidar, the sunan of the deathbed, which seem to be diametrically opposed to this idea, this maximalist intervention approach, which is all structured around just medically keeping the person medically alive, no matter the cost. I'm not saying that means we shouldn't do that. I'm just saying, does that also pose a question? So those are the 2 points.
Sure, I think that the challenge is that we often have a very narrow definition of Islamic law. The term that we use for Islamic law is fiqh. And fiqh means a deep understanding of sharia, and it incorporates all of the ethical considerations. It's the totality of what God would want me to do as best as I can understand it. We tend to think of it as what's in the Risala. The Risala is not fiqh. It's one very small component, often not even the major component, of what is an understanding of what God wants. So when people, get married and say that what are the rights of the husband, what are the rights of the wife, the right answer to that is, if that's where your conversation is going, your marriage is already, on the rocks.
Assuming they recited the nikah properly. And remember to cancel the temporary marriage before.
Exactly. If they did all
I'm starting to panic a little bit now.
If they did, it's all good. But if they did everything right, if a husband says that, I have this right, or a wife says that I have this right, or I don't have this obligation, you're not going by Islamic law. You're not saying, well, culture is not important to me, the law is important to me. You are actually insulting Islamic law by saying that a checklist of obligations is Islamic law. That is an insult to the Prophet. That is an insult to Ahlul Bayt and the effort they put into inculcating a wisdom and a depth in people's practice. That is in no way to take away from the importance of that risala. It has a role, but it is one component of how you make a decision. So when it comes to a decision like this, right, you have family members. Some of them may be legally responsible, and some of them, they may not be the wali, they may not be the guardian who is legally responsible, but you might want to consult them. So let's say, for example, there is an uncle who is now the family patriarch, or a grandmother who is the family matriarch. That person might not have wilaya, but in the Risala Amaliya, they're not the one who makes the decision. But as a family, maybe that's the first person you go to, and you do things under their auspices, under their blessings. And that's part of Islamic law, just not necessarily the narrow and frankly improper way that we sometimes conceive of it. So think of what is the right requirement. You want to do the right requirement, and then you want to, within those red lines that are in the Risala, choose the best course of action that gives honor to that process of being at the end of your life. Again, some people, they are fated by Allah, by their circumstances, to die in the ICU. But if that's not required, you would rather die at home or in a hospice or in a slightly less stressful environment for the dying person or for the family than in the ICU. Right? And so where that discretion is there, think about those things. So you can face the person towards the Qibla. So you can say your farewells, whether they are conscious or sedated or not conscious, so that you can have recitation of Quran. And that's, in a sense, when the grieving process and the process of saying farewell begins. So yes, you do need to preserve life. Life is sacred. It's not your property. It's not your choice. As our opening remarks by Sayyid Munir Khabbaz, the keynote address also emphasized very beautifully to set the tone off for today's event. That's true, but that's one component, and then there are these other components. I could if I remember what I said.
We've got a recording.
No, which part?
No.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but what I
It's coming from a cardiac surgeon.
Yeah.
What I meant is that you have to maintain the red lines of Sharia. Within those red lines, there is discretion. There is a room for agency and discretion of the individual, and then there are priorities that you are to focus on. And the Quran says in Surah Al-Baqarah, يَسْأَلُونَكَ مَاذَا يُنْفِقُونَ. I have so many different kinds of wealth. Should I, donate my stocks to the masjid, or should I give my land to the masjid, or should I, and the Quran says, مَا أَنْفَقْتُم مِّن خَيْرٍ. You think this is all different. My cryptocurrency is the real good investment. I'm glad I got in on, Apple 10 years ago, whatever. It's all khair. What you think is so different, it's not that different. مَا أَنْفَقْتُم مِّن خَيْرٍ فَلِلْوَالِدَيْنِ وَالْأَقْرَبِينَ until the end of the ayah. So that discretion, that's what you need to honor. Not sure if that's what you were referring to, but the tape will probably have something.
Yeah, we'll be printing them at Icair. We'll sell them at a very reasonable price through our website.
You are an honorary Khoja. Yeah,
Sayyid Suleiman.
I went.
I am.
I went there because I am proud to be an honorary Khoja myself.
We've trained him well. We've trained him well.
Actually, Sayyid Suleiman, you forget I am half Iranian. So
you know, the interesting.
My people have a proud history of good deals.
But you'll pardon the humor.
Except in recent years with with a certain U.S. president, we haven't had many good deals there.
You know, I think that what is, it's such an important. It really is. I mean, T-shirt or no T-shirt, it's a really important statement what you made. And I was talking to you about this case, earlier. The case of, I was involved in this case. It was actually a case that was in Toronto. And for some reason, I was approached by this family about this case where a 22-year-old girl was really suffering because she was in a situation where her father was basically in end of life because he'd had a very significant accident. She came from a very challenging kind of situation because the mother and the father were both divorced. The mother was amazing in the sense that she was very connected to her daughter, but also encouraged her daughter to be very connected to her father. And she's the only child. She's about 22 years old. And she's now in this situation in ICU where her father was, where the ICU physicians were bombarding her with a decision that she had to make around end of life. And the conversation that I had with her was based on exactly the principles that you have outlined. Thankfully, I feel kind of good about what you said.
That's good to
know. But my heart really was with this girl because she was really struggling. She was struggling quite significantly. And she really, until the last moment, didn't know whether she had made the right decision. But it came to a time, Sheikh Alex, where she actually stopped communicating with me because I think she'd made her decision. And then I felt that she was probably afraid to tell me what decision she had made in fear that I would tell her that that was the wrong decision. And I never had the intention to ever tell her she made the wrong decision. She actually made the right decision. All I had to do was to just support her and guide her towards the decision, because thinking sometimes that this religion is so complicated, right? And that you are worshiping this God who is at every moment creating traps for you, so that when you make the wrong decision, he's going to throw you in hell. It's not the God that I worship, right? I worship a very different God. I worship a very merciful God, So making them go through that process, for a 22-year-old who's first year, second year university, that's not easy, especially when there are some dynamics in her own family that were very challenging, probably very traumatic for her as well. So my heart went out to this person, and I'm thinking, and then I would call her, and then I would text her, and the mother was very supportive as well. But the mother was really good. She was very supportive to her daughter, but she also wanted to make sure that her daughter was, had the adequate kind of guidance and support in place to actually come to the right decision that she had to make, in that kind of a situation. People sometimes don't understand that we deal, Dr. Saiba here knows, we deal with very, very complex family dynamics when it comes to end of life. It's not just about the person who's, on that bed, who's passing away, right? And you know, I'm not just putting a plug in for palliative care, but well, I guess I am kind of thing. But you know, people think palliative care means you do nothing. That's what palliative care is. So every time you say to somebody, well, we're going to put her in palliative care, it almost immediately, this is that other kind of myth or structure, it means you're going to do nothing. It actually is a field of medicine that is very intervention-based. You do a lot. You do a lot to make sure that the person's comfortable, right? And in fact, the research shows, believe it or not, that when you have somebody who's end of their life and you give them palliative care, it actually extends their life than if you were to do interventions that would be more harmful to them than actually good for them, right? So people understand this stuff, right? And so there's always these kind of, I don't know what I call them, like myths or this false information that's making people
and
really.
If I can just interject just for a moment to add on to what you're saying. Pardon the interruption, but you know, sometimes people have that question that, well, what about that 1% chance, or what about that one case where, you know, the family overruled the advice of the doctors and the person lived for another 5 years. But that's not necessarily the most important or even the most relevant consideration. Uncertainty is not something that as a believer you have to be stressed about. Just like with an investment, is it going to go up or down? Well, God is the one who gives the risk. You just make the best decision for yourself. And if the investment goes up, then that means that God is going to test you with wealth. And if it goes down, he's testing you with poverty. The same thing with death. So maybe palliative care, hospice care is going to extend the life, or maybe the intervention would have, but that is not the only basis on which you need to make the decision. You don't need to say, well, what are the chances, and what are the chances there? And you know, that's a consideration, but look at the whole picture of the family, of the person, of their preference, of their comfort, of their needs. Sometimes the family needs closure. Sometimes people are coming from other countries or other areas, and they might not be able to have access, you know, depending on what decision you make. Looking at all of those things, and not just, well, what is the percentage chance? You know, does palliative care really extend the life more or not? That's important to know, that therefore it might be an option even if you were going to rule it out because you thought that it would, as Dr. Bhatani said, mean no treatment. It's not no treatment. But it might be the best option, or it might be one of two good options based on the whole picture. And the one take home that I want people to have is, don't be stressed and second guessing yourself because of uncertainty. Right? Right after this, I have a flight, and you know, you have no certainty if you're going to make your flight, even if you come 3 hours in advance. You have no certainty crossing the street. That certainty or uncertainty should not paralyze you. And inshallah, if you take that message home, then this one issue, but life in general, it becomes a whole lot easier. I'll put another plug. You did your plug for palliative care, which is valuable. Another thing that I'm seeing a lot in a different stage of life, but it's the same principle, is hesitation about marriage. Talk to this person for a few months. I just don't know if they're the right person. Who cares if they're the right person? Marriage is what you're going to make of it. You know.
That's really taken a lot of everyone's mind here after all the earlier anxiety about marriage.
Pardon the levity, but it's the last session, and so you know sometimes you have to. So
you're saying you're putting the conference on palliative care?
No. I'm trying to say that let's make these connections.
No, I think what he's trying to say is that I shouldn't worry about the fact of whether I made the right decision in my marriage.
I was going to say that's another
and that ties together.
That ties together very well.
End of life too.
Especially if your partner has, power of medical decision making. So you have to be very careful.
Can you make sure the video is not accessible from the US?
Audience,
So I would just to bring some order back to this gathering. I think that what Dr. Mitani, you've said about there being a lot of myths. I think actually a lot of the session has been lots of myths about medicine, lots of myths about the Sharia, and lots of myths about how they interact with one another. I think also with palliative care, the danger is as well, if someone's never heard this term before, they assume it means you want to kill their grandmother.
Yes.
You know, it's like you want, okay, it's not just making them comfortable, it's you're actually assisting their death in some way, as opposed to MAID, which is actually that. But what I want to ask, because we've only got, because Said, if you want to
9
remove,
minutes.
if you want to remove the anxiety, you should just stay longer so we can extend the Q&A. Then your mind will be at peace. But in the time we have left, what I want to ask each of you, because I think what I'm really happy with is this session is very different to the session that we had earlier, and we've covered a lot of, it's quite complementary. And I feel almost that the big issue we've identified is all of these sort of myths and misunderstandings, and also the difficulties in decision making. Now, you said something really interesting, that, you know, this poor 22-year-old woman has to make all these difficult decisions under pressure. I mean, to be honest with you, I think any decision you make under pressure at the last minute, you know, is a difficult decision. If I'm trying to decide what shirt to wear 60 seconds before I have to be out the door and in an Uber, that's going to feel like the most difficult, stressful decision of my life, just because that pressure's there. So imagine if I'm actually having to decide what to do about a loved one who is not able to make decisions for themselves and is at the end of their life, and, oh God, what am I going to do? But so what I want to ask is, in order to avoid that scenario and to avoid all these misunderstandings, what changes can we start making? And this isn't about I'm not saying rewrite the fatwa. I'm saying what change, because a lot of this doesn't seem to have anything to do with the fatwa. What changes can we make? What cultural changes do we need to make in order to mitigate, to minimize the pain and the suffering of both the person dying and their loved ones at the end of life?
I think Dr. Mutani made a very important point earlier about culture. You know, we have some parts of our community, maybe in the Khoja community, a slightly larger percentage of people who say that what is the Islamic law. We have other parts of our culture where they say that the law is not really important. This is what we want to do. You know, that's not even a consideration in that narrow sense of Islamic law. One big cultural change is we think of certain things as morbid, and we avoid thinking and talking about them in our families. Talking, planning, and preparing for death is no more morbid than getting a nursery ready for a newborn is morbid when you're expecting a child. You know, in fact, buy the car seat before you have to take your wife to the hospital. Otherwise, you know, you're going to have a problem bringing the kid home. So preparing for death is the same way. It's as a Muslim, we haven't internalized that message though. We find out that our sister-in-law is expecting, and we start ordering gifts and so on, planning a shower. But then when it comes to death, I don't want to have a coffin, a shroud in my house. That's a big change. I think that will solve, you know, the 2/3 of the problems that we have.
Yeah, no, I think there are three things that we should be doing. The first one, I think, is education. I really think that it is important to educate our community around end-of-life issues and around this demystification of end-of-life and so on and so forth, and making them really comfortable around the process of decision-making. I think that is, I think we really failed on this. I honestly think we failed. I can't tell you how many physician colleagues I have. Some of them are here. You know, we have Imamia Medics International. You know, we have Syed Haider here, for example, as an orthopedic surgeon. You know, Dr. Jafar is a cardiac surgeon. You know, we have people in our community who want to contribute, who want to be part of this, right? They want to make it easy for you. And we are willing to work with whoever we need to work with in order to make it easy. So I think education is one thing. The second thing is I do feel that we need a structure in every either Jamaat or regional federation. And I'm using this terminology because for the last 2 days I've been in the executive council meeting upstairs.
Hey, don't bring that down here.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm trying very hard.
This is a
Sheikh
safe
Alex.
space.
Sheikh Alex, I'm trying very hard. But I do think we need a structure. And I think the structure is, I'm really against a structure that tells you what to do. I want that structure. I want a support system or a support structure that supports the person who's going through this to make these decisions, to make these difficult decisions, and to tell them, you know what, it's okay. It's okay. There isn't probably a very right thing to do. Maybe there are some very easy ways, easy things that we can say, but a support structure of healthcare professionals, ulama, maybe some ethics people or community, even community members who can kind of say, you know what, we're here for you. You know, it's difficult. I want that 22-year-old to feel, man, there is a group that can help me with this, right? And I'm going to be feeling pretty, comfortable with this. So I think that we need that, kind of a structure in order to, how we do these things, a little bit differently to the way we're doing. But I also think that the, having education, and the third thing I would just say is I think it is critical that every family member has a discussion about this at their dining table. Well, I don't know about the dining table because the kids don't actually sit with you these days, but at some point you really need to have this discussion. Advanced directives, making it very clear so that you don't get into that 60-second situation where you have to make a decision. The decision is made. The discussion has been had. Everybody is clear on what the direction is. And I'll tell you, the healthcare professionals in hospitals are going to love you for it. Because that's what they want, right? So if you have advanced directives, if you have a clear, direction, they're going to love it.
So if I was to sum that up, what you're saying is we need to educate, support, and empower our communities in this end-of-life decision-making, but rather than making them feel that there is someone outside, whether the medical profession or the law or dictating do this, that there's one answer, but rather saying, look, here are your options. We support you, and that's
exactly
the change. I think that's really important. And we only have a few minutes left. Said Solomon, do you have anything to add? No.
I think that
any more one-liners for T-shirts? only 1995.
I don't want to get myself
shipping.
banned from JCC.
Well, I don't know. I think after the joke you made earlier about the T-shirts, that may have already happened. We may be too late for that. So feel free. So what I'm saying is feel free.
It's already water.
It's already out.
Water under the bridge.
I can see hands going up, and the problem we have is that Said Solomon actually does have to leave in 60 seconds. So we're going to have to not have audience questions. However, I just want to reassure you this isn't the end of the conversation. We had a 2-day symposium a couple of months ago here where we had an excellent conversation amongst specialists. Since then, we've now had 2 panels at this conference on different aspects of death and dying and biomedical ethics. I just want to make you aware as well that this isn't just in North America. We've established contact with doctors under COEG, the Council of European Jamaats in Europe, who had their own palliative care session under their own steam very recently. And we've also made contact with medics in Africa Federation, primarily in Dar es Salaam, to talk about these issues. There's actually a global network of medics who we're talking to, and we're also trying to understand their needs. But this is actually, this question of death and dying in Islam is a research project that we in Icair are undertaking. And when I say undertaking, I mean we actually want to start carrying out serious, structured, academic, scholarly research into how do we approach these problems, both at the level of FIP, but everything that comes before that as well, before you actually get to what the law says, things like decision-making, also empowering doctors so that Muslim doctors feel able to advise. So I want to reassure you that although we don't have time for questions, unfortunately, I think Dr. Mitani will be here for a while, and we will have our closing session in half an hour after some refreshments. Said Suleiman he's getting away, people, stop him. But
thank you for allowing me to be part. It was a very, very wonderful conference. I do apologize that I'm going to rush.
And I'm going to chase after him. So can we please thank both of our speakers with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad.
And we will.
Can I just also make a plug for? There is an IMI conference that's happening here in Toronto, IMI Imamiya Medics International, in October. It's the October long weekend, I think October the 12th. 12th, right? Yeah, it's that Thanksgiving long weekend. It's on the Sunday. Yeah, so if you could, we have some, I tell you, we have some internationally renowned speakers that are coming here that you would not have, you would not hear otherwise. These people come. So if you're interested in attending that conference, there'll be some flyers and stuff that'll go out, especially if you're a healthcare professional. That'll be great. We'll have obviously something for the general public as well. But there are, Dr. Sabira has agreed. I've spoken to her, so she's agreed to talk about seriously ill conversations and how to have these conversations, because that may be your next question, right? So, how do I talk about this? It's not an easy thing to talk about, right? I mean, you can't go, at dinner on Gadir night, at home and say, hey, let's talk about death. I mean, it's not easy, right? I mean, people don't want to talk about dying. So it's not an easy conversation to have. But believe me, if you have the appropriate conversation, it can actually be a beautiful conversation. It can really be quite empowering, even, from a family perspective. It's just how you have those conversations. So we're going to talk about a lot of different things, but we'll talk about that as well. Anyway, so I did see Sheikh Alex now. There's a couple of people who want to make some comments. So there's one in the back. Go ahead. Yeah, could you take the mic?
Assalamu alaikum. Jazakallah khair for sharing your insights as always. One of the key takeaways that I got, at least from the Sayyid, was that there is no one-shoe-size-fits-all approach or like a solution. It's very case-specific and dependent on the context and the situation. But the way sometimes I feel it's, the conversation has been somewhat framed is that, these are exceptional issues that affect our community. It almost feels like, we're trailblazing in terms of trying to sort of address these issues. But the fact of the matter is there are other communities who have been dealing with these issues for quite some time, have come up with a lot of good guidance. I just did a quick Google search some time back in terms of Jewish guidance for end-of-life medical care. And it was surprising. A lot of the things that Sayyid Rizvi said this morning, there's almost like an overlap in terms of what they have. Yeah. I'm not saying it's a case, when you talk about like fish, for instance, let's look at whatever's kosher for the Jews, it's technically kosher, or it's acceptable for us, but there is an element of overlap. And I think one thing that sometimes, you talked about education, one thing that perhaps maybe there is a strong need for is educating the people who will be interacting with some of the patients from our community in terms of just coming up with a bit of overall guidance. The fiqh will differ, like let's say if you're a follower of Sayyid Sistani versus Sayyid Khamenei, there might be a few differences here and there, but the general overall guidance in terms of, if I use the example of DNR, in the orthodox sort of guide that they had, they were talking about the fact that some leaders say that DNR is not acceptable and others allow for it. So it's more in terms of having a conversation with the patient and the family and their spiritual guide to try and sort of come to a determination. So something like that would really make a huge difference in terms of people who struggle to navigate the healthcare system. You've worked in the healthcare system for quite some time. If you don't have a navigator or someone to hold your hand in the healthcare system, you're struggling. So having that guidance, pre-developed and provided to physicians or healthcare practitioners, I think would make a huge difference for sure.
I think you make a really good point, because I can tell you, I'm sure my other physician colleagues will tell you the same. The people that I work with in my health authority, in my hospital setting, and who are very good and close friends of mine are from other faiths. Like I have some very close Jewish friends and Christian friends and other friends, and we're all healthcare professionals and we work together. And when we have these cases, they struggle just as much as we do. Like, honestly, this is not a Shi'i issue, right? This is something that, this is why bioethics becomes so important. Now, they have their own faith-based processes that they follow, and you're absolutely right. A lot of it is not dissimilar to what we have. There is a lot of commonality. And I think that's really important, and I'll tell you why it's important. Because when you go to the hospital, you're going to be looked after in the hospital by a medical team. That medical team is highly likely not going to be of your faith. Okay, I just want to let you know. Okay, that it's not going to be highly likely not going to be of your faith. And I think a lot of our colleagues that we work with, Christians, Jews, Hindus, Sikhs, whoever they are, they actually have an understanding that there is a process, a bioethical kind of process rooted in the faith of the person that practices that faith that needs to be taken into consideration when making these decisions. So I would totally agree with you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Where is the
Yeah, it's me here.
Oh, sorry. Yes, go ahead, Doctor.
Well, I just want to thank you very much for your practical information about end-of-life situation and your recommendation about education and support, etc. However, irrespective of what we do, what we say, end of life is a very difficult situation for anyone. Number one. Number two, I think like what you mentioned about the guilt feeling after people make decisions. I said something this morning about every one of us should be told to have people who will act, who have the power of attorney. And I recommended that everyone should have 3 people to help in that decision making. So that, first of all, the decision is shared. Number 2, there will not be a conflict of interest. There will not be a 50%, it will be 3, so it will be either 2 against. Ideally, you would like all 3 to agree, but maybe at worst 2 versus 1. And then once this is done, it's finished, it's all shared, and I think that's the way to go. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think the core of, I'm not so sure about Ontario, but the process of advanced directives in BC, because it's all province-based, is very similar to what you're saying. So I think if you have an advanced directive and you have, clearly articulated your decision makers and so on and so forth, there are Rep 1 agreements and Rep 2 agreements. I don't know if you have that complication here, but it's the kind of thing that we talk about in BC. I think it's, yeah, I mean, I think, I think, I'll tell you at the end of it, any planning that you do is better than having no plans. 100%. That is actually what I think if you start the conversation, and please don't say, I'm too young for it. I mean, Dr. Saab, I think you're retired now, right? But you were a pediatrician. We haven't even talked about end of life in children. I got to tell you, if you want to start talking about loaded with bioethics, is when you have a child who's been diagnosed with a terminal illness. And the trauma and, there's a reason I didn't do pediatrics is because I couldn't handle it. Honestly, I couldn't handle pediatrics. I just couldn't do it, right? But the trauma that the family goes through in a child, that's a very separate and different decision, discussion, I should say. Sorry.
So I think we have
There's a lady here first, yeah?
Assalamu alaikum.
Just one second. Go ahead.
So we'll do 1, 2, and then last question goes to Dr. Iqbal, I think.
First, I want to commend our community for actually opening the door to such a sensitive subject. This is very dear to my heart. I came to the precursor, and then I came back. because I wanted answers. And you said you'd have answers for me. It's very, very dear because my mom has trauma-induced advanced dementia. And you mentioned, Molana and the panel in the morning, Dr. Sabir, Dr. Iqbal mentioned a lot of things. They mentioned about, when the body starts to refuse nutrition, it's very difficult as a daughter to refuse food to your mother, number one. Number two, Molana mentioned, start planning. Sit down with your family and have a plan in place. It's very important, education, as you said, is very important now as a community because people are living a lot longer, or there is trauma-induced diseases and stuff that lead to conditions where people are now bedridden. We're doing everything for them. We're making decisions for them. There is a lot that's involved. There's a lot of weight. We also have to start educating the community and busting all the myths, first and foremost, clearing out the cultural baggage. Because you mentioned CPR. My mom's at a state, if God forbid she aspirates, CPR will crush her ribs. What quality does she have left? When do you then make that decision? DNR. And then what do you do when you sit there and you watch her aspirate? What do you do? How do you make the decisions? How do we get guidance on these things? To be able to then, if we are faced with those stressful situations that we're not scurrying around, or you're not having, no this, no that, no, how do you give us direction as a panel of specialists? The doctors did mention, yes, trust the doctor's decisions. We do, alhamdulillah, we do trust it. What you said, what Dr. Sabir said, makes absolute sense because you live this every day. I would trust your decision. And which is why we need these, because there's so many people living long now in dementive states. And it's hard.
So, can I answer you briefly? I don't want to get into the specifics of your case necessarily. I'm happy to have that conversation offline. But I will tell you that I went through this exact situation with my own mother. And my mother had dementia. And I just don't want to get emotional, but my mother had dementia, and I made a difficult decision in putting her in long-term care. My geriatrician friend, who was looking after my mother, because I obviously couldn't look after my own mother, said to me, "You should have done this 2 years ago. You kept her too long." And even for me, knowing what I know, this was not an easy decision. Because the physician, the family doctor, was actually a very good family doctor, came to me and said, "Can we talk about to not resuscitate?" And I said, "Of course, you're going to send her to the hospital." And he just told me, "Okay, that's fine." And he let me settle down, and then he posed the question again. And of course, that was really not what I wanted to have for her. If I was to tell you, and I'm not going to go specific into your case, but I'm just giving you the example, because this is the demystifying the myth, is what I'm telling you. If I was to tell you that feeding your mom, who has a terminal illness with advanced dementia, because dementia is a terminal illness, okay? Dementia is a terminal illness. It eats away at the brain. The brain controls everything in your body, okay? So as that disease progresses, and we have nothing to reverse that, that person has a terminal. But if I was to tell you, it's hard, isn't it, to not feed your mother? But if I was to tell you that by feeding her, you're actually causing more harm to her than good, then how would you feel? That's the question I would ask you. If I tell you that by feeding her, you are going to increase her chances of aspirating all the time, and then she'll die of pneumonia anyway, or you're going to give her the feeling of being drowned, because you're giving her food at the end of life stage, which actually is going to increase respiratory secretions, which actually is going to give her this feeling of drowning. If I was to tell you those things, I have got to tell you, if you reflect on it, you'd probably not be as keen in feeding her. Right? I get it. That's it. I know exactly what you're saying. But that is exactly what we are trying to do. And what we are trying to do, you see, it's very hard for physicians to talk to community members. It's very easy for me to talk to non-Muslims. It's very hard for me to talk to community. Icair has been the only platform where I've had a safe space where you know, when we had the symposium, ask him, you don't know how I challenged Murtaza Ali Dina, Sheikh Murtaza Ali Dina. I gave him a really rough time, right? And because it was a safe space, and I wanted to say to you, you have no idea what I have to do. I have to make a decision in 6 minutes. You're telling me to wait for this and that and this. I got no time for this, right? So this is the first time that we've really gotten together, academics, ulama, healthcare professionals, so that we can help you, the community, right? So we can provide that guidance to you, the community. As Sheikh Sayyid Sulaiman said, honestly, we don't have all the answers, guys. We just don't. And nor do the ulamas. We don't have all the answers. But at least we are talking. At least we are coming together. And at least we can do what he said. We can do the best you can, the best we can for you. And you should be able to be very comfortable with the decision that you've made in the context of how you have made that decision, right? That's what we're trying to get at, right? So that we're not living with this for the rest of our lives. You know, there's a very beautiful, Sheikh Vinay here, there's a very beautiful principle in Islamic ethics, and that is that, you know, before asking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to forgive you, you need to forgive yourself. Really. And unless you cannot move on, it's going to be very tough for you. You need to be able to move on as a community and say, you know what, I made the... I don't know of any caring family member who's made a decision that is deliberately wrong for their family member, right?
I think that sums up the dilemma there, right? We're always worried that we're going to make the wrong decision, and that wrong is then multiplied across kind of the increased suffering for our loved one, and also perhaps our own spirit. You know, our own spirit. We don't want to. No one wants to make the morally wrong choice, but sometimes it isn't clear what the right choice is because we only have limited information. And you know, I think one of the things that came out of one of the things we discussed in the symposium actually is one of the reasons why we don't have all the answers. It's impossible to have a fatwa for every single situation that will ever arise forever and ever. There is always going to be some new unknown thing that comes up out of left field and takes you by surprise, and then what do you do? And so one of the things we've been discussing actually is things like equipping people with the principles of Islamic decision making for end-of-life care, so that you're not in that, you're not in that situation. And I think it's actually very nice sort of how this connects with the symposium, because I think for doctors carry a lot of pain around this because they're in this position where they have to make these really important decisions, and they're also having to second guess themselves in a spiritual sense that, am I doing the right thing in the eyes of God? And I don't think someone who's having to try and save someone's life, possibly in very drastic circumstances, I don't think their thought while they're doing chest compression should be, oh God, am I doing the right thing? They should just be focused on the well-being of the patient. So I feel as a graduate of the house, and I think this is something that Sheikh Ali Dina felt as well, that what we feel that we really want to support medics and families in the community not to have that. Of course, the challenge with that, though, is we don't want to just give you the easy answer then, because then, you know, we almost have the same dilemma. It's like, you know, we've got a long tradition in Islam, scholars for hundreds, over 1,000 years, of being very muhtat, being very precautious in giving a fatwa, because they don't want to give the wrong fatwa as well. I mean, fortunately, I don't think anyone ever has to give a fatwa in 6 minutes or less. That sounds, you know, the moral weight is still there, and that's what's come out of these sessions. So we hear you, and maybe this discussion can continue offline about the specifics of the case. But thank you for sharing that, you know, with us. I'm conscious of time, so Sister, please, Bismillah, you've been waiting really patiently.
I think you can hear me, right? So my question was, all this was discussed about a frail old person who has probably a terminal illness. What if I'm a healthy person, maybe in my 60s or 70s, I'm undergoing surgeries or any other, I just want, as a healthy person, to authorize DNR. Would the Sharia allow me to authorize this before I go for any general surgery? I'm talking about non-specific things like just knee replacement or, you know, but I just don't want to have to be intubated if I undergo cardiac arrest. Because I know, according to Islam, once you're intubated, you cannot be extubated. That is haram.
That's not true.
I think Dr. Iqbal wants to jump in as well.
There's a medical principle underlying all of that. In most cases, when you're undergoing acute care, we reverse DNRs, especially if there's a risk that you could die during that procedure, because we often feel that the cause of the arrest in that case is as a result of something that we've done. So if you undergo heart surgery, for example, where there's a meaningful chance that you could die as a result of electrolyte imbalance or something like this, then we will not accept your DNR in that case, because then the question is, if you want to be DNR, then we're not going to offer you the surgery. So there's a medical principle underlying all that that's beyond just the ethical principle.
But I want to go, thank you, but I want to go a step further for you. For a healthy person who's undergoing a procedure, right, the chances of reviving that person are actually quite good. They're not, with a meaningful life, right? So why wouldn't you want that chance, is the question I would ask you. I mean, it's a different issue if, you know, I mean, you could say, well, you know, on the off chance that I become a vegetable, I mean, I get all of that, you know, but you just cannot. You see, as healthcare professional, I don't live in the what-if worlds, right? I live in the what-if worlds all the time, but that's not how my decision-making goes, right? I would say to you that, listen, you're 55 years old. You know, you're in reasonably good health. You may have some high blood pressure, diabetes, maybe, but it's well controlled. You got a pretty good chance, right? Why would I make you a DNR, you know, in that situation when I think I can reasonably do an intervention that would still be giving you a meaningful life? Because then I will extrapolate what you said to a 12-year-old. But if a 12-year-old comes to me and their mother says, I don't want him to be on a machine, I would, not because they have a terminal illness, but because they are going through tonsillectomy. I don't know, right? But, you know, I mean, you know, that's not how it works. So the important thing is what we're going to get to at our Habib conference on October the 12th is, how do you have these seriously ill conversations with people? And my job as a healthcare professional is to tell you, hey, listen, you're going through this procedure, you're pretty good health, you know, I think you're good. It's okay. And God forbid something happens to you on the operating table, you know what, they'll crack your chest open and they'll start giving you direct massage to your heart if they have to. And people have survived that and led a reasonably good life.
All the time.
Right? It happens all the time. So it's not that. It's you know, I think your context is right. End of life decision making at what stage, right, of your journey?
I mean, thank you so much. And I think also this is something that Said Suleiman spoke to, where he said not second guessing yourself. I mean, this is almost in case of, well, what if, what if something goes wrong and I end up a vegetable? I mean, that's almost the reverse scenario, but it's the same principle. That we don't make decisions based on the outliers. We make decisions. I mean, even, Shara'an, we don't, when someone issues a fatwa, there are always exceptions, but you don't rule on the basis of exceptions. So, that was a very good point. Thank you. Dr. Iqbal, the last word goes to you.
So I just wanted to say about the interreligious decision making. So my honors thesis was comparing Orthodox Judaism and Shia Islam in end-of-life topics. The answer is maybe the same, but the process is different. And the process is what matters. So that's just the one plug for that. But with respect to this conversation and some of the themes that have been shared in this session here, as well as the earlier session and the symposium 2 months ago, this is akin to when MAID became a thing, first in the Netherlands and then here. The most important thing that MAID did was bring the conversation of death back into the mainstream.
By the way, MAID is medical assistance in dying.
They all learned it earlier.
Oh, they all
learned
it
earlier.
But thank you for clarifying. At first, when I kept hearing about all these maids, I thought, I was a little bit confused as to how this related to biomedical ethics.
Euthanasia. The most important thing that the conversation of medical assistance in dying or euthanasia or physician-assisted suicide or whatever you want to call it did was bring the conversation of death back into the fore. So at some point, we went from having a very open and honest conversation about people will die, because we had children who would die, and it was just a normal part of life. And we had people die in their 40s and 50s, and it was a normal part of life, to now nobody's allowed to die. And so one of the important things that we have done again now with these conversations is bring these conversations of death and the reality of death and the reality of actually not dying back into the dinner table, as you put it. And I think that everybody has said it, and so I'm just going to say it as the last point. You need to talk about this in your own homes. We are both physicians in our house. You heard from both of us today. Our children are 12 and 9. You don't think that they've heard about this? They have. And if our 12 and our 9-year-old can understand these conversations, then surely adult children, adult parents can have these conversations. These are important, and any conversation, any plan is better than no plan.
Thank you for that. I think that's a very good idea, and there is actually an intersection here. I think in terms of the.
That's a beautiful leap, though.
Yeah, that is a beautiful leap. I think but I think this whole idea of,
You're also a reciter.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah, Imam Hussein and his
thank
family
you,
are allowed
thank
to
you,
die.
Shifa, for saying that. Yeah.
Imam Hussein and his family are allowed to die on the pulpit, but ours aren't.
Okay.
But I think. I think there is a serious point here, and I think that, in the modern world, we have conceptualized death as the worst thing that can possibly happen to anyone at any time. And I blame Disney for that, because how many Disney stories start with a beloved family member? I mean, Bambi, for crying out loud. I blame Bambi for this. But it's true, though, because we've conceptualized death and said it is the worst thing that can happen to you. Dying is the epitome of evil. And of course, death is terrible. Death is terrible. But the way it's like, this goes back to what the Quran says about the mushrikeen, when they say nothing destroys us except dahr. Like, we live, we die, we turn to dust. That's it. That's the limits of our existence. And as a result, we want to push that reality away because it's the worst thing ever. It's the thing that no one wants to talk about because culturally that's what we've been inculcated with. And I think that the really important thing about Islam is we have this concept of dhikr al-maut, mutu qabla an tamut. It's like, die before you die. You know, and this has, you know, and we sort of talk about that as sort of like this as something almost irfani and spiritual, but it's very practical to look at yourself as someone who is mortal. Look at yourself, you know, with the knowledge, carrying the knowledge that you will one day move on, and that's okay. And you don't know when that is. It could be when you're 85. It could be tomorrow when you step out in front of, you know, step out at a crosswalk and you don't see a pickup truck coming. It could happen at any moment. You don't control that. And that's what Islam teaches us. And yet, you know, what seems to be coming out is I feel that this also speaks to how we think about spirituality and akhlaq and all, because this is something you've spoken about, Dr. Matani, that again, we put it in this kind of, almost this Disney-like box, that irfan is something magical that people do in a faraway land, and we want to do that too. You know, if you look at all of the great urafa, if you look at all the great urafa and all the great, you know, all these sort of great figures of Islamic history, whether these Sufis, they all start out as ordinary people just making good decisions, being mindful of God. Yeah, and then sometimes they get put in these extraordinary circumstances. It's like, do you think that everyone who set out with Imam Hussein alayhi salam is like, right, I'm going to... Yes, Imam Hussein warned his followers about the dangers they were going on, for example. But at the end of the day, all of them had to make a decision on Shabbat Ashura, whether they were going to stay or go, and they chose to stay. And that doesn't happen by accident. That happens because of the mindset they had, the mindset that Islam gave them. And I feel like if there's one thing, and I think this is an excellent idea, this is something we need to start taking these Islamic principles, and communicating them to a way that is actually grounded in people's lived experiences. And that's the lesson that I, as sort of a graduate of the House, am taking away from this. That the real problem we have isn't a fatwa. The problem that we have is how we think about death and dying
100%.
As Muslims. Sorry, that's the end of my majlis.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala.
I was going to say, if I was reciting somewhere in Muharram, I'd do a shameless plug now, but...
And you're not?
No, I'm sitting and I'm listening to smarter, more eloquent people this Muharram, inshallah. I'll be listening to you, Dr. Matani.
I don't know.
So, Dr. Matani, any final words for you before we close the session?
I want to say to you, I want to end on a really positive note. And the positive note that I want to end on is, and I can only speak for Canada, Sheikh Alex can speak at a global level under the banner of Icair. After a long time, honestly, after a very long time, I feel hopeful about creating a system where we have an opportunity as healthcare professionals, as scholars of Islam, as academics, to come together and start having these conversations. And to start to develop those guidelines that are going to be beneficial to us in the community, right? The one reason I have agreed to work with Sheikh Alex in Icair is Icair is not a research institute that is, you know, an ivory tower kind of, you know, academic, you know, university-based publications and blah, blah, blah.
We have publications.
No, I know, but I mean, what I'm trying to say, you know, peer-reviewed and, you know, and it doesn't trickle down to the community. The reason I love working with Sheikh Alex because he's such a brilliant mind, and a good friend, but the reason is that the work that we do has to be beneficial to the community. It has to trickle down, right? And there are some great research institutes and so on and so forth who do fantastic work, you know, developing academics and so on, and that's needed as well. I honestly think that's needed. But it's not an area of interest of mine. What is interesting to me is to start working together to develop guidelines that are going to be practical, you know, for our community members who are really struggling in some of these areas, to have some level of guidance. And sometimes, you know, when you feel that you're not alone, that in itself actually is a tremendous empowering feeling, right? That, oh my God, it's not just me who's going through this. Other people are in the same situation. But really, the Imamiya Medics International group, has committed, in working with Icair in the area of bioethics. We have other work that we want to do. And we want to do this. It's not because we just, like to have conferences and have speakers and so on and so forth. It's really so that we care. We care about the communities that we live in, and we see it as our ethical and moral duty, to be honest with you. If God has blessed me, honestly, there is not a day that I wake up that I don't thank Him for blessing me for being a physician and to be able to, serve, His creations. What an honor, I say to myself, what an honor that He has given me. And if I'm not able to serve the community that I am so attached to and live in, then I really feel I haven't done my duty. So it really is an opportunity for us to come back. I think what is important in today, I don't know what your closing is going to be like, but I know that Icair and Sheikh Alex and others are really open to your feedback. Because this research institute or this research strategy that World Federation's come up with, Icair, is really community focused. So the more feedback you give us, the more advice or opinions that you may have, the better we will get at it, right? Because we don't have all the answers. We'll get better at this the more engagement we see with you. And when it comes to places like Imamiya Medics International, this is what we want to do. We want to talk about healthy aging. We want to talk about prevention. We want to talk about leading a good life. We want to talk about all of those things because we think it's important for the community, right? And that's where I wanted to just say at the end.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please recite aloud salawat. So that brings us to the end of our final panel, and I think it's also it's the end of the conference. And I just want to take a moment just to thank everyone who participated in this panel, Said Sulaiman, Dr. Mitani, and all of you. We are just going to wrap things up now with some brief closing statements from myself and Sheikh Vinay, our co-organizer at Sheer Research Institute, who we've really benefited from. So it was just helping us kind of get this, coordinating this, coming up with ideas for the panels, the speakers. We've been working together on this for a couple of months now. And so I'd just like to ask Sheikh Vinay, if he wouldn't mind to come up to the podium and just deliver some closing remarks, and then we'll end with a note of thanks from myself. Please welcome him to the podium with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من اللعين الغوي الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطيبين الطاهرين. I don't have too much to say except, when Alex reached out, when Sheikh Alex reached out to collaborate on this several months ago, I obviously thought it was a great idea because at the Shia Research Institute, we are an academic institute at the University of Toronto. We collaborate with Harvard and other major institutions in furthering Shia studies globally. But we also have a community arm as well. A part of our mission is to deliver good content and material that is consumable by average lay community members as well, not just academics or graduate students or people within the university context. So this is a part of that mission that we have in serving the community. And what better opportunity was there than to collaborate within our own community and Icair from the UK. So this was a wonderful opportunity to carry out that part of our communal remit, which is working within the community and providing great opportunities for dialogue and discussion
within the community. And I thank you all for attending, and hope you benefited from it. I mean, I personally really benefited, I think, today from the last couple of panels. I think it was absolutely amazing. And Dr. Mithani saying that this is a safe space. Again, I think this is something our community really has never done before, not to this extent, and it should be done again and again. And the Shia Research Institute, we offer a safe space at the university. So at our offices, as a matter of fact, every month we have discussions on mental health, on bioethics. I work as a fellow at St. Michael's College. We have the largest bioethics center in the province, maybe in the country, the Catholic Bioethics Center, where our colleagues, I'm a professor at St. Michael's College, where our colleagues do work on that. And Doctor, you are welcome to come and present at the university anytime if you like, at our bioethics center there. But the sad thing is that there's very little Muslim involvement going on. Catholics, Jews are on the forefront, but as far as the Muslims go, there isn't that much at the university going on. This has to do with my closing statements, but just something about what I've learned, right? There's just so much that needs to be discussed. And I think having these conversations between subject area experts and fuqaha, or maybe not fuqaha, but those connected to the fuqaha, is very important. And sometimes it's important for people like me to be put in certain uncomfortable positions. And forced to think or maybe reevaluate our presuppositions about certain issues when we hear from the experts. And we actually do that at the University of Toronto. As I said, for those of you who would love to attend our events, we have monthly events. We have a lot of things going on. They're open to the public. Our office is at 47 Queen's Park East, right in front of the provincial parliament, the provincial legislature, and we have these regular events. So anyways, thank you for all of you for coming, and Sheikh Alex for giving us the opportunity to collaborate with Icair on hosting this wonderful two-day event, and inshallah, let's continue down this road where we can have these very important conversations on a whole host of issues. And continue to serve the community and also uplift the academic kind of learning of the community, which doesn't just have to be based on matters pertaining to theology and doctrine, but something that is wider than that. So thank you again, and now I'll pass it to Sheikh Alex.
Thank you very much, Sheikhna, for those remarks. And we really value the work that Shia Research Institute does. It's always a pleasure, to partner with them, to work with them. We've done some collaborations in the past as well. And I think the two organizations, Icair and SRI, complement each other, really well with our sort of complementary focuses on academia and the community. I'll just say that, it's been really wonderful having the opportunity to come to Toronto and organize this conference with so many outstanding speakers. And I think there is no way that I can possibly express the depths of my gratitude to all of those speakers. And also to all of you as the audience for making this possible. I think we are living at a time right now where we, not just as a Shia community or a Muslim ummah, or I would go so far as to say as a human species, we are standing at a crossroads where we need to decide what kind of world we want to build. We have more power than any generation has ever had in the history of the human race. I can, with a few words to a computer, get a ready-made piece of research in a matter of minutes. There is so much information at my fingertips. We have robotics, we have medical advances, we have, just so much going on. And yet, with all this technology, there is something missing. There is something fundamentally missing from the modern world, and I believe that is values. And I think it's values that ultimately make the world a place that we would want to inhabit. Now, the problem we have is that if we don't put ourselves forward, if we don't take the lead, then we won't get a say in the world that is created for us to live in the next generation, the world that our children will inhabit, the world that our grandchildren will inhabit. No one is going to build our future for us. We have to build our own future. And I don't know about you, but I want a future that reflects the values taught to me by the Prophet and his household, alayhim salam. I want a future that reflects the values taught by the man who, when he was the most powerful man in the world, when he was the caliph of the Muslims, Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam, when he took a non-Muslim to court, knowing that he was guilty of theft, but because he could not produce witnesses, he lost the case. And even though he was the infallible imam, the most powerful man in the world at the time, he submitted to the court judgment. That is dignity. That is justice. A man who is so just that when he was mortally wounded by an assassin and the assassin was brought before him, his first words to his sons were, "Make sure you treat him fairly." That is justice. But I want more than that. I want compassion. I want the compassion of a man who, when he met his enemies and they were thirsty, he offered them water, knowing full well that they would deny water to his children in a few days' time. Those are the kind of values that I want to see in the future that we build together. I do not want a future that is built using bombs, bullets, and the blood of innocents. I want a future that is founded on justice, compassion, and wisdom. And that is the point of us being here. That is the point of these conferences, to imagine that future, to prepare for that future, to build that future. And by being here, we have all participated in that. And now I'd like to end things, because I think I've been talking for far too long, and you've all been here for far too long. Not that I'm saying you should leave, but I'd just like to say thank you to a few people. So I'm going to start by saying thank you to our